Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Coffee and wake up with the daily tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legend.
Wait for it.
Dairy. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Good morning. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network on a Monday. Coming up, take a look at our bets. About Chiefs-Eagles yesterday, some Sunday Night Football on the card. Then in 20 minutes, what in the world is wrong with Arch Manning? I can't wait to talk about that. We'll also pick a winner of the weekend when we vote on our Monday MVP. We've got some college football coming up in the next hour as well. I'm Jinx. She's Chelsea. Chelsea, how are you this morning?
Yeah, good morning. Busy weekend. We had a ton of football games, of course, to talk about. And also, I was at a wedding during the Tennessee and Georgia game with a bunch of Tennessee fans. Needless to say, we had some shocked faces during the vows, and it wasn't anything to do with the bride or the groom.
And then you did shots when it was over. With Tennessee fans, you have to miss the game, and then that's the game you miss, and you don't even get the win. Woo.
No, they were watching it, Jenks. Like, what I'm saying
it?
is, like, everybody on the back row had their phone pulled up. And so, like, half of them turn it off, and they're like, oh, we got this.
Right.
Like, there's no way we lose this game, right? And then somebody's like, yo, it went to overtime. Like, what? So, like, all this is happening in the back row of the wedding while the ceremony is going on. And then they miss the field goal, it goes to overtime. Then they lose in overtime. So, like, needless to say, there was a lot of drama at this wedding.
Oh, my God. See, this is why I'm getting married in April. It's going to be fine. Everything's going to be done. Maybe there'll be some baseball on or something, and you don't have to worry about college football. College football weddings, as people know, people talk about this all the time, are the worst because you're dying to watch the game and you're trying to stay involved with the ceremony and all that goes with that.
I think it's fine if it's not like a marquee game. Do you
Yeah.
understand what I'm saying? Because there
yeah.
are other weeks where Tennessee is not playing Georgia, in a big game. And I understand you don't know how, the game's going to go. It could have been a blowout. But, like, still, that was a tough look because there were a ton of Tennessee fans there because we live in Nashville.
Oh, I guess that's true. I didn't think about that. We're going to talk about that later on here on the show. That was a tough loss if you're a Vol. But how about a win and your win on Friday? Actually, win yesterday in the NFL.
Yeah, CeeDee Lamb, the target share god. These are the type of guys that I like to target when it comes to props because they're going to get the looks. CeeDee Lamb continues to get double-digit targets from Dak Prescott. Went over the century mark yet again. And trust me, if you had any props in the Cowboys and Giants game, they probably went over because that was an absolute bananas game as well. So the bet was over 78.5 receiving yards. I don't even know what he finished with because he got this in the fourth quarter and I stopped box score checking, but it was a win.
Well, on Friday, I had no official football bets for the weekend. I got a loss in baseball on Friday. The Dogster got a win. So for the week, you went 5-2. I went 10-7. The Dogster 3-2. Double D's degenerate parlay. Ooh, it was close. Won the first 5 games on his card, lost the final 3, so that goes 5-3. And the show parlay goes 3-2. It is a daily tip here on the BetMGM Network. It is great to have you with us on a Monday, and let's begin with the marquee game yesterday in the National Football League. The Eagles and the Chiefs. It is Philly getting the dub, 20-17. The Eagles were -1. They were -115 on the money line. Total set at 47. The under hits, and early on, it's Saquon.
There's Barkley right side, sprinting through the hole. Saquon Barkley is in. Touchdown, Philadelphia.
Call courtesy of Fox. Eagles go on top 7-0. Barkley, 22 carries, 88 yards and a touchdown. Then in the fourth quarter, Eagles on top 13-10. And guess who else we see?
Hurts shoving his way in. He's in. Touchdown, Philadelphia.
Yep, Jalen Hurts, 101 yards in the air and then 16 yards on the ground. The Eagles defense holds the Chiefs to only 294 yards. And Chelsea, now Patrick Mahomes, for the first time in his NFL career, has a 3-game losing streak. Are we out on the Chiefs now?
I don't know. I think from a betting standpoint, it's now the time to investigate if it's the buy low spot on the Chiefs, because I think it's very easy to look at this and be like, okay, any team that goes 0-2 to start the season in the NFL is up for an uphill climb because we know how difficult it is to make the postseason. But there are still good things that are going on with the Chiefs. Like, I understand it's very easy to look at these games and say, oh, they're washed. No, this looked like a carbon copy of all the games we saw last year, where the Chiefs played in 1,000 one-score games, but the difference is last year, they won all of them. So eventually some regression was bound to happen. And plus, you played against the Super Bowl champs, the team that clearly has your number and beat the brakes off you in the Super Bowl. So as long as you're not playing the Eagles, I do think the Chiefs are still a very, very good team. And plus, think about it. In a few games, they'll get back some of their receivers. So some help is on the way. I know the Chiefs don't look great right now, but I'm not ready to, throw them in the garbage heap.
No, I think I think for me, it's watching the Chiefs go from, and we were talking dynasty, before the Super Bowl last year. Dynasty. And you can certainly make the case that the Chiefs have had somewhat of a dynasty when you look at their run. But I think we were just seeing the Chiefs drop down a little bit is all it is. Because, look, they couldn't continue this forever. Last year, how many games did they just barely win? Like, they would escape in one-score games. I believe they were 10-0. And, yeah, you make your own luck in the National Football League in any level. I totally get that. But if you're in the NFL, that can only be sustainable for so long. You know what I mean? Like, if you're going to play this many teams that close on a regular basis, not everything is going to go your way. Eventually, it's going to go the other way. And this would have felt like a game that last year the Chiefs would have found a way to win. But now some of that luck has run out. And also the Eagles are the dominant team in pro football right now.
Right. And that's the thing. Like, the Eagles aren't giving up a lead. Like, they're probably the worst team you want to face, in the final 2 minutes because they can run the football so effectively. Like, you're basically cooked. So, like, there are other teams in the NFL who are not that great in the final 2 minutes.
Right.
So I think the Chiefs are going to get some wins. And think about how differently the narrative would be today, if that ball doesn't go off Travis Kelce's hand and it isn't intercepted. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it's wild how much a narrative can change off of one play, and how
That's
one
true.
play can, have the butterfly effect of the entire game. So I'm not ready, to say like, oh, well, the Chiefs dynasty is over. We've said this before, and then the Chiefs go on to win a Super Bowl. So I feel like there's going to be some overreaction today. But I will say this. The Eagles still look very, very good. And you don't have to win in dominating fashion every single game in order to be a successful team in the NFL. And it's still a great sign that the Eagles, when they're on top, they can put away a win like nobody's business. They've got that tush-push where you're just like, all right, here it comes. Just give them the first down. So the Eagles still look good as well.
I am not anti-tush-push, but I will say, if the Eagles are going to run this so much, and they clearly are because no one can stop it, the NFL does need to regulate this thing, or at least be aware, because I'm sure you saw that video going around yesterday where they're lined up on the line of scrimmage, and before the ball is snapped, like you've got both of the Eagles guards, like essentially jumping the snap and getting a head start. So, look, full credit to the Eagles because they found something that opposing defenses just cannot find a way to stonewall. But at the same time, if you're going to allow the Eagles to jump off sides on this play and allow the guards to get ahead of the football, then you're making it impossible. Like, you've got to at least make it fair.
I think it's wild to me that even on the broadcast, when they have the rules analyst, like Gene Sarator or whoever, he's like, I don't even know what to say here. Like, it has become so difficult to officiate this play and say, like, what the actual penalty is or what it's not, that, like, even guys who this is their job, they don't know how to officiate. It's crazy.
Well, the one thing they can't do is let the guards jump ahead of the football. Like, I understand the confusion, but ultimately, this is your job, guys, so figure it out. Also, the Eagles, man, 17-1 straight up in their last 18 games overall. I mean, that was essentially my handicap on Friday was, all right, I get these guys on the money line. Let's go for it. But very good game yesterday in Kansas City. Sunday Night Football last night. Double D's Falcons take care of business against the Vikings 22-6. The Falcons getting 3.5. Falcons plus 155 on the money line. Total set at 44 and a hook. The under hits. Sort of a sleepy game, especially in the first half. Falcons up 9-6 at the break. We only get one touchdown in the game, which comes in the fourth.
Second and goal, and Algier walks into the end zone for the game's first touchdown.
That's Mike Tirico on NBC. Algier, 13 carries, 67 yards. But how about Bijan Robinson? Doing most of the work on the ground for Atlanta. 22 carries, 143 yards. And the Falcons defense shuts down J.J. McCarthy. You were just saying this in our discussion about Eagles-Chiefs, which is, isn't it amazing how one play or one quarter can change a narrative? I mean, coming out of that game last week, everyone thought J.J. McCarthy, oh my God, did you see that second half? Yes, great. And also nothing doing last night against Atlanta.
Yeah, we know from betting is that you can't take too much analysis off of a small sample size. It just doesn't logically make sense. So when you see a guy have one good quarter in the National Football League, you can't be like, oh, well, he's the next Tom Brady. Listen, there's only one Tom Brady, and he's not in the league anymore. He's on the booth now. But looking in this game, like J.J. McCarthy looked his age in this one. He looked like a young quarterback. Yeah. And for the Falcons, I feel like watching this game, and you saw like the first few plays, you're like, oh my God, this offense is a juggernaut. Nobody can stop Bijan. And then they get inside the red zone, and they just turn into, a puddle of pee, I was trying to think of something I could say on air. But like, you get what I'm saying is that, in the middle of the field, this Falcons offense was actually feasting, and then finally they figured out, hey, maybe we should just continue to give it to Bijan, because in the first half, they didn't figure that out until later. And it did feel like the appropriate usage of that meme where it's like the Lamborghini in the carport. Like, you have Bijan Robinson, use him. So at least the Falcons finally figured that out. The defense looked amazing. Maybe this is the year where the Falcons turn a corner, because I saw somebody tweet this, and I used to work in Georgia, so I follow a lot of Falcons fans as well. They said the Falcons aren't allowed to have a good kicking game, defense and offense at the same time. Like, something has to go wrong, but the kicker made all of his field goals. The defense looked good, and they finally started scoring when they got to the red zone other than just field goals. So what a nice win for the Falcons.
Yeah, this is huge. I've learned a little bit more about the Falcons as we've gotten into this season. And look, I mean, it's difficult to go into the weeds with every single NFL team, but I feel like the Falcons have quietly done a really good job of building that team. And the thing about their offense in particular is that it feels like Michael Penix Jr. has been around forever, because he has, like, he's 38 years old or something, but he's played less than a full season in the National Football. It feels like he's been playing for a long time, because he's sort of been in the conversation for a while, when at Washington last year when he finally got the nod over Kirk Cousins, but he can still get a whole bunch better. And when you look at that Falcons offensive line, that's one of the reasons why, not just in this game, they're going to be able to run the ball throughout the season, because that O-line is one of the best in the game. And if Penix comes along like they think he's going to come along as well, then this Falcons team could be one of the surprise teams here. This is a very good win last night.
Yeah, especially against a good defense, because isn't that one of the hallmarks of Minnesota is they're supposed to have a really tough defense, especially for young quarterbacks going against them. So this was a good win for the Falcons. On the other end, what do we make of the Vikings? Because I think J.J. McCarthy definitely, again, showed his age last night. I think it kind of takes away the top-end potential for me. Like, maybe he can get better. Because, again, we're sitting September 15th. There's still plenty of time left in the season for him to improve. But, like, he made some costly mistakes. And it felt like every time I looked up, he was getting sacked. And not just, sacked, but, like, pummeled. Like, as a mom, I felt, like, worried for both quarterbacks. Because I will say there were a ton of, big defensive plays in this game. I feel like the Falcons, I think, had 5 sacks in this game.
6?
So J.J. McCarthy is 6. J.J. McCarthy is going to have to find a way to get rid of the ball earlier or get faster, or else he might be hurt by the end of the season.
Yeah, McCarthy, 158 yards, 2 picks, 6 sacks. This is why when everyone was, not everyone, but a lot of people were hot on the Vikings before the season. And look, McCarthy may end up being just fine. Who knows? But I'm like, how in the world are you going to put all of your hopes on this one team or back this one team when you've got a guy who hasn't played a down in the regular season in the most difficult position you could be in? The most difficult position in all of sports is quarterback in the National Football League. So you're going to put your money on a team with a guy who hasn't played a snap in the regular season? Like, he could be just fine, but he's going to have growing pains like almost every other rookie ever. So I just didn't get that.
Well, especially in the NFC North, where you have 2 very veteran quarterbacks.
Right.
And Jared Goff, who, they put up a 50-some spot, yesterday on the Bears. And then you have the Packers, who look amazing and just got Micah Parsons. So I think, as much as I think the Vikings are going to improve, I don't think the NFC North is theirs this year.
Nah, it just doesn't feel that way. Well, coming up next year on the show, forget trying to win the Heisman. Arch Manning, my guy, just trying to complete a pass. What is wrong with the Texas quarterback? Woof. We're going to talk about that and the latest injury to Joe Burrow. It's coming up next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
In 20 minutes, the crew hands out their MVPs from the weekend in sports here on the Daily Tip, sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Hope you're having a great morning. Michael Jenkins, she is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show, why both the Bengals and Longhorns have a Texas-sized problem on their hands. God, I woke up this morning. We're working from home today. And I don't know if it was our condo door or the people next to us, because we live in a small building. And this is not, some place you can just access from the outdoor. You have to go inside a door, which is the building door, and then come inside, and then there's our regular condos. And somebody was knocking on one of our doors at like 4:15 this morning. And I'm like, who has access? Who is knocking on a door this early? So I went into the kitchen and I grabbed a knife and I'm like, I'm going to go find out what's up. And so I went outdoors and I was kind of looking around. I didn't see anybody. Everything's fine. Maybe it was a ghost. Maybe I heard something. I don't know. But I 1,000% heard a knock. And that's how I started my morning.
Fun. So maybe somebody was knocking and they got let in. Was it because it wasn't your actual door, right? It could have been to go to somebody else's condo.
It's true. It's true. I mean, I think it was either ours or the door next to ours, because once you come in, you go up this flight of steps and it's just us and another unit. So to hear a knock that loudly, maybe it was just next door. It's just weird to hear someone arriving. If someone's arriving or knocking on a door at like 4:15, you're like, should you be in here or not? So maybe it was fine.
Yeah, maybe. And think about it. People probably hear you sometimes rustling around. They're like, what is somebody doing at 3:45 in the morning? And you're like, well, it's for my job. It's not for a nefarious reason. I'm literally going to work. So maybe there is a perfectly good explanation.
God, I hope so. Could be that ghost. Haven't heard from the ghost in a while. It's been a few years. Maybe he's just messing with me this morning,
That time of year.
It's that time. It's ghost time, guys. It's ghost season. That's probably nothing. Sometimes you build something in your mind, you build it up. You're like, it was probably just a friend arriving early in the morning or something. Who knows? But everybody's safe. Everybody's good to go. No one is injured except for Joe Burrow. He is injured. Okay. So, God, again.
That time of year.
It is that time of year. I'm telling you. So yesterday, first half against the Jags, he ends up leaving the game with a toe injury. So it's now confirmed it is a turf toe with some potential ligament damage. And man, if you've ever talked to an athlete, covered an athlete who's dealing with turf toe, this takes forever to get over, right? So the Bengals got the dub yesterday, but now it looks like, according to Adam Schefter, that if Joey B needs surgery, he's going to be out for at least 3 months. Jake Browning stepped in yesterday, did a nice job, workmanlike job, 2 touchdowns, 3 picks. But this is another devastating blow for the Bengals. By the way, 2-0 for the first time in 7 years. They wanted to get off to a good start this season. They finally do. It's been one of those things hanging over their heads. They haven't been able to do it. They finally do it, and then Joe Burrow's out. So, look, the season is not over, but this is obviously just a massive setback.
Yeah, it feels like that meme. And I understand I'm chronically online, but the one with, I think it's the Avengers, and it's like, you will get this. You will get to 2-0 and finally start a season on the right foot. But what will it cost you? Everything. And it shows Joe Burrow sitting there on the floor, writhing in pain. But it sucks for the Bengals because from a football fan standpoint, this is not what you want to see. Every single year, it feels like the Bengals are squandering Joe Burrow. And once again, we sit here and we're like, how many years of Joe Burrow's prime are we forced to forego? And I understand you can't control all the injuries. That's how sports work. And we see plenty of athletes kind of go down this road. Guys like Derrick Rose, where you're like, what could have been? But this stinks. And again, you point at the offensive line. You're like, you guys could have been better, right? Protect Joe Burrow at all costs. But from a betting standpoint, I'm out on the Bengals then. Unless he comes back, because here's the thing. Joe Burrow is worth more to the Bengals than I think just about any other quarterback.
Yeah.
True or false?
Oh, well, I was going to say Lamar. Josh Allen. I don't know. I feel like Josh Allen is right there.
Yeah.
But Yeah, I mean, he's the guy that makes that work. I would probably lean Josh Allen just because at least if you're Cincinnati, you have a guy like Jamar Chase or T. Higgins, like you have the receivers where a lot of times it's hero ball for the Bills. But Joe Burrow's certainly right there. I mean, he is that Cincinnati offense. He's the one that makes it run. What should Cincinnati do at quarterback? Do they do anything? Do they just roll with Jake Browning? He's been in this situation before because Joe Burrow had that wrist injury in 2023. And then Browning stepped in, went 4-3. So he's been in this position before. Is this what they do? Do they just roll with Browning and say, all right, just hold it down until Joey gets back?
Yeah, I mean, that's their only option right now. Like, I don't think they're going to go out and get a quarterback because I think Jake Browning is a serviceable backup quarterback. I think the question is, like, when is Joe Burrow coming back? Would he be back for this season? Like, I was doing the mental math this morning. I was like, okay, 3 months. So he's probably not going to be available this season. Like if it is a surgery that he has to get, because that's the problem for me. Even if the Bengals finish the season with 10 wins or have this great regular season, I don't trust them in the postseason because with Joe Burrow, you have the leg up on all these amazing quarterbacks in the AFC. Joe Burrow gives you the ability to hang with those type of guys. Lamar, Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, and plus looking at the Chiefs, I know they're not looking great right now, but if it is the Chiefs in the AFC Championship game, it feels like our only hope is the Bengals because that's been the only team that's been able to dethrone Patrick Mahomes and company. So if you take Joe Burrow out of the mix, like maybe the Bengals would be a great regular season team, but the high-end potential for me is gone.
I mean, I think if you're Cincy, you have to, first of all, you got to figure out exactly what is going on with his toe and look at the potential rehab and sort of timeline it. But you just got to get in the postseason. Like, you got to get in the postseason and hope that the timeline works out where Joe Burrow can return in time for the playoffs, which is plausible. Like, it can absolutely happen. Yeah. The question is, can Jake Browning get you there? Yeah. I will say this. It helps that they're off to a 2-0 start, especially now that Browning is coming in. And he is familiar with that offense because he's been a part of that franchise for so long now. So I think you just stay the course and say, hey, we just got to keep our head above water. We make the postseason, and hopefully Joe Burrow can come back in time for the playoffs. I think worst case scenario is they go in there, they do the surgery, and then you realize, hey, this is going to take longer than we thought. And also, if you're Cincinnati, you don't want to push it. You know what I mean? Like, you don't want to get to the playoffs and say, you know what, Joe can go. It's a little dicey, but he can go. And then get in there, and all of a sudden there's a re-injury because he's not fully healed, and then he ends up missing, more time in the offseason than he should. Could be something more serious. You have to be very delicate in how you deal with this situation.
Oh, absolutely, because he's the face of your franchise. And he's also, like, from just an NFL fan standpoint, like, he's one of the premier quarterbacks. And it just goes back to the thing where there are so many good quarterbacks in the AFC right now where I'm looking at some of these guys, and I don't want to say time is running out, but it's just, like, wild to me because we always say he's too good of a quarterback not to win a Super Bowl, right? But, like, only one guy can win a Super Bowl per year. And I'm looking now, Joe Burrow's 28. Man, I understand quarterbacks can play for longer these days, but like with that offensive line, I don't know if he's going to have, the longevity that Tom Brady had simply because, he doesn't have the same offensive line and it feels like he's getting hurt all the time.
Oh, remember his rookie season, he was out and tore up his knee, I believe. And then the wrist injury and now this. So, man, football will take a toll on you, especially if you're a quarterback. But I think that's a really good point, which is, if you're Tom, you had the benefit of not being banged up nearly that much. And so by virtue of that, you can last longer in the NFL. But I think that's one of those things that I can't believe is that we're going to look back at this time and say, wow, we had incredible quarterback play. But there's going to be a Hall of Fame quarterback who goes into the Hall without a ring. There's just no doubt about it because Mahomes has dominated so much. You've got Josh, MVP. You've got Lamar, MVP. You've got Joe Burrow, who could have won the MVP last season. He's on track to become a gold jacketer. So, I mean, you're right. One of those guys, if not more than one, is going to have accomplished everything but winning the big game.
And we haven't even, thrown in the NFC. That's just the AFC. And right now it feels like the AFC has the better quarterbacks, but the NFC has the better overall teams. So, as much as we want to say, like, it's a quarterback league, some of these teams on the other side of the coin are the better overall teams, and we've seen it. That's what wins Super Bowls.
Well, let's keep talking about quarterbacks now and what is going on down in Austin. So over the weekend, Longhorns took care of business against UTEP, 27-10. UTEP was a 40.5-point dog. They covered that number. Under hits, total set of 52 and a hook, if you're curious. But things did not go well for Arch Manning.
That one could have been picked off, deflected at the line of scrimmage. And this offense will head back to the bench, and Texas will have to punt it away.
Yeah, Arch getting booed in Austin after 10 consecutive incompletions. In 3 games, he's thrown for 579 yards, 6 touchdowns, 3 picks. Longhorns still 7-1 now to win the national title, 3-1 to win the SEC. Arch has fallen back 30-1 to win the Heisman Trophy. What in the world is going on with Arch Manning? Because everyone in Austin, Longhorn fans, are mystified. This has come out of nowhere.
Yeah, it feels like it's like a version of Freaky Friday where like somebody has switched his body or something, because he doesn't look like the same quarterback. The quarterback that we were led to believe, was a quarterback that was so good the NFL teams would be tanking for him. Now he's struggling against UTEP, because I will be the first to say that it's very easy for people to overreact to like bad performances against really good defenses. And I think that's what we thought the first week of the season. We said, okay, going on the road for your first start of the season against a very stout Ohio State team is not an easy challenge for anybody.
Mm-hmm.
But when he's struggling against UTEP and some of these other teams, we thought he would be padding his stats right now. We thought he would be building back his Heisman campaign. But instead, he's looking like he shouldn't even be the starter. Like, how much leeway do you give Arch here? Because I think because of his last name, people will give him more chances than any other quarterback, that would be put in this position. Because if it was another quarterback, people would be like, all right, get him out there and put somebody else in.
Yeah.
But because they have so much stock invested in Arch Manning, like, I don't know how much they're paying him, but also, like, you believe the potential is there. So, Jenks, at what point do you turn away from being an Arch Manning stan and start to say, okay, it's time to start cutting my losses?
Well, it's the thing is that we have proof that Arch is a great quarterback. Like, this isn't his first year getting college action. He started 2 games last year. Like, last year against Mississippi State, 26 of 31, 324 yards, 2 touchdowns, rushed for 33 yards and a touchdown. That's an SEC game. Mm-hmm. So it's not like this is his first every year as a full-time college starter. It's not the first time he's faced competition, and this isn't even strong competition. Like, the reason why everyone was so excited is because he had balled out, because he looked so good, because his mechanics were incredible, because he could run, because he saw the entire field, because he could throw the deep ball. And all of that has just fallen off. Like, he's regressing. And the thing that Texas fans are mystified about, that I'm mystified about, that people who cover the program are mystified about, is that we haven't even seen this in practice. Like, during scrimmages, there's been no inkling whatsoever that we were going to see this. He's looked awesome, just like he did last year. But for some reason, I think he's just in his head. Like, I don't know if it's the pressure. I don't know if it's the weight. But he's throwing sidearm passes. Like, your mechanics are faltering. You don't do that ever. You've never done that before. There will be guys wide open in front of him. Wide open. He'll throw it in the dirt. And so it's really strange. We're not talking about I understand that he had these outsized expectations, and it was like, man, anything less than 4 touchdowns a game, it's going to be your disappointment. Here, I'm talking about basic 10-yard completions. Just a sideline pass, something out in the flat, and right now he can't do it. We know he has the tools. He's 6'4", 225 pounds. He's done it before, but right now it feels completely mental. That's the way it looks.
Yeah, to borrow like a baseball term, and I don't even like saying this word out loud because baseball players are so superstitious. It looks like the yips.
Yep.
Does it not? Like, this
does.
is exactly what it looks like when a pitcher has such a mental block that they cannot throw it to first base. And we have seen this. I think it was like John Lester used to like do it underhand because he was so nervous about throwing the ball to first base. So I don't know if you need to bring in a sports psychologist, but that's what it feels like, right? Because he even said this after the game. I am not somebody who is usually not an accurate passer. Like, I'm usually a very accurate passer. Like, that is a skill that I know that I have. So clearly it's in his dome.
Yeah, it is. And I mean, I can't imagine. I think especially now in this age, social media, and you have the last name Manning, there comes a lot of benefit with that. But when things don't go well, then you have to deal with a pressure cooker that you're probably just not prepared for. Coming up next here on the show, well, one of the best performances of the weekend, and listen to Brian Kelly get red in the face. That's coming up next on the Daily Tip. It is here on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Hope you're having a great morning. Coming up, we decide who deserves the award for Monday MVP, and each of us will cast our votes. Before we get to that, let's check in down in Baton Rouge, since we were talking college football in the previous segment, and Arch Manning. So LSU, as we know, beat Florida on Saturday night, 20-10. And when it was over, Brian Kelly, Tigers head coach, steps to the podium. First question he was asked, he was not pleased with it.
Stop. Really? Is that the first question? We won the game 20-10. Try another question. What do you want me to tell you? I just laid it out for you. We played the game to win the game. We played the game to win the game.
All right. How about third down then? What is going on with third down?
It's one game. Last game, we were great on third down. You're looking at this from the wrong perspective. LSU won the football game. Won the game. I don't know what you want from me. What do you want? You want us to win 70-0 against Florida to keep you happy?
No, I think people want to know why you can't run the ball, quite honestly.
We can run the ball. Did you see the last play of the game? That's all you need. You just need one. There's ridiculous questions. And I'm getting tired of it. That football team just worked their tail off to get an SEC win, and you want to know what's wrong. You know what? You're spoiled. You're spoiled. This team is 17-1 at night. 17-1. Give them some respect. How about that? Give them some respect instead of micro-analyzing every little thing. This is ridiculous. For a group of seasoned reporters, that kind of question is so out of line.
That's from WBRZ2 Sports. I don't think the question was out of line, but I certainly think that we talk about this all the time. If you're talking to a coach or a player, you don't lead with this question. This is something late in the press conference. If you're curious about third downs, you don't watch LSU get an SEC dub at night. They win by 10. Of course, not everything's perfect ever, and then ask about third downs, your first question out of the box. So I have to say, I understand why Brian Kelly was frustrated here.
Yeah, it's a cold day in hell, because I actually agree with Brian Kelly here.
I know.
Because listen, this guy didn't only double down, he tripled down. Like, he kept going after Brian Kelly. He's like, well, then how come you couldn't run the ball? Like,
You doing?
Like, the guy just won a game. I think Brian Kelly certainly has something to stand on here, because you open the press conference by saying, hey, great win. How did it feel? You do the softballs. And then 5 questions later, maybe you get into the minutia. Maybe you start nitpicking is the word that I think Brian Kelly was looking for there. But I also think that if you're somebody who plays on LSU, if you're one of the players and you see this, I think this is a rallying moment. You know, where you're like, hey, our coach is sticking up for us. It's nice to see some fire for our head coach and demanding some respect to be put on our name. So I am not somebody who finds Brian Kelly ever likable or relatable, but in this moment, he was both of those things.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I mean, it's always funny to see Brian Kelly just like lose it. Like, he always looks like he's about one question away from losing it. But I understand this is one game. It's an SEC game, and say what you want to about Florida. I mean, from a numbers perspective, they covered the number. Like, what do you want? It's still an SEC battle, and I don't like what, you know, if you gambled on your team, you won. So I get it where you're saying, like, dude, we got a dub. We continue to play well. And the first question, I mean, the fact that the reporter continued to ask, like, at the end, if he had said something like, so still no answer about third down, right? I mean, Brian Kelly probably would have like started swinging. Like, are you serious? Like, at that point, just take a step back, man. I don't know what was going on. But LSU looks really good right now. And throughout the season, there are always going to be things upon which you have to improve. You know, that's just the way it goes. I mean, no team just has it all figured out early. You never really figure everything out. But, I mean, as much as it must be a pressure cooker living in that bubble and knowing that everyone expects you to win every week and going into this season with the pressure to win the season opener, and they finally got that dub. It's like, man, we're undefeated right now, okay? We're undefeated. Mm-hmm. We beat Clemson. We got an SEC dub. Why are you asking me about third down? I kind of get it.
Yeah, and especially, like, you want to protect your guys as well because, like, do you really want the headline coming after this game that your players are going to see and people are tagging them on social medias, LSU can't run the ball, major problems in Baton Rouge? No! Like, how about some positivity? You know, for a team that we knew that this was going to be, you know, a big season for Brian Kelly because he does appear to have all the pieces this year. But winning in the SEC is extremely tough. And listen, like, you're not going to beat people 70-0. You're just not, unless you're like the Detroit Lions playing the Bears. But it's just one of those things where he is right here, and I do think that he responded to this correctly, and they can use this as bulletin board material. If they're not there to, like, you know, thump the other team, they're there to prove their own beat writers wrong.
Yep. You're absolutely right about that. Oh, well, all right. Brian Kelly, maybe the award for coaching MVP, but on the field, let's pick a winner of the weekend.
Here are your nominees for Monday MVP.
I'm so mad because I picked my MVP yesterday and I didn't put it in the rundown. I just got absent-minded, and it's the same one as Double D's. So I had to switch it up this morning. And I'm going with Jared Goff, quarterback of the Lions.
We're down at 8. Goff going deep. Williams, touchdown!
We were just talking about this last week. One of the questions posed on this show, called courtesy of Fox, by the way, is, hey, is Jared Goff a good quarterback without a stellar offensive coordinator? And what does he do? Game 2 without Ben Johnson, career high, 5 touchdowns, no picks. Lions rack up more than 500 yards of total offense against a good Bears defense. So he was balling yesterday. Jared Goff, MVP.
Ooh, in the NFL. All right, so I'm going to the college ranks for my MVP Monday candidate today. Jenks, I know you're going to love this, but it is a Texas A&M guy. But listen, one of the wildest games over the weekend belonged to Texas A&M. And so for me, my nomination is Marcel Reed.
4th in the game. Reed, rush comes. Reed pumps, fires. It is caught. Nate Borkacher brings it in.
What a massive play to seal the game for Texas A&M in a huge, massive road win over number 8 Notre Dame. And for me, I like to pick MVP candidates that also have like a narrative attached to them because, you know, it's great to have a performance in a single game that looks really good on the stat sheet. But I think it's different when it changes a narrative because, Jenks, you know this more than anybody. Texas A&M in these huge moments has crumbled most of the time over the last 10 years or so. In fact, you know, they've had one 10-win season since 1998, and that's been back when Johnny Manziel was running things, you know, in College Station. And so I feel like this is a game that Texas A&M needed mentally to get over the hump, you know. So I think as a program, this was a massive win, and Marcel Reed was the guy to lead them to the promised land, at least in this game. So I'm going to go Marcel Reed.
All right. I'm going to go with Aiden Burr, kicker, Georgia Tech.
On this from 55. The snap is off. It is on the way. It's got the distance.
Aiden Burr hits career-long 55-yard kick to beat number 12 Clemson in the final seconds, breaking Clemson's 9-game winning streak against Georgia Tech.
Nice. Then what do you got?
Yeah.
I'm going back to the NFL. I'm going with Jamar Chase. We talked about Joe Burrow getting hurt, and the Bengals did exactly what they should when their quarterback goes down. You get the backup in, throw to number 1, and good things are going to happen. 14 catches, 165 yards, and a touchdown en route to them beating the Jacksonville Jaguars and coming back against the Jacksonville Jaguars. So I'm going with Jamar Chase.
Ooh.
I feel like we had a lot of great fantasy performers in the NFL. Like, I was looking at the slate in the first window because we had like 15 games in the first window, it felt like. And we had, I think, 8 of the 9 games, at least one team scored 30 points. Like, we had a bunch of scoring and we had a bunch of crooked numbers. Like, how many yards did Russell Wilson throw for? 450 yards? If the Giants would have won the game over the Cowboys, he would have been my MVP.
I mean, that Cowboys-Giants game was awesome, by the way. Like, it started off, you didn't know it was going to go down, and then all of a sudden it just turned into an absolute banger. I have to say, good call on Aiden Burr, Double D. Man, I had him in. And the fact that he hit that field goal after they did the whole fire drill, under 20 seconds to play, and then, the offense runs off the field, the special teams unit runs on the field, and then to line up in that moment. I didn't realize they had been practicing that play at Georgia Tech, but there's no way they practiced that with the guy getting ready to kick a 55-yard field goal. You know what I mean? So I kind of love that.
Oh, yeah. That to me was maybe my favorite game of the weekend, although there were great games all weekend long. But yeah, watching Debo just go, uh-oh, was fun. It's fun.
Yeah, I can't wait to. That's a guy I want to hear from. I can't wait to hear his press conference over the next few weeks or this week, because Dabo's going to have some absolute jewels after this start to the season. It's coming.
He was built in the name, image, and likeness of Jesus Christ, but I think Jesus had more wins. So we'll see, if Dabo can right the ship. But, yeah, we had some great games, Jenks. College football was wild over the weekend, and I was going to that wedding, so, I was trying to box score check a lot of things. But, again, everybody's watching the Tennessee game. Tell you what, not the MVP of the weekend. What were they up, 21-7? Oh,
yeah.
My God.
Yeah. They scored on their first 3 possessions. And we're going to talk about this game. I mean, it was unbelievable. That was probably, I was going to say game of the weekend, probably the game of the weekend. But, man, we had so many great finishes. You could make a debate for a lot of different games. You could make a debate for Clemson, Georgia Tech. You could make a debate for, or make a case for Texas A&M and Notre Dame. This is why we love this time of year, because you get into, you really get into the season, and then it's just, you'll have a weekend like this where it's just so many great games, and it's hard to pick one that was the best. And we're going to do that next. Huge upsets in the sport over the weekend. Which ones mattered the most? That's coming up next on the Daily Tip. Hour 2 on the way on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker? And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, oh, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legend.
Wait for it.
Dairy. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Rise and shine, people. We have so much to talk about on a Monday, September 15th here on the show. We'll start with the chaos that was college football over the weekend, ranking the biggest upsets and which ones mattered the most. At 7:20, we go on to our best bets for the Monday Night Football doubleheader. I got a ton of prop bets that I'm going to throw your way. Then at 7:40, it's Overreaction Monday. We're going to hear some wild narratives coming out of Week 2 in the NFL, which takes are warranted and which ones should be stiff-armed. It's all next on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM. All right, Jenks. So I know that you were busy locked into the Texas and UTEP game, but we had some massive games in college football over the weekend. And I understand that maybe you're a little sad about Arch Manning and some of the throws that he did not make. But some of these other fans, had a tough weekend as well, where as much as we love like the thrilling finishes, there is also a loser attached to those games as well. So let's start with like the two major upsets. So Georgia Tech beat number 12 Clemson 24-21, and then we had Texas A&M going on the road and upsetting Notre Dame 41-40. So let me ask you this: of these two teams that lost over the weekend, which one is in the worst position now? Like, if you're looking at Notre Dame, who is 0-2 for the first time since 2022, and obviously they just played in the national championship last year, even though they lost, still a disappointing start to say the least. Then you look at Clemson, now 1-2, a team that a lot of people like to win the national championship this year. A lot of people liked Cade Klubnik, including me, to win the Heisman. Only win this year has been over Troy. So which of these teams are you still willing to have some faith in?
I mean, maybe Notre Dame, I guess, just because they played some very good teams, right? You lose to Miami, you lose to Texas A&M at the buzzer essentially, or as time is running out. There was a penalty on that play that was not called, but anyway, that's neither here nor there. I think Clemson is the one that I believe in the least, just because what have they done? They lost to LSU, they lost to Georgia Tech, and when you lose they look bad against Troy, had to come back from like 16 down in that game. So when you lose on the road, I know it's unranked team, and you've struggled already relative to their expectations. I think that's what gets to me, right? Because weren't we all talking about Clemson as being maybe not a dark horse, but certainly one of the favorites to win a national title? This is Klubnik coming back. Great, on both lines, particularly on the defensive line. Dabo finally using the portal. And so there was so much Clemson talk before the season, and now it just looks like a team that isn't nearly what we thought it was going to be.
I think it's more upsetting for Clemson because they look like the team that was ready to go from the start just because they had so much experience. Like, this is a team that you looked at in the preseason. You said, okay, Cade Klubnik's been there a while. He has plenty of experience. This should be a good team from the jump. Meanwhile, you look at Notre Dame, and they lost some big pieces. Hell, they didn't even name C.J. Carr the starter until, a week before the season started? So I think we looked at this team. We knew that maybe it wasn't going to be the fastest start. And also the fact that they lost these games by a combined, 4 points? They lost to Texas A&M 41-40, lost to Miami 27-24. And I will say this for both teams. I think in college football, if you're going to lose games, do it at the first of the year. Because we've seen this every year. When the college football committee, if they want a team in, it's very easy to look at the start of the season and be like, oh, well, that was months ago. This team's way better now. And here's the thing with Notre Dame, is that I feel like they will get the gentle nudge from the committee, if it's neck and neck between Notre Dame and another team that also has to play in a conference championship game, which Notre Dame does not. But on the flip side for Clemson, they are only 0-1 in conference play. Like, the ACC is far from being decided. So, I mean, there's still plenty of time for Clemson to rebound and still possibly win the ACC. Because if they win the ACC championship, they're in. So I don't think the season is over for either of these teams. Because, again, the College Football Playoff Committee can spin things a lot of ways, and it is still September.
Oh, well, yes, absolutely. I mean, who knows what's going to happen? Notre Dame being ranked still at 0-2 is sort of crazy. It's the first time that's happened since 1988. But also, they don't really play anyone else. So if they run through the rest of their season, I'm like you. I feel like they'll give the Irish the benefit. Like, they'll go on this run now because they're good enough to do it. And C.J. Carr will continue to improve. And then they'll run off all these wins. If they're already in the top 25, they'll continue to be ranked. And then by the end of the season, it'll be like, they've won a lot of games. They had a couple tough losses to ranked teams. And then maybe they slide their way in. So I think they're probably going to be that team. If you're looking at maybe someone like Clemson or something, that is probably has the better chance to slide in at the end of the season.
I think at this point, how much do the rankings matter to you? Because I think the veneer has been cast aside at this point. When you have some of these stories coming out where, the voters don't care about the ratings. And also, you see some of these teams that are in the top 25 and you're like, what? What are we doing with this ranking? And, especially these teams that don't have the pedigree. I feel like if Alabama did what Vanderbilt has done this year, or even Georgia Tech, they would be ranked much higher, but it's because, it's Georgia Tech, it's Vanderbilt. They don't get the slight, this is a good team because we have innate trust in them.
Right. No, very true. I'm trying to look at this slate and figure out who I trust, but I'll tell you one thing. When you mention Vanderbilt, Vanderbilt is no joke. They're going to be a real problem.
Right.
I was looking at the SEC schedule for Texas before the year, and I was like, okay, Vandy, that's probably a win. I'm like, I don't know now. Pavia is just you could run him over with a steamroller, and he'll get up and be like, all right, let's go. He's unbelievable. They're so well coached. And the fact that they just absolutely destroyed a really good South Carolina team that I was pretty high on before the season tells you a lot. Vandy is going to be a tough out for everyone.
I think they're going to be maybe the South Carolina of this year. Where, remember, South Carolina looked tough last year. And they finished 9-3 and they still didn't get in. That's the difficult part for some of these teams that don't have the pedigree. Because it just feels like it's assumed that they don't belong in unless they prove it. Especially in the SEC where they're already going to have several teams that are vying for these bids. So I think that's the challenging part for Vanderbilt is that they're going to have to be so good that people can't ignore them.
Yeah, and I think they might just do it. They might just end up forcing people to pay attention. Especially, look, if you play in a Power 4 conference and you keep winning ball games, even if you're not a blue blood or even if you're not a name, if you will, eventually people will have to start paying attention. Voters will pay attention. And then there'll be one of those teams where in a few weeks we're talking about, is this the surprise team in college football this year, especially the SEC?
Yeah. So what's the thermometer read on South Carolina now? Because this was a team that I was kind of high on to start the season. But it's interesting because we had a bunch of national college football writers on the show. And several of them had their concerns about South Carolina. Not necessarily Lenora Sellers, but the pieces around him. So when they come off a loss of 31-7 to Vanderbilt, and I'm not saying that with sarcasm, to Vanderbilt. No, we just said Vanderbilt's a good team. But do you believe in South Carolina now? Again, I think they're one of those teams that almost had to be perfect to get the attention and the respect of people. Now you already have a loss on the season. Is it over for South Carolina September?
I mean, it's not over. I mean, I think two things here.
Right.
Whenever you play in a conference this good, I mean, arguably the best conference in the country, then all you got to do is win. All you have to do is win. If you're not in one of those Power 4 conferences, just winning sometimes isn't enough. You can't afford a single loss. But now, as we see the playoffs slowly getting expanded now, it's going to continue to expand, whatever. But which is what the SEC wants, right? Which is why they're one of the ones trying to push for a larger playoff because they don't want their teams to be punished for losing a game or two during conference play, and they want as many teams as possible to make the playoff. We're not there yet where it's completely expanded, but certainly if you're South Carolina, if you win games, I think they'll be just fine. But also, I think this Vanderbilt loss is going to look better at the end of the season. Like right now, you're like, oh my God, they lost to Vanderbilt. I think the Commodores are the real deal and a team that people should be paying attention to. So I think they're going to get better as the season goes on. And you'll look back and say, oh, that loss wasn't so bad. Just like you can look back and say, oh, that win wasn't as great as we thought it was at the time. You can also look back and say, that wasn't nearly the loss that we thought it was. And I think that's going to be the case for the Gamecocks.
Well, remember when Alabama lost to Vanderbilt and like still people were like making a case for them. So like it's wild the like mental gymnastics that people do depending on the team that you are arguing for. But I will say this, like I think that South Carolina, they have enough marquee games still left on the schedule that they can certainly prove themselves. You know, you look at the schedule and any SEC schedule is tough, but they go on the road to LSU, who is up to number 3 in the polls, I believe. Maybe that Alabama game is not going to be as much of a statement win. If they win it at home, we'll see if Alabama turns some people's opinions, because obviously they look good over the weekend. Then they have a game against Oklahoma, who's looked really good. Ole Miss, who's in the top 15. Texas A&M. That is a road game, and Texas A&M just knocked off number 8 Notre Dame. And then you end the season against Clemson. So I feel like that game at the end of the year can always prove something, because Clemson is usually in, you know, the conversation as well. So if South Carolina does win out, they have plenty of chances to win big statement games.
Oh yeah, and that's which is exactly the point, right? Like you can't you can't let a loss like this like derail your season, especially in conference, because it's just too competitive. I think that's one of the reasons why we saw Brian Kelly it's the one thing he didn't say, but I think it was sort of implied. He's like, dude, we just won an SEC game against, look, say what you want to about Florida. We just won an SEC game. Do you know how hard it is to win in this conference? I'm not worried about third downs right now. Like we just won a game in conference. I mean, look at Clemson or any other conference. It's just tough to win conference play. You know, I know we have kind of a top heavy set of teams in college football, but we still see a lot of parity as well. And so, you know, if you're a South Carolina, or if you're I don't want to say Clemson. I'm really down on Clemson, but I certainly don't think it's over for the Gamecocks based on their schedule. It's, if you're the head coach, if you're Shane Beamer, you just say, look, guys, this is a tough loss for us, but if we keep winning, we're going to be just fine.
Speaking of tough losses, I feel like not many stung as bad as Tennessee's loss over the weekend. So Tennessee was in an absolute barn burner with Georgia over the weekend, and at the first, things were looking great for the Vols. They jumped out to an early lead. The scripted plays that Josh Heupel laid out in the first quarter looked amazing, but then the wheels fell off for the Vols. I was watching this game at a wedding. We all had our phones pulled up, and we were watching this, and most people turned off. They're like, oh, there's no way that Tennessee loses this game, right? But then they have a field goal to win it. They miss the field goal. It goes to overtime, and Georgia takes care of business in overtime. 44-41 final score. Tennessee does cover the 3.5. I will say that. But Jenks, let me ask you, was this a bigger win for Georgia or more of a Tennessee lost this game type of situation?
Oh, man. God, that's a tough one. I feel like Tennessee had this bad boy. You know, I feel like this is going to be more devastating for them because it was right there. I mean, it was just early on, man. It looked like it might be a blowout. And then I kind of pumped the brakes because I was like, hey, it's still Georgia. Let's not act like Georgia's going to get run here. But it kind of looked that way with the way that offense was humming for Tennessee. But I think to, you know, have a lead like that and to let Georgia kind of hang around, and then that fourth down play where Gunnar Stockton found Lennon Humphreys on that fade, and that just felt like, oh my, like for that to come home and then the 2-point conversion, then that just shifted the entire momentum of that game. And so you can't let a team like Georgia hang around and get conservative. You have to play the way that you start the game. I understand you have to be smart with clock management and things like that, but if you get away from what made you successful in the first place, then you sort of lose your identity a little bit, and allows other teams, especially great teams like the Dogs, you know, hang around and then pull off the win.
Yeah, Kirby Smart's great at making adjustments. And I think maybe this is the knock on Josh Heupel, is that he is an offensive mind, and he's very good at drawing up a game plan and scripting a drive, you know, to start the game. Like, this is why betting on Tennessee in the first quarter has been a really profitable bet over the last few years. But I think if there is a silver lining in this game for Tennessee, is that Joey Aguilar looked really good in this game. Maybe the stats don't pop off the page as much as you'd like. 24 of 36, 371 yards, 4 touchdowns, 2 picks. But he does feel like an upgrade over Nico. Like, this was a big game for him because we had only seen him against, lesser competition. But this was good defense. He looked good.
Oh, my God. And I didn't know because coming into this game, like he had, I don't want to say padded his stats, but they hadn't played anybody. But for him to do this against Georgia proves like this guy's no joke. He can play.
Right. So Tennessee certainly has the manpower. We'll see if they can finish out games in the rest of the season. Coming up next, a double dip on Monday night. Our plays for Bucks Texans and Chargers Raiders after the break.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, we're back. It's a Monday, which normally Mondays suck, but during football season, they suck a lot less because we get Monday Night Football. And even better, we get 2 games tonight, Jenks. We have the Chargers and the Raiders, and we have the early game, which is the Bucks and the Texans. So over the weekend, I don't know if you noticed like the theme that was going on, but it felt like we had so much offense over the weekend. And I just looked. Overs went 10-4 in week 2. And most of the under games came in prime time. Like one of those was like the Eagles and Chiefs. The other one was the Commanders game, which was on a Thursday. So like I'm looking at these games, I'm like, okay, which theme do I believe? Do I believe like the primetime theme where, we've seen the trend of primetime unders kind of be a thing? Or do I believe, some of these stats that jump off the page? Because it wasn't just the totals. It was, guys putting up premier days in fantasy. We had 12 receivers with at least 100 yards receiving. Russell Wilson had 450 yards through the air. It was just one of those days that even if you didn't have like a bunch of sides, if you had props, you made some good money over the weekend if you had some overs.
I know. I wish I were a big props person because I'm not. I'll bet a prop, from time to time. It's not generally my bag, but I noticed that as well. Man, we're seeing a lot of scoring, like a ton. Yeah. And I know that I would check in on my fantasy teams. I know nobody wants to hear about my individual fantasy teams, but it was amazing how quickly, like on both sides, everyone's score or total was changing so rapidly because of all that scoring. Like you'd look 5 minutes later, 10 minutes later, and a score is completely flip-flop because it was just one touchdown after the other.
Right. Like here I thought that like Ravens Bills was like in a glass case where it's like, oh, nobody can touch this game. Then I'm watching Giants Cowboys and I'm like, oh my God, this is the most entertaining game. Like I almost thought to myself, I'm like, don't cut away to the Eagles and Chiefs just yet. I want to see the end to this game. So I don't know if it's the defenses. I don't know what it is. And also these kickers keep hitting like 64-yard field goals. Did you see that? Like I understand the balls are different, but like kickers this year, man. Oh, these kicks. And they're going like 70 yards. Like they are not just barely clearing, the goalposts. Some of these look like they go for 70. I wonder if we'll see a 70-yarder this year.
We might. I mean, Brandon Aubrey's kick, that would have been good from 70. There's no question. Like, absolutely. It wasn't close. I'm like, oh, my God. Like, I don't know what's going on. But we were talking about this before the season, which is at some point, Justin Tucker's record, which I believe is 66. Like, you can see other kickers, like, kind of hovering around that number. Someone's going to break that bad boy. It's only a matter of time. You can see it.
Yeah, I wonder if the Cowboys play on the road at the Broncos. Like, probably not. Like, because I know obviously that's an AFC team. But, like, think about all these long kicks we've seen and then add altitude to it. Because, like, some of these guys with massive legs, then the ball flies higher in altitude, or longer, I should say. Yeah. So I think it could happen. And some of these coaches, they've seen it. They're like, yeah, we're going to go for a field goal. And you're like, what? A 64-yarder? And then he makes it. So I can't blame him. Can't blame him when the guys keep making these field goals. All right, Jenks, let's get into Monday Night Football because we have a couple of good ones on tap, or at least that's what the odds makers are thinking. Tight lines in both of these games. We start off with the Bucks at the Texans. Houston laying 2.5. Total of 42.5 here. If you're interested in money line prices, Houston minus 145, Tampa Bay plus 120. So, Jenks, this appears to be a good game on paper. Two pretty solid quarterbacks, two great defenses. The Bucks have been very good at stopping the run. Meanwhile, the Texans have a ferocious defensive line, and also Derek Stingley Jr. on the secondary as well. So you see this total at 42.5. I think that's a little too low for my liking because we can see a low-scoring game happen. You can still score 43 points. But what about a side here? Do you have a strong feeling on this game?
I think I like the Bucks in this game, honestly. Like, I'm going to grab the 2.5 with Tampa. I'm trying to decide if I'm going to play it officially for our show, but I wonder if the Texans offense can keep up with the Bucks. Like, the fact that the Bucks added Emeka Egbuka to their lineup is remarkable because they were already high power with Chris Godwin and Mike Evans. I know Godwin isn't back yet, but he's slated to come back in maybe the next week or two. I mean, the Texans looked really bad last week. I think the Texans miss Joe Mixon in a big way.
Yeah.
Because last year they started off where they didn't really have an offensive identity. By the end of the year, they were more of a run-first team and didn't put so much of the burden on C.J. Stroud. And so, look, last week, the Texans didn't score a single touchdown against the Rams. So I need to see a little bit more offensively from them. And if they don't have Mixon, do they have the horses to keep up with Tampa Bay? Because when the Bucs get going on offense, they're really good. So I think I'm going to be on Tampa.
I think the question for me is that is what we're seeing from the Texans offense rust? Because obviously it was the first game of the season, and they do have some injuries, like Tank Dell is still out as well. Or is it, a larger problem where the offensive line has not been good at protecting C.J. Stroud? Because we saw this last year. C.J. Stroud, I think, was sacked the second most of any quarterback in the NFL. So the offensive line needs a little bit of work, and not great when you're going against a defensive-minded team, which their offense is good too. But when you think of Todd Bowles, like that's a defensive coach for the Bucs, and they're going to present a bunch of different looks, and it's going to be difficult for C.J. Stroud to get things going. So I think for me, I would lean towards the Bucs. I wish we were getting 3, but we're only getting 2.5. But I feel like this game is a coin flip to me. And if you're giving me, 2.5 points on one side of the coin, I'm going to take the points. I do think this is a game that may be good for props because we only have one game of sample size. But we did see something in the first game of the season for the Texans is that they are not good at defending slot receivers. Maybe it's a Puka Nacua thing because I understand he is very, very good and he has an elite quarterback and Matt Stafford throwing him the ball. But he torched the Texans for 130 yards on 10 catches. So if you're looking at the Bucs, you say, okay, who's the slot receiver? Emeka Egbuka. When you read the articles about him, it feels like you are reading an article on Puka Nacua. It's like a lot of the same adjectives where it's a route running technician, somebody who, is very good at the footwork, at reading defenses, at the technical part of his job. So if you're looking at this Texans defense, you say, okay, Puka Nacua torched him. Maybe you bet on Emeka Egbuka, who obviously has a wider window now that we have Chris Godwin out, who's also their slot receiver. Jalen McMillan is still out. So I think the opportunity is going to be there. 53.5 is the number for him. I think I'm going to hit the over on Emeka Egbuka over his receiving prop.
Oh, I like that. I mean, he was so good last year at Ohio State, but he kind of got overshadowed by Jeremiah Smith. So the Bucs got such a steal in him. I'm if I did go one prop at this game, I think I would go Mike Evans anytime touchdown at plus 150 because last week Egbuka had 2, right? Like he immediately made a name for himself and said, I'm here. I'm a part of this offense. But I think because of that, look, you're not going to keep Mike Evans out of the end zone for long. Like he didn't score last week, but now because Egbuka has immediately announced his arrival, then you're not going to be able to focus all of your resources in the secondary on Mike Evans, or Egbuka is going to get loose. So I think because of that, it's going to give Mike Evans more of an opportunity or two, and you can get it at plus 150. So I might put a sprinkle on that.
Well, I think just bottom line is Mike Evans is really good in the red zone because he's a big guy. He's a veteran. And obviously the security – right, and the security blanket is there for Baker Mayfield. Like, we know they have an established connection. And plus at that price. Like, I think it's difficult for me to want to put my money on an anytime touchdown bet when a total is 42.5. Like, obviously odds makers are not expecting many touchdowns in this game. But that's a good price on Mike Evans. I'll say this. I think the rushing props for both quarterbacks are in play here because you look at both of these defenses, and I think that when you have those punishing defensive lines, and especially the Texans offensive line that's not great at protecting CJ Stroud, I think that's a good play. And plus we've seen it with both of these guys as far as running the football. First game of the season, CJ Stroud ran it 5 times for 32 yards. And plus for some of these quarterback rushing props, they're not very high. Like we know Baker Mayfield as well as somebody who is a gamer. Like, I'll say this that goes into the Texans handicap as well, is that when you have a team that's kind of desperate, like, I'm not going to say, like, if you're 0-1 to start the season, you're desperate. But, like, the Texans are at home here. So I think that when you have a team that is kind of feeling like they're a little on the ropes, CJ Stroud is going to do everything he can to get that extra yard or two to pick up a first down. So I like those quarterback rushing props. It's 10.5, his rushing prop. 10.5 yards, juice the over at minus 115. If you look at Baker Mayfield, it's 17.5, which is a touch higher, but he had 39 his first game. I feel like Baker's due to break one off, especially when it's a primetime game.
Yeah. I mean, he's one of those guys that when you think of, which it's interesting too, when you look at different markets, like he's a name, but he's not really known for his legs. Do you know what I mean? Like you think of Lamar Jackson or someone like that, or Josh Allen, someone who can run. You don't think of Baker, but Baker can move. And so it's always built into the number. Vegas is too smart for that. But I guess the point is when you think of Baker, you think about him slinging it around, and it's kind of like Patrick Mahomes, where it's a big name, but he's sneaky good on the ground if he gets loose. And so I kind of like plays like that because I don't know if you're getting value, but because they don't fit into the traditional box of a rushing quarterback, sometimes you can get a good number.
Yeah, I mean, the numbers are a lot lower. Like 17.5 for Baker Mayfield. To put that in perspective, what you normally get for Lamar Jackson is in the 50s. Same for Justin Fields. His rushing prop is always sky high. So, like, if you want to bet on him, great. But, he's going to have a massive game on the ground. So I think both those guys kind of take off as far as, props go. Let's switch to the other game, Chargers and Raiders. This is a really interesting one because I think it will prove the narrative that I think that is already written in my head, that the Chargers are a really good team. So the Chargers laying 3.5 on the road here. This is a divisional game, total of 46.5. Now, historically, the Chargers have been very good at beating the Raiders, but this feels like a very different Raiders team. Obviously, Pete Carroll now at the helm. Geno Smith slung it around the first game of the season. Ashton Genty is a new weapon on the run game, even though he wasn't particularly effective in the first game. But Jenks, do you think this is a good spot for the Chargers? Do they continue to look, maybe like one of the better teams in the AFC?
I think so. I think I might play this game. Now, I might buy the hook here and play it at 3. I'd feel more comfortable with that in a division game, especially with the Chargers going on the road. But I'll tell you this, man. I was going back and what am I saying? Hey, man, let me tell you about this, man. But, But before the season, the Broncos and Chargers had the exact same win total. And it was which one of these teams is going to be better than the other. And I didn't quite have an answer. I thought it might be the Broncos. And I think I was wrong about that. I think it's the Chargers. Like, I know it's one game. Again, we'll see these narratives change like that throughout the season, just like we saw with J.J. McCarthy last night. But now that the Chargers have another year with Jim Harbaugh, and now that they have some extra rest, like, I don't know about you, but when it comes to having extra time to get ready for a game, particularly in the NFL, I felt like that's something you should always build into your handicap. This is a Raiders secondary that is mediocre at best. And now that Jim Harbaugh has shown, I'm going to run the ball, but also I'm going to take advantage of this franchise quarterback, and I'm going to have him sling it around. I'm not quite sold on the Raiders just yet. I'm glad the professionals are back in charge because Geno's great and Pete Carroll's a hell of a head coach. But I feel like if you can get 3 with the Chargers, it's the way to go.
Yeah, I think that's the key matchup for me is this Raiders secondary against Justin Herbert, who's looked unstoppable. And like the Chiefs, I understand people have thought that they've fallen from the mountaintop, but it's still a decent defense. And then you look at the Raiders, who gave up 287 yards to Drake May. And they gave up some big numbers to opposing receivers. Keyshawn Butte had 103 yards against them. So I think even if maybe you don't want to play a side in this game, I think this will be a good game for props. I'm looking at Keenan Allen. His number's 53.5. Obviously, he is back with the Chargers after going to Chicago for a bit, but clearly there is a rapport with him and Justin Herbert. He had a big game last week. 7 catches, 10 targets, 68 yards, and a touchdown. So that's what I'm always looking for when it comes to props. Where are the targets? How many opportunities is he getting? Because I'm not looking for guys who had 2 targets and had 1 big catch, because obviously that doesn't feel repeatable. But Keenan Allen, like, maybe the sabotage factor is that for once it feels like the Chargers do have some depth at receiver. And Keenan Allen's not even their number 1 guy. That's Ladd McConkey. But from a betting standpoint is that Ladd McConkey, your numbers on him are going to be in the 70s. So you get a lower number on Keenan Allen, and I feel like you have a higher ceiling. So I will be looking at that one. But from a game standpoint, it does feel like Justin Herbert is going to have, a time against this Raiders secondary that we saw gave up some yards. And just on the other side of things, I keep forgetting that statistically speaking, the Chargers had the number 1 defense in the NFL last year. Like, I keep forgetting that. Like, I remember the games being really low scoring, but I just, for some reason, I thought it was, I don't know, somebody else. But the Chargers had a great defense last year, And it appears to be that way again, at least in one game sample size against the Chiefs.
I mean, they're more of a complete team than I realized. And also, not to take anything away from Pete Carroll, who is fantastic in his own right, but Jim Harbaugh is such a good head coach. And in a game like this, where it's a bit of a tight line, then I tend to lean with who I think is the better head coach anyway. The Chargers just look like they're coached up and ready to have a hell of a season.
Yeah, and from an injury standpoint, Brock Bowers is questionable for this game. For the Raiders, a big part of their offense. Coming up next, time to take a walk down Narrative Street, the biggest overreactions to Week 2 in the NFL. Come your way next, the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Let's go. It's a Monday. Time to get going. Because listen, on Mondays, the day after, a week in the NFL, we have all kinds of narratives. They're just flying all over the place. And we know how it is in the NFL. You know, reactions are big. And usually they're overreactions. But we are humans and we have emotions. And sometimes I find myself having reactions where, like, I know they're stupid, but you have them anyway. Because, like, at the end of the day, like, it's entertainment. These are humans. Like, you're allowed to feel things. But, Jenks, you tell me if this is fair or foul. So I'm watching the Chiefs game. And this is when Travis Kelce had a big catch. And I think he might have stiff-armed a guy as well. So he had this celebration where I think he looked like he was, like, juggling his... I don't know if I can say it on the radio, so I'm not gonna. But, like, it was a celebration. And I thought to myself, oh, that's a bad look. Like, you already have Taylor Swift. You already have all these Super Bowls. You don't need to rub it in. I feel like guys like that who are at the pinnacle, like, sometimes the celebrating, like, it feels like too much. And I think people feel this way about Patrick Mahomes. Like, when he makes a big play and he celebrates, you're like, all right, we get it. You're amazing. Do you feel this way about Travis Kelce?
Oh, no, I don't, actually. I just feel like that it's fatigue more than anything else. You know, you see him everywhere, and whether it's on the football field, off the field, in commercials with Taylor, whatever it is, you see him in Happy Gilmore. He's acting more. So I feel like when you see someone everywhere and then you see them celebrate, it just kind of adds to the fatigue. So it doesn't bother me. I'm kind of accustomed to it by now, but I tried to accept my Chiefs fatigue because I just get exhausted with the constant Kansas City narrative, which I think we're starting to see break up now. So maybe that's what's helping me, but it didn't really bother me.
To be clear, I'm not saying I dislike him as a person. I am just saying, like, in the moment when he does these celebrations, I'm like, all right, we get it. Where it's almost to the point where we like gracious winners. You know, there is sportsmanship to both sides of the coin. You can be, you know, a good loser and, like, a gracious winner, and it just felt like one of those moments. And plus, like, they weren't even winning the game. Like, I think I still have PTSD from, like, Cam Newton doing celebrations down, like, 21 points, where you're like, all right, we need to win the game. So, like, can we not? So, celebrations are a funny thing. And I understand no one gets more worked up than, like, Roger Goodell. He's like, oh, was that a look? Was that a hip thrust? Oh, no, that's a penalty. Call it in.
Right.
Throw the flag.
Yeah. They, well, you know, the NFL, they're going to cut down on all these things, but they are, but they're not. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's all arbitrary. So, like, at some point, how do you define what is crossing a line? What's a normal celebration? This is a game, by the way. So you should be able to celebrate, but then when does it cross a line? Like, we'll never see anything that's really uniform when it comes to trying to penalize that or police that.
Yeah, it's the wheel of punishment. Wheel of punishment. Are you going to get a flag? I don't know. Like, who's the quarterback? Oh, is that going to be roughing the passer? Was that Patrick Mahomes? How dare you? So it's funny how that works. All right, so one of the many narratives over the weekend that was on the table was Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs. So we're going to take a walk down narrative street. So what we're going to do is Denton's going to come in, and he's going to give us a player or a team. And we say what the given narrative should be, maybe what it is, and maybe what the truth is in between when it comes to some of these players and teams. All right, Denton. So let's start us off here.
Yeah, so think word association, but this is going to be narrative association. So since you guys started with the Kansas City Chiefs, I will start with the Kansas City Chiefs. Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs.
I feel like the narrative is that the Chiefs are cooked. Like, that's probably the term that a lot of people are using because they're 0-2 for the first time, and it feels like forever. For a team that used to be sitting on top of the mountain, they now look very vulnerable because we know how difficult it is for NFL teams to start off slow and still make the postseason. But I feel like that narrative is a little premature. I feel like the Chiefs are still playing in close games, and this is exactly what we saw last year. And what did they do last year? They played in the Super Bowl. Granted, they lost in the Super Bowl, but they are still a top-end team with top-end talent that has reinforcements that will be coming halfway through the season where they have more depth at receiver. So I am far from counting out the Chiefs. I feel like that narrative is fiction.
I think they're just no longer elite, is what I think. I think they're a really good football team. You're always going to be really good when you have Patrick Mahomes, and that's it. But just like in the past where we saw, the Bills, we've seen it now. The Bills just can't get past the Chiefs. They can't get past the Chiefs. Maybe this will be the year. Now the Chiefs have a real problem, and that problem is the Eagles. So even if they win the AFC, they're going to run right back into Philly, which has now won 3 straight against them. Patrick Mahomes now has the first 3-game losing streak in his pro career. Also, Travis Kelce is going to be gone after this year. Travis Kelce continues to, be Patrick Mahomes' number 1 target. And yeah, the Chiefs are going to get more reinforcements at receiver, but not having that security blanket, I think long-term is going to affect the Chiefs. So now they're just simply a good team, a really good team, but they're no longer elite. And I think we're starting to see that play out in real time.
All right. So what's next
on
up?
Next on our list of narratives, how about J.J. McCarthy and the Minnesota Vikings?
Jenks, you want to go first since I went first last time?
Yeah, I'd say just let's pump the brakes on J.J. McCarthy. Like, what I would say is we don't know anything about J.J. McCarthy. Like, people are so quick. They want to, like, even now, like, I understand we need a narrative. How do we feel about J.J. McCarthy? I don't know. I don't know. He looks like a rookie quarterback to me. He is a rookie quarterback. So he looked great in week 1. Last night, I mean, my God, the Falcons were knocking him around everywhere. 6 sacks by the Falcons. I think the narrative is he's still a rookie, and he's probably going to be okay. But we don't really know anything about J.J. McCarthy. We've had a whole year to act like we know anything about J.J. McCarthy and how he's going to be and how good the Vikings are going to be. At the end of the day, we don't know anything until you step on the field and you start doing it for real. So J.J. McCarthy, still a rookie. He's going to look like one, and he'll have his moments, and then he'll have his setbacks, which is exactly what we've seen after 2 weeks.
Yeah, let's pump the brakes on the Tom Brady comparison, shall we? Maybe after last night, people will finally stop with that. Because here's the thing. It wasn't even a 1-game sample size. It was a 1-quarter sample size where he had a really good fourth quarter in his first game. And granted, it was, really clutch, and it was a big moment, and it was super fun to watch. But still, it's 1 quarter into your NFL career. We do not base people's legacies based on 1 quarter. Like, no matter how good you are. Like, maybe the only person you could point out and say that is, like, Eli Manning, maybe, because that was one, like, the fact that he keeps beating the Patriots. But still, he was a good quarterback overall. They had to get to the Super Bowl, obviously. But back to J.J. McCarthy, I think it's like an incomplete. In school where it's like, we can't give you a grade yet because it's incomplete. We're sitting at September 15th. He is a young quarterback. He looked the part in that game, although I will say this. He's had time to sit around and watch at least. So he's not one of those rookie quarterbacks that's just been, thrust into the league and has no idea what's going on. So he should have a leg up on the competition there, but still a very young quarterback with a lot to learn. And we saw that last night.
What about inside that division, Caleb Williams and the Chicago Bears?
All right. This is a tough one because unfortunately, I feel like the haters have some good ammo to work with here. Because I feel like the talent is there for Caleb Williams, but like there is a mental block. I don't know if it's a mental block on the Bears, the fact that that organization has fumbled away a lot of good things, and they have not been great at handling quarterbacks. But like the narrative right now is that Caleb Williams does not work with the style of offense that Ben Johnson brings to the table, where Caleb Williams likes to improvise a bit. Ben Johnson has all these great scripted plays. So I don't know if this one is going to work out, but right now, like the talk feels very loud and it feels like there's so much pressure on Caleb Williams. So I think a lot of this will be mental for Caleb Williams. Again, I think the talent is there. It's just, can you handle like the constant chatter of everybody saying that like, oh, here we go, the Bears are terrible, especially when you just gave up 50 points. Like the defense deserves some of the credit for the Bears not being great either. But still, this is a tough narrative to break.
I don't know if he's going to make it as a franchise quarterback. I just don't see it now. Maybe that I'm not a hot take person, but I don't see it. Like, what have I seen from Caleb Williams to make me think he's going to be a franchise quarterback? Nothing. Like his mechanics get really bad. He misses some open throws. He makes some really boneheaded mistakes. And if you want to give him the benefit of the doubt and say, look, this is a brand new offensive coordinator. It's a brand new system. He's starting from scratch. He's essentially a rookie again. Okay, fine. But even in big time moments or at times when he should be able to make these easy throws, he's not able to make them. His decision making is questionable. You'll see people break down the film on Caleb Williams, and it really doesn't speak to the fact that maybe he is going to be the guy for Chicago. And I don't necessarily think he's on a short leash, but I just don't see it. I don't think he's a franchise quarterback.
To the Big Apple, what about Mr. Unlimited Russell Wilson?
All right.
I mean,
so I feel like we have to. We've got to stop flipping the narrative here, because at some point we've got to get off the roller coaster of oh, Russell Wilson is terrible. Russell Wilson is amazing. Russell Wilson is back to being terrible. It was so funny watching social media during this game, because after one bad throw, after he had passed for 450 yards and kept his team very much in this game, people were ready to say, oh yeah, Russell Wilson's back to cooked. What do you think is going to happen on moonballs? These are not high percentage throws. Granted, it was not a great decision, but the Giants would not be in that spot if it weren't for Russell Wilson. So I think you need to put away the start dart signs and say, maybe we roll with Russ for a second. I don't know. He's still an NFL quarterback, and it's the easiest argument in the world to say, oh, that guy that hasn't played a single start in the NFL, oh, let's throw him in. We see this all the time when there's a backup quarterback that people want to see. So I think Russell Wilson, I think he's keeping his job for at least a few more games after Sunday.
Yeah, I think he was very good in this game. He was excellent. Obviously, he was incredible in this game. So you can't penalize him for making a mistake or two when you put up 37 points. If you're in the National Football League and you put up 37 points, then you should be able to win, in theory, every single game, right? This is more than they would have ever expected out of Russell Wilson. And he's still got talent. This is still a guy who can drive the car, still throws one of the best deep balls in the NFL. He was awesome yesterday, but it's going to flip back and forth because this is who Russ is now. He's a veteran past his prime who still has it in him from time to have a big game. And that's what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, I think so too. Again, it's very easy for people to flip the script, especially when somebody's not especially likable. Then it's very easy for people to take one bad throw and be like, oh, well, he's terrible anyway. Get him out of here. So we'll see how many games Russell Wilson lasts until start dart becomes a thing again. All right, coming up next, we go over the biggest headlines coming out of the NFL yesterday, including what do the Bengals do now? Joe Burrow might be out for 3 months. What's next in Cincinnati?
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
coffee, and wake up with the daily tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legend.
Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Here we go. Hour 3 of Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Good morning to you. Thanks for starting your week with us. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show, we start with yesterday's marquee game between the Eagles and Chiefs, what it means moving forward. We've got Sunday Night Football to talk about as well. In 20 minutes, we get you set for 2 games on Monday Night Football, the Bucs and Texans, and then the Raiders and Chargers as well. And then we have the Dogster and our best bets coming up in 40 minutes. Also, welcome to our audience on Stadium as we stream our final hour. If you want to stream us, easy to do. Just download the Bally Sports Live app or go to ballysportslive.com. So, NFL football yesterday in Kansas City, a Super Bowl rematch, and this was a good game. And Chiefs had a chance late, but it's the Eagles who end up winning 20-17. The Eagles laying a point. They're minus 115 on the money line. Total set at 47. The under hits early on. The Eagles handing the ball off to their bell cow.
Here's Barkley, right side, sprinting through the hole. Saquon Barkley is in. Touchdown, Philadelphia.
Call courtesy of Fox. Eagles on top 7-0 at that point. Barkley, 22 carries, 88 yards and a touchdown. Then in the fourth, Eagles on top 13-10, and it's the quarterback getting it done.
Hurts shoving his way in. He's in. Touchdown, Philadelphia.
Jalen Hurts, 16 yards on the ground, only throws for 101. But Chelsea, it's that Eagles defense to me that was so impressive in this game. They hold the Chiefs to 294 total yards. And for the first time in his pro career, going back to last year, of course, Patrick Mahomes has now lost 3 games as a quarterback. Big statement win for the Eagles here.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of narratives coming out of this game. And it's wild to me how we see the narrative swing and how much of a difference one play could mean to the entire narrative of a team, of a player. Because think about this game. And that one play where it went off the hands of Travis Kelce and the Eagles intercepted it in the end zone. And, that was a huge swing and a huge turn of events. And the Chiefs could have very well won this game. And think of how different the talk would be if the Chiefs unseated the Eagles, the reigning Super Bowl champs, and won this game. But instead, we're talking about the Chiefs going 0-2. People are, every headline that I've already seen is, is the reign over for the Chiefs? Like it's September. Like we have seen the Chiefs not be a dominant team in quite some time. Like in the year they won the Super Bowl, they were not a dominant team. Their defense was really good, but they had a ton of receivers out that year and they were losing games at the end. And then last year was the flip side. It was they were winning all these really close games, by the hair on their chin, and they made it all the way to the Super Bowl. So like the Chiefs have not been a dominant team in quite some time. But I don't think they're cooked. Like, there's going to be a lot of that today. It's like, the Chiefs' dynasty is officially over. No, they're 0-2. And if anybody can crawl out of this hole, it's certainly the Chiefs.
I think for now, I agree with the dynasty being over. Like, they're not the dominant team that they were, but they're still a very good football team. I think the inclination is to say, oh, my God, it's all over for the Chiefs. It's not all over. The days of maybe dominating the NFL are over. That's the Eagles now. Like the Eagles are 17-1 straight up in their last 18 games. You know how hard that is to do in the National Football League? And so just like now, we see the Chiefs unable to get past the Eagles. It reminds me of the Bills unable to get past the Chiefs. I know we're talking about different conferences here, but now if the Chiefs want to move forward and win a Super Bowl, they're going to have to get past Philly. Which is to say, if they even get there in the first place. The thing about Kansas City is that always gets me is that, how quickly we throw in Tom Brady's name or any great's name whenever we start to see greatness again. It's like, oh my God, the next Jordan. Oh my God, the next Tiger. Oh my God, the next Brady. Patrick Mahomes, to tie Tom Brady's Super Bowl record, would have to win 4 more Super Bowls. He's won 3. Like that's how incredible Tom Brady's run was. And everything has to fall into place. So forget about that for a second. Right now, the Chiefs need to focus on getting back to not being a team that's just kind of escaping games. Last year, they escaped games. They were 10-0 in one-score games. You can only do that for so long. And so this is kind of a transition period for Kansas City. When you have Patrick Mahomes at quarterback, you're always going to be very good. There's no question about it. But Kelsey is in his last year. They're still figuring out the receivers. They're going to get some help when Rashee Rice returns and they get X back. But it's just not a dynasty. And it just goes to show how difficult it is to be a true dynasty like the one we saw with Brady. They're still a very good team, but they're not going to dominate like we've seen in recent years. I don't see it.
Yeah, can you imagine Patrick Mahomes going to another team at like age 42 or whatever and winning a Super Bowl?
Right.
That seems wild.
No.
Like what Tom Brady did is absolutely incredible, and like obviously we need to have respect for it. And I do think it's kind of cool that they have Tom Brady on the call for this game. So he had a lot of great insight for this team and for this offense. But I will say this, like here is a reason for pause for the Chiefs, because in years past, they have won their division. So the postseason, I'm not going to say it was a cakewalk, but they've always had first round buys. They've had home field advantage. Maybe this year will be different. And it won't be, the easy like home games throughout the postseason that they are used to having. So some of this is relatively speaking to what the other teams in the AFC West do. So this is a big game tonight for the Chargers. We'll see if the Chargers continue to look like the best team in the AFC West. But again, it's September 15th. Plenty can happen. But on the flip side, like the narrative for Philly has not changed. For me, they look like they're the best team in football until proven otherwise. And Tom Brady brought this up, after the game, is that not only are they a team that can win in dominant fashion, they are a team that knows how not to lose games. Because that was the difference. Yeah. The interception for the Chiefs, they lost the game as much as the Eagles won it. So the Eagles did a great job of hanging on to the football. And also, you're not coming back to the Eagles. Like, if the Eagles have a lead and there's 2 minutes left in the game, like, good luck. Good luck stopping the run. Good luck stopping the clock. So there's a lot of things built in there, but the Eagles remain the best team in football until proven otherwise.
Yeah, and they just dominate on both lines of scrimmage. That's what makes the Eagles so good, is that, they have plenty of skill position stars, especially on offense, but at the line of scrimmage are just so tough. Like that defense is just no joke. And I know maybe the one area where they have some issues this year is the secondary. It didn't look like it yesterday. I mean, they made big play after big play when they needed to. And when Patrick Mahomes Patrick had his moments, but certainly the Eagles as a whole, it just looks like business as usual. And sometimes when they win, it's not glamorous or exciting. They just wear you down. And by the end of the game, you're just done.
Right. Like, and this was a rematch of the Super Bowl. So, like, we knew it was going to be a heavyweight fight. So, like, from my point of view, like, doesn't look like anything's wrong with the Eagles except for, like, maybe a Dory Jackson on the secondary. Yeah. You're like, all right, maybe he's their weakest link. But still, like, smooth sailing for the Eagles. And Jenks, I know as a Commanders fan, that's kind of tough to hear. But it does look like the NFC still goes through the Eagles. So let me ask you this. Do you think the Packers are in the same tier? Because we had this conversation the other day. I don't know if the odds have changed. I need to look. But after that Packers dominating win, they moved to the favorites in the NFC. And I don't know if that is especially warranted, especially now that the Eagles have another win under their belt against a team that they played in the Super Bowl.
I mean, and I will say, I think the Packers are legit. It's that defense. And it's not just Micah. Micah just made them so much better. So when you see Detroit just get locked down and everyone's like, oh my God, they missed Ben Johnson. The Lions offense is going to be terrible this year. They don't have their OC. And then they get out from underneath the thumb of the Packers and they explode yesterday, drop a 50 burger on the Bears. It's like, oh, the Lions are still really good. It's just that Packers defense, and we saw it against the Commanders. They beat up the Commanders. Jaden Daniels couldn't do anything. Half the time, there was nobody open. Like the Packers defense, and they have plenty of talent on offense, as we know. That's one of the most complete teams in the NFL. That's the one team in the NFC, which is why they're both tied at plus 350 to win the conference. That can give the Eagles a run legitimately.
I think so as well, but I think that the tie goes to the team with more experience and the team that's won a Super Bowl. Correct? Like when you look at Jalen Hurts, he has played in the biggest of situations. So that experience is there. I'm not saying that Jordan Love hasn't played in big games because we've seen him in the postseason as well. It's just if you were giving me both of those teams at the same odds, I'm going to go with the team that's proved it in the postseason.
I mean, you're not wrong. And remember, the Eagles went there the first time, didn't win, and then went back and finally got it done a couple years later. It's not to say you have to lose a Super Bowl, but man, those games are so tough to win. And sometimes when you've been there, you're not overwhelmed by the moment, and the Packers have not been there yet. The Eagles certainly have. Last night on Sunday Night Football, the Falcons beat the Vikings 22-6. The Falcons getting 3.5 points. Falcons plus 155. The total at 44 and a hook. The under hits. We were both on the Falcons yesterday, so that was nice. Kind of a sleepy first half. Falcons up 9-6 at the break. Only touchdown of the game comes in the fourth.
Second and goal, and Algier walks into the end zone for the game's first touchdown.
That's Mike Tirico on NBC. Algier, 13 carries, 67 yards. Bijan, my guy, Bijan Robinson, doing most of the work for Atlanta. 22 carries, 143 yards. The story of this game, probably J.J. McCarthy struggling after that incredible performance in the second half in game one of the season. The Falcons get to him 6 times, bringing him down. He only throws for 158 yards and 2 picks. And Atlanta on the board for their first win of the season. Falcons looked good last night.
Yeah, it wasn't pretty in the first half, but the Falcons got the job done. And a win is a win is a win in the NFL, especially when you have to go on the road in primetime, especially with a young quarterback and Michael Penix Jr., because we talk about, J.J. McCarthy's young. So is Michael Penix Jr. So we saw some youth from both of these quarterbacks at time, but the difference is that Atlanta had Bijan Robinson to rely on. Like after that first drive of the game, you're like, okay, we're just going to give it to Bijan every single play because they can't stop the run, and they never did. So I don't know why the Falcons went away from Bijan at times in the red zone, but, they got the job done, and luckily the Vikings offense wasn't getting much on the ground against this Falcons defense. So this was a big win for the Falcons.
It was huge. They've done a nice job of kind of retooling their roster. I know Double D's happy. That's his team. We're always thinking of Double D when the Falcons are playing, but their O-line is really good. And we saw that with Bijan. It helps to have Bijan Robinson, but their O-line is very talented. One of the better. I mean, this has got to be probably a top 5 unit in the NFL. And you have to really like the ceiling when it comes to the Falcons because, we were discussing this, I think, in the first hour where, at least in my mind, I'm like, Michael Penix has been playing forever, but he really hasn't. He has only, 4 or 5 starts in the NFL, didn't take over until late last year. So we're essentially watching him in his rookie season. And so if he continues to improve as part of that offense, and they definitely have offensive weapons as well, whether it's Pitts or Drake London, whoever it may be, and Bijan out of the backfield, if he gets better, coupled with what we saw last night, that really stingy defense, like the Falcons are a team that I think could, mid-season we could be saying, Atlanta is a lot better than we thought they were going to be and could actually challenge Tampa in the South.
I think they still need to get some issues fixed in the red zone. Because, that was a disaster in the red zone. Every single time, they were lined up for succession. All right, here comes a touchdown. No, they settle for a field goal. Yeah. So until they fix some of those issues, again, it's not the biggest problem because a win is a win is a win. But still, that's what you kind of expect from, a young team is that, in the middle of the field when they have space, they're great. But when, the field collapses and you're in the red zone, it's just tougher. We see that. Defenses have a better chance of stopping you when there's fewer yards to cover. So I don't believe in the Falcons that much yet. It was a good win, but I'm not ready to put them ahead of the Bucs.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. The Falcons were impressive to me. I think they worked those red zone problems out Eventually, it's going to take some time. And also, look, Minnesota, when you have a Brian Flores defense, you're talking about a very good defense, and those defenses tend to really tighten up and get really tough, when you get to the 20. So it's something to work on, but this was still a very convincing win where the Falcons defense itself just would not let Minnesota do anything. Coming up next year on the show, okay, we've talked about Sunday Night Football. We got into the Chiefs and Eagles, but now it's time for some Monday Night Football, and we have 2 games on the schedule. The Bucs down in Texas taking on the Texans. And then late game tonight, if you want to stay up late and watch some Monday Night Football, it's a battle in the AFC West. The Raiders hosting the Chargers. We're going to preview those games. I know Chelsea has a lot of prop picks coming up as well. We're going to get to all of that next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. It is a Daily Tip. Good to have you with us on the BetMGM Network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up here on the show, Bucks and Chargers both looking to improve to 2-0. We'll preview each game on the card tonight on Monday Night Football. You know what's amazing? You know who is amazing? Scotty Scheffler. Because here we are, the day after a weekend of football, and all he did over the weekend was win for the 6th time this year. Nobody's talking about it. Nobody, which I get it. It's that time of year. It's football. This guy has now won 6 times in consecutive seasons. The only other players to ever do that. He won the Pro Core Championship this weekend. Tiger, Jack, Arnold Palmer. That's it. That's the list. He's now won, this year alone, more than $27 million. And what's crazy is, this is how you know that you're the best of the best when you see a headline like this in golf and you shrug your shoulders and you're like, it's Scotty. That's what he does. It's so impossibly difficult to do, and yet he continues to do it. It's amazing.
Yeah, and I think you can tell by the odds that they put on Scotty Scheffler to win golf tournaments. He's like plus 200, plus 150 in a sport where usually an outright win, you can get a very good golfer for 8-1. Like, this used to be the prices on Scotty Scheffler and all the boys on the PGA Tour, the big dogs. But now Scotty Scheffler is just so dominant, especially in some of these tournaments that don't have the field that, the majors do. Because it was him and Ben Griffin going toe-to-toe, and I do feel for Ben Griffin here. But still, it is wild what we're seeing from Scotty Scheffler, and I understand it's football season, but Scotty continues to do absolutely dominating things while having some balance in his personal life. It's crazy, because I feel like we are led to believe that greatness is only achieved when you have a singular focus in your life and you're a psycho about details, about everything. You are solely focused on your sport. But Scotty Scheffler is also a good person, or at least from what we see, feels like he's a great dad, a great husband. So it's just crazy what he's doing while having it all. I feel like you hear that term for working women, but Scotty Scheffler's doing that too. He has it all.
He has it all. Oh, is Scotty cooking dinner tonight after a long day on the course?
Probably.
He sure is. He probably is, actually. This guy, he goes to jail, he comes out. Unbelievable. He's he spent a little time in the poke. He came out just fine. The guy does it all. Doesn't matter. You can't stop him. It's good for him.
Because we can joke about him being arrested because, it was such, a bizarre deal. It wasn't that he was, out in Las Vegas with strippers.
Oh, right. No. Not at all. But even he said, look, there's a text thread and my mugshot is all over it. So he just continues to, but good on him. And I think it's amazing how he is able to control his emotions in a way that definitely sort of hides this really fiery competitiveness. If you talk to anyone who knows Scotty or who has played with him, not on a PGA Tour event, playing a round of golf, apparently he just talks a ton of smack. He's just all way, which you wouldn't think about it, but it sort of makes sense when you think about underlying that demeanor is a competitor, which, of course, defines all the greats.
Right. There's two wolves inside of everybody. He's just very good at keeping those compartmentalized. And here's the thing. Yeah. When you're as good at something as Scotty Scheffler is, I feel like talking trash would be so easy. Right? Because you have the ultimate bag of ammo. You're just well, you guys going to compete with me this week or what? That's all you have to say. Because it's hard to talk trash when you are a mediocre athlete. Pat Beverly, that's difficult. But when you're actually very good at what you do, all you have to do is say a sentence. And because it's so true, it hits harder.
Absolutely.
Well, who's going to hit tonight, Chelsea? Because we got a couple games to bet on. And I know you have got your props lined up and ready to go. Bucks and Texans in H-Town. Texans laying 2.5. Texans minus 145. The Bucks are plus 120. The total is set at 42.5. I like the Bucks. I like the points. Who do you like and why?
Yeah, I think I like the Bucks here if I were to pick a side, just because for me the Texans offense still looks like it's having some rust shaken off. And also they have a ton of injuries that they're still dealing with. So we saw it in the first game. CJ Stroud didn't have a lot going, and we saw this last year where the offensive line does a not a great job of protecting CJ Stroud. Gave up the second most sacks of any offensive line in the league last year. So we saw this team only score a total of 9 points in their first game against the Rams. So I think that it's fair to have questions about this Texans team. Meanwhile, you look at the Bucks and the offense, despite suffering some injuries, no Chris Godwin, no Jalen McMillan, they have an embarrassment of riches, it feels like, on the offensive side of things, because you just plug in Emeka Egbuka and you're like, okay, he's a slot receiver. And he's amazing. You get all these rave reviews about somebody who is young, who is a rookie, who comes into the league, and everybody says he carries himself like a veteran. Then you get somebody as a quarterback in Baker Mayfield who is an absolute gamer. And I feel like in these type of games, this is when he's at his best. You know, when you play in these primetime moments on the road, I think he kind of likes when people like count him out and when people like boo him. I don't think that's going to be the case here. But still, just based on the info in front of us, it feels to me like the Bucks. But I'm not ready to feel super confident in that because I do think there is a good team in there in the Texans. And maybe it was just a one-game sample size. And maybe it was just a matter of, hey, we're a little rusty. It's the first game of the season.
Oh, I mean, that can absolutely be it. Think about how many opinions change after a single game. You know what I mean? So that wouldn't surprise me at all. I mean, the Rams have a really good defense too. So I know the Texans didn't score and it wasn't their best performance, but the Rams are one of those teams here we're going to be talking about. We both liked them before the season. They look really good. Matthew Stafford, of course, he's fine. He's banged up, but he's always fine. But when it comes to this game, I do need to see a little more from the Texans. They missed Joe Mixon in a big way. I just wonder if they can keep up with the Bucks because the Bucks can score. You know, when Baker gets going, I mean, he can move on the ground. I know you've kind of looked at his rushing prop as well. Now they have Egbuka, who looks like he's going to be a stud, and you're adding him to that offense. And Chris Godwin is coming back soon. I just feel like that Tampa is too talented on offense, and that if the Texans need a score late in this game, I wonder if they're going to be able to get it. So I'm going to go Bucks plus 2.5 here.
Yeah, I also think there's some good prop looks for this game. So as opposed to picking a side, I'm going to look at a couple receivers. I think you can go one of two directions when it comes to the Bucks, because I do think that's the best option to look on, each side of the coin. So you can go the Mike Evans direction, which you don't even need that much of a handicap for Mike Evans because he is such a stalwart. One of the best receivers in the league. He's going to go to the Hall of Fame. We know he has a rapport with Baker Mayfield. Last week, he had 8 targets, 5 catches, 51 yards. But the thing is, you are always playing a higher number on Mike Evans. He is a brand name, and you're going to have to pay for it. So the prop on him tonight is a bit higher. It is 68.5, 5.5 receptions if you want to play catches. And also, I'll say this. I started off with him because he is from Texas, and they had a really debilitating loss against the Texans. I think it was CJ Stroud's rookie season. And they asked the Texans about this game as well. And they remembered it. They're like, oh yeah, that's one of the best games, CJ's ever played in. But for the Bucks on the other side of the coin, Mike Evans remembers this game. And he was like, listen, it was a huge letdown. I had a bunch of my family there because he's from Texas. So I think the fact that this game is in Texas, Mike Evans is going to be super motivated. He's going to want to put on a show. And also, he's Mike Evans. So, again, I don't feel like you need much of a handicap there. But for me, I'm going to go with the player that has a lower number in this one. And I think he has just as high of an upside here. Emeka Egbuka, he's going to be operating out of the slot, or at least that's what we saw at Ohio State. That's what we saw in the first game of the season. And we saw this for the Texans. They just gave up a huge game to another slot receiver. His name is Puka Nacua, who, granted, is still a very, elite type of player, and he has Matt Stafford throwing him the ball. So maybe it's some of that built in there as well. But he torched this Texans defense for 130 yards, 10 catches on 11 targets. So if you're looking for a slot receiver that could do the same, maybe it's Emeka Egbuka, because you read all the articles on him, and it feels like they're talking about Puka Nacua. All these adjectives that they use to describe him running technician. Maybe he's not the biggest and fastest guy, but he is very good at footwork. He's good at reading defenses. Sounds like Puka Nacua. So if Puka Nacua can do it against this defense, I think Emeka Egbuka can as well, especially with Jalen McMillan and Chris Godwin out. So I'm going to take his receiving yards prop of 53.5, and we're hitting the over.
I'm taking Mike Evans anytime touchdown at plus 150 here. Didn't get into the end zone last week because Egbuka got 2 touchdowns in his debut. But now because he's established himself so quickly and because of the reasons you mentioned, he's a different type of receiver. And, man, that offense, when they get Godwin back, is going to be unbelievable. But you're not going to keep Mike Evans out of the end zone for long. And now defenses can't just focus on Mike Evans with Godwin out because they have Egbuka to deal with. And also just the nature of the way that Mike Evans plays the game. Like, he's so big and strong that if they get close inside the red zone, you know the drill. Baker's just going to throw it up and let Mike Evans go get it. And plus, it's a plus money. So if you get Mike Evans anytime touchdown, plus 150, I know it's not a high total there, so maybe there is some hesitancy, but I feel like that's a really good price and one of the best receivers in the game.
Yeah, I'm not going to talk you off of that. Like, just because Mike Evans is such a mismatch in the red zone, like we've seen it, he's going to go in the Hall of Fame. So especially at that price, I think that is a solid look.
All right. Do you have any more plays in this one, or do you want to transition to Raiders and Chargers?
I do like the rushing props for both quarterbacks, but they're not my favorite plays. Like, I don't know, quarterback rushing props are tough because remember they can kneel at the end of the game and that can cost you some yards. So let's go on to the Chargers and Raiders.
All right, let's do it. The Chargers laying 3.5 tonight in Vegas. Chargers are minus 190. Raiders are plus 155. The total is 46 and a hook in Sin City. I am going to play this down from 3.5 and lay minus 130. Maybe you can find it at minus 20 and lay the 3 just because I'm going to buy the hook. Some people don't like doing that. I don't mind doing it for the purposes of this show, but I was so impressed by what we saw from the Chargers in week 1. They look coached up and ready to play. They look like a team that's going to compete with the Chiefs in the division, especially now with the Chiefs off to that 0-2 start. And the fact that they've had extra time to get ready for this game, I think, is massive. Doesn't matter if it's week 2, if it's week 12, an extra couple days of rest. And I'm just not sold on the Raiders yet. Like, they are going to improve. Now they have actual professionals running the show and Pete Carroll and Geno Smith, and it's good to have them back together again. But I'm just not quite so sure that they can keep up with LA. That looks like a juggernaut. As much as you can tell from a week 1 performance, it looks like a team that is coming together and is a complete football team.
Yeah, on paper, it looks like the Chargers should be the play. And I think the key matchup is going to be the struggling Raider secondary against Justin Herbert, who looked amazing in the first game of the season. And we know the potential has always been there for Justin Herbert. I feel like the main knock on him is that he's had some terrible coaches at the helm, and it's been chargering in the second half. And maybe he doesn't have the best postseason numbers, but none of those things apply to this game. Also, the Chargers have the better defense on paper. I know the Raiders got after the quarterback pretty well in the first game of the season, but last year the Chargers had the number 1 scoring defense in the entire NFL. Like, if you remember, a lot of those games were super low scoring, so maybe like pace of play went into some of that, but still a very stout defense. So for me, that's what it boils down to. I think Justin Herbert has another good day through the air. I also think props are going to be a good play in this game as well. I'm going to go with Keenan Allen. So somebody who took a bit of a sabbatical from the Chargers, went to the Bears for a bit, but now he's back. He has that rapport with Keenan Allen, had a big game. First game of the season, 7 catches, 10 targets, 68 yards and a touchdown. And I'll say this a lot when it comes to props. I'm looking for targets. I'm looking with somebody who is getting the looks and the opportunities to have a repeatable performance in the stats category. Because if it's a guy that gets 2 targets and just had 1 big catch that kind of, skews the numbers, that's not somebody I want to bet on. I want to bet on somebody who has plenty of action. So Keenan Allen, I feel like, is the guy, and especially because you get a lower number on him. 53.5 is the number for him as well, as opposed to Ladd McConkey, who I think his number is in the 70s. I'm not saying he's not going to have a big game either, but we saw in the first game of the season, Justin Herbert airs it out enough to where everybody can eat in this offense. So I think Keenan Allen's going to be the guy for me.
I mean, he just fits, with the Chargers. I mean, obviously Lev came back, but he was great in week 1, and now with so much focus on those other guys, I don't mind that play at all. Also, a bit of breaking news for you. So, according to ESPN's Adam Schefter, Joe Burrow quarterback of the Bengals, will need surgery. We thought this might be the case. And so he will be out a minimum of 3 months for the Bengals. Suffered a turf toe injury yesterday against the Jags. Bengals won the game, but now it is Jake Browning's show. And, God, this is just worst fears realized for the Bengals.
It just stinks for us as football fans because how many years are we going to say, like, oh, maybe this is the year that Joe Burrow wins a Super Bowl, and another year it's probably not going to be the case. He's being wasted.
God, he just so many injuries and a defense that is meh. Maybe he can come back just in time for the playoffs, but it's going to be dicey here from Cincy from here on out. Come on up next. Now they're like a fresh week to make you some money. We'll do that and talk with the Dongster next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
It is a Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network on a Monday. Getting ready for our best bet. Those are coming at you soon. Double D. All right, straight to start the week with you. Monday Night Football tonight. 2 Monday Night Football games in the schedule. That's great. I'm Jinx. She's Chelsea. Donkster lined up and ready to go as well. So, Chelsea, you were telling me about the wedding you went to where everyone was watching Tennessee and Georgia. That was a hell of a game. But this was a Western-themed wedding. How was that?
Yeah, it was awesome. So it was at a farm. So it felt like very low-key. We got to pet all the animals. They had like 25 horses, I think, on the ranch. They had donkeys.
Oh, wow.
They had goats. They had quail. So it was just one of those things where it's like built-in like conversation pieces. And it just felt a little less stuffy because sometimes when you go to like black tie weddings, there's almost like a feeling of anxiousness where it's like, you know, they spent so much money on this that like you hope everything goes right, you know, as opposed to, I don't know, like it just felt like they didn't have the nerves about it. So it just felt looser. So it was nice. It was relaxed.
Yeah. Oh, that's good. We went to Renfest, Renaissance Festival. Out in Maryland. It was a great time. I didn't dress up this year because the lovely Catherine did because she loves that stuff. And I almost did, but we got tickets at the last minute. But it was a great time. I love doing that stuff. It's amazing that they have all of these built-in, like these aren't temporary buildings. It's in the middle of this forest and it's just one building after another. And they stay vacant for the majority of the year. And then come Renaissance Festival time, they just open up, they get populated. And it's just like this. It's like a secret city out in the woods. Like it's something to see.
It's like Spirit Halloween. When it's that time of year, it just pops up.
Yeah. It's unbelievable. We had a great time. And the one thing that kind of caught me off guard is that I was walking with Catherine and we're just enjoying the day. And I hear this guy behind me. I guess he was really close behind me talking to his partner, girlfriend, whatever. And I hear him say, "Here's the difference between me and Jared." And I was like, okay, well, I'm curious. I don't know who you are. What's the difference? And there's a pause and he goes, "He likes to do a pile of cocaine. I like a dusting." And I was like, oh, okay. Well, that's not what I expected to come out of your mouth. I mean, I don't know this person, but that's the conversation I heard right behind me at Renaissance Festival. So good times all the way around.
Well, sometimes better than others, depending on how much cocaine you do.
I guess so. My God. I was like, all right, you guys are having a good time. Well, we do have some breaking news that we want to get to before we get to our best bets, and that is that confirmed by Adam Schefter online, it looks like Joe Burrow now is going to have surgery on his turf toe that he suffered yesterday against the Jags. So, again, he's going to be out for at least 3 months. And if you look at the calendar, what does that mean? It means best case scenario, he maybe comes back for Cincinnati during the playoffs, but it is Jake Browning's show until Joey B returns. And remember, this happened in 2023 when Joe Burrow had a wrist injury, missed the rest of the season. And I believe that Browning went, 4-3 in 7 starts. So they've been down this road before. Yeah. So it's just a tough break for a Bengals team that finally starts the season 2-0. They've been waiting for a solid start to the season, a strong start to the season that has been plaguing them over the past few years. They finally get one, and now their starting quarterback is out.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a question of when does Joe Burrow get back? And when he gets back, will he be at full strength? Because here's the thing. I think Jake Browning is a fine backup quarterback, and we've seen it. He can be fully serviceable and win games for the Bengals. But when it comes to the postseason, like, are you going to be afraid of the Bengals if it's Jake Browning? No, it does not strike the same fear into your heart as if it was Joe Burrow, the stone cold killer of the Kansas City Chiefs, if he's at quarterback. So I think it's like the high end potential is now a little bit watered down for the Bengals.
Yeah, it certainly feels that way, man. They just can never quite put it all together. But if any of that changes here over the next few weeks, maybe they'll get some good news. But then there's also that potential where they say, we don't want to risk anything. We're not going to bring him back a couple weeks early for a wild card playoff game and risk him getting more injured. So who knows how that's going to play out. But regardless, bad news for Cincinnati on this Monday morning. All right. We've been talking about our favorite plays that we were thinking about putting on the card. So let's make it official.
Time to place your bets.
All right, Chelsea, let's go.
All right, best bet of the day is going to be on Chargers receiver Keenan Allen. I'm going to go over his receiving prop in this one. Going to go 50-plus receiving yards for -128 because 53.5 was -115, so I might as well be a little conservative and pay like a few more cents for it. So here's the thing. I like banking on guys who have a lot of targets and a lot of opportunity in the offense. And we saw that in the first game of the season for Keenan Allen. 7 catches on 10 targets. Anytime you're getting double-digit targets, that is a great thing, especially when we know the established connection is there. Before Keenan Allen, went to Chicago, he was with the Chargers, so he knows, how to operate in a Justin Herbert offense. Also had a touchdown last week, and plus the matchup is good. I would not be shocked if this is a very back and forth game because we know the Raiders are probably going to sling it with Geno Smith. But we also saw the secondary give up 276 yards through the air to the Patriots. Also gave up a 100-yard receiver to the Patriots in Keyshawn Butte. So I think Keenan Allen has a big game in this one, and plus you get a 50 for -128. I think he can get to this number. I'm going to go with that. Keenan Allen for my best bet tonight.
All right. I got a couple baseball plays, and then I'll do a football play as well. How about Cubs Pirates first 5 under 4.5? It's -125. Braxton Ashcraft going for the Buccos. Jamison Tyon going for Chicago. Ashcraft kind of been a hybrid reliever starter role for the Bucs. He won't go long in this game, but he's been really, really good. I mean, only given up 2 earned in his last 16 2/3. Jamison Tyon going for the Cubbies. 9-6, 4.15 ERA, but giving up 2 runs or less in 4 consecutive starts. I think this is a lower scoring game, and you know how cold the Pirates can be. First 5 team in baseball at home. So first 5 under 4.5 is -125.
Yeah, we got a lot of plays. All right, so I got another prop in Monday Night Football. This one's coming for the Bucs and Texans game. Gonna go with Emeka Egbuka over 53.5 receiving yards for -115 in this game. This is based on the fact that we saw this matchup for the Texans in the first game of the season against a very good slot receiver in Puka Nacua. Puka Nacua, what did he do in that first game? Oh, he torched him for 130 yards on 10 catches. So maybe Emeka Egbuka is not going to get the target share that Puka Nacua commands, but still, Emeka Egbuka, when you read about him, it feels like you are reading about Puka Nacua. He is a slot receiver. He is a technician when it comes to route running. He is somebody with really good footwork, and he's very good at reading defenses. So if somebody with that profile already torched this defense, why can't they do it again? Especially when Emeka Egbuka came out the gates with a really good game, 4 catches, 67 yards in game 1. So we get a 53.5 on him in this game. Let's hit the over for -115.
All right, good luck, Chelsea. One more baseball play before we talk some football here. Let's go Yankees on the run line. -115 at the Twins. Just a good spot to fade Minnesota. Really, any game is a good spot to fade Minnesota. Simeon Woods Richardson on the mound for the Twins. He's given up at least 3 runs in 5 straight appearances. Carlos Rodon going for the Pinstripes. Obviously, a huge mismatch there. He has not allowed more than 2 runs in any start in more than a month. Faced the Twins back on August the 12th, gave up 1 run over 7 innings. Yankees won that game 9-1. Twins have fallen off since the All-Star break. They were sellers. They're 3-7 in their last 10. Neither of these teams great on the run line, but I think the Yankees are the exception tonight. We'll go Yankees. Run line -115 in Minneapolis. And finally, we're going to do some football. I'm going to buy the hook in the Chargers game. Go Chargers -3, taking on the Raiders. I just love what I've seen from Jim Harbaugh. We know he's a hell of a head coach. They looked awesome in Brazil, taking on the Chiefs. That defense looks fantastic, and I love the fact that he's handed the keys to Justin Herbert and said, I like to run the ball, no question about it. I want to play power football, but also I have a franchise quarterback. We're going to throw it around as well. This is a well-coached team. They have the extra rest, And I'm not really worried about the Raiders and their home field advantage in Vegas. I mean, it's still the Raiders, and they'll get there eventually. At least they have Pete Carroll. But the real advantage here for San Diego, or not San Diego, for LA, is the Chargers going up against that Raiders secondary, a real weak spot for this Raiders defense. So let's go Chargers -3 tonight in Sin City.
Go Chargers, go! We need
Let's
that
go.
clip of Arnold Schwarzenegger. You remember that?
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Go Chargers, go!
Go Chargers, go!
There you go. That was better.
I forgot about that. That took me back there. All right, we got to get to Joe O, find out what's coming up next on Bet Sweats. But before that, we bring in the Dogster. Dogster, good morning. How you doing, buddy?
That's your first question? We just did a 3-hour show and you're asking me how I'm doing?
Well, yeah.
You're micro. You're looking at this from the wrong perspective. What do you want? You want us to do a 5-hour show to keep you happy?
Just checking in on you, man. That's it.
Give me some respect instead of micro-analyzing every little thing. This is ridiculous.
Okay. Oh, God. All right. Well, do you at least have a play for us?
I do. Bucks plus 2.5 at the Texans.
Okay, that's good. Joe O here, ready to go. Good morning, my friend. How are you?
Yeah, great. Camera's not working. We're off to a great Monday morning. The area's in a shelter in place. I don't know anything about the NFL because Daniel Jones is great and Russell Wilson's great. Like, it's all very confusing. I know.
But it's week 2 of the season. Like, I feel like there's always these like wild takes. Like, remember, I think, was it last year or it was the year before when like Justin Fields beat the Niners or something? Like, oh, the Bears are for real. How long does that ever last? The Bears are for real? Come on.
Was it? Yeah, tell me about it. Was it last year? The Saints had a great start, and now they're
God.
fell off. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
Yep.
Joe O, good luck with the camera. Thanks for being with us on this Monday. It's a great way to start the week. That's it for us here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. For the entire crew at Chelsea, I'm Jinx. Hope you have a great Monday. We'll see you.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. It's time to sweat with Joe O and Sammy P. Get ready to fire. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Guess nothing happened over the weekend. Joe O, Sammy P, what's going on this Monday morning? A lot is happening. We've got a double dip action of Monday Night Football. Jason La Canfora will be here in an hour from now, 10 a.m. Eastern. At 11:20 Eastern, we will do that double dip of guests on those two Monday Night Football games. You've got Houston, Tampa, Chargers, Raiders, very late tonight, and we'll get you set for all that. Monday Moons, Monday morning market moves, case of the Mondays. It's Monday. Sam, NFL sucks. How are you doing?
I'm okay. I feel like we know who the four best teams in the NFL are right now. At least I'll speak for myself. It's very clearly Baltimore, Buffalo on one side. And on the other side, pretty sure it's Philly and Green Bay. Although Detroit looked a lot better yesterday, which gives me many, many thoughts about the Chicago Bears. Again, we're not a Bears show, and I don't want to spend multiple minutes on the Bears, but if you do that transitive property that we joked about, we were looking at that Packers win over Washington and saying, maybe Detroit will be okay. Well, Detroit drops a 50 spot on Chicago, and then Chicago led Minnesota for 3 quarters, and then J.J. McCarthy sucked last night. So maybe we do know that the NFC North is Green Bay, Detroit, Chicago, Minnesota, or Minnesota, Chicago. I still haven't quite figured it out yet. I'm searching for answers in the North.
I don't think 3-4-4-3 is a challenge at all. Like it's not. It's very clear cut who's fourth, and then you can kind of work your way up. And Green Bay's number 1. You're right. I think we know right now. Detroit game, is it more about the opponent or was it more about them? I don't know. I want to see a larger sample, but it might just be about the opponent. The opponent may be one of the worst teams in football, 52 points. It's been over a decade since that happened to the Bears defense. I mean, there are a lot of exciting games. You have to start at the top with the one that got the most hype. The one that there were only 3 afternoon games because this one was going to take in so many eyeballs. I would say Philly, Kansas City, even though there were more exciting games on the docket, that's where you have to start. And like you mentioned, Philly definitely a top 4 team right now. Kansas City is not. They're sitting 0-2 on the season. However, Sam, the first thing I did was pull up the odds of Kansas City. They're not floating numbers that we wanted.
No.
We were hoping, okay, maybe they'll give us a 10-1. No, they're not giving you a 10-1 for the AFC. They're not giving you a great number. But what we do see is a pretty nice price in the division. Division's very gettable. At 0-2, you can find almost 3-1. Does that change based on the results of tonight? Like if the Chargers were to win and have a 2-0 start with a win over Kansas City in hand, and then another division win in hand as well, like maybe that could budge a little bit. But I would say of the Chiefs' futures, if you're interested in doing something like that, because we talk so much about, okay, what if Kansas City is 0-2? Future-wise, we kind of want that because we might get something that we like. I don't know that it's on the table for Super Bowl AFC, but maybe for division.
I was hoping for 10-1 AFC, and the price I see right now at BetMGM to win the conference is plus 650. Not interested. I would need so much more, but they've caught on to this. They're well aware and well versed as to how resilient the Chiefs have been, not how they are, because we don't know what this year's team is about. Tom Brady tried to explain yesterday multiple times during the broadcast how every year is different. Couldn't quite get there. He's trying in the booth, which we'll maybe talk about during Case of the Mondays. He was talking over the music yesterday. He's still getting through his point, and Burkhardt's like, all right, Tom, we'll wrap it up on the other side. Anyways,
Greg Olsen had the Giants-Cowboys game, which was the game of the day, and he was so much better, just like every week.
Yeah, he was good. And the game of the day may have been Miami and New England yesterday, which had horrible television difficulties. Look, with Kansas City, they have no speed on the outside right now. And that's going to happen when you don't have Xavier Worthy and you don't have Rashee Rice. And Kelsey's dropping a bunch of balls. It hits him in the hands in the end zone, falls into Makumba's hands, who then returns at 40 yards. They looked very vanilla. And the Chiefs' defense did a lot to keep Kansas City in the game, but then Philly just pushed its way to victory, which is another story. You know, Blandino's on the broadcast saying, I'm done with the tush push. There's a lot to unpack from yesterday, but I think it's very clear Baltimore and Buffalo are the 2 best teams in football. Like, we've always sort of thought that, and then after that first 2-team list, after Buffalo, after Baltimore, in whatever order you want to do it, who's number 3? I think most people would say Philly, because Philly is the world champs. But Green Bay's right there. If they can get that sort of push defensively and the quarterback can protect the football, they are one of the best 4 teams in football. So I think at this point, and I have plenty of time to change my mind over the next 4 months or whatever, I think right now, if you were going to say, give me your AFC and NFC championship games, it'd be Buffalo, Baltimore. It'd be Philly and Green Bay. Are you right there, or are you going to sub anybody in or out?
No, I'm there now. The market was screaming that after Thursday, right? When we were like, wow, Green Bay at some spots is now the favorite in the NFC before Philadelphia even plays their second game of the year. Like, the betting market was there, and then we have a little bit of a separation, which we thought was interesting because Kansas City not part of that top 4. Yeah, it's even more pronounced right now. I am there with you, and the betting market agrees, so I understand. With the tush-push thing, just as a viewer yesterday, it just made it, I don't know, I don't want to say non-competitive. There was no suspense at the end because you knew how it was going to go. Oh, they're lining up for a touchdown. They're less than a foot outside. Okay, they're going to score a touchdown here. We know what the result is going to be. Oh, they're lining up for the tush push. They're trying to clock it out. They're going to get this, and it's going to be over. Like, I think that's the part that the NFL doesn't like, and that's the argument that they're going to make. It's a done deal. And I get the other side, and we won't get into that. I was on Kansas City, flat wrong. You're right. They have no explosion on the outside. You're missing Rice and Worthy. Mahomes had a bad game too. I don't want to put everything on those guys, like the absence of those guys. Mahomes is paid. Mahomes is there. He's talked about as one of the best to ever do it. Then he's got to lift everybody up too. Look, that's what it is. If it's Hollywood, whoever it is that you got to lift them up. Like, I know people like to point fingers, but if you look at completion percentage below expectation or above expectation, of every quarterback that played yesterday, he was dead last in the NFL. During game day, BetMGM game day, I kind of landed on it as we were talking more about it. I'm like, this thing is it's a nut under, man. And that's exactly what happened. I wish I thought about it or talked about it all week on the show, but this matchup of defensive coordinators is as good as it gets with Fangio and Spags. And then we saw it in play. This Eagles offense, part of the reason I was on the Chiefs was because I was so unimpressed with what they did with the new OC in the first game of the year. And I was unimpressed again. They had 216 total yards. If I tell you before the game, Sam, okay, here's what's going to happen. The Eagles are going to have 216 total yards. They're going to average 3.7 yards per play. Like, you're all in on the Chiefs. Like, okay, let's lock it up. The Chiefs are winning at Arrowhead.
Nope, they're not, because Mahomes was not good. Even though he was great on that one touchdown drive with the big run and then the ensuing touchdown run off to the right corner of the end zone, their passing game was almost non-existent. And, they hit the late home run to Thornton with 3 minutes left or whatever. That was the best throw he had all game. But moments earlier, he overthrows his receiver, who's wide open, busted coverage, and he sails one way over his head. I think you nailed it. I think Mahomes was just okay. He made some big plays, and I think we view this game a little bit differently if Travis Kelce catches that ball like we know he can. He's on the foot of the goal line, and it just hits him in the hands, and I don't know if he was afraid of the hit because the safety was coming right on him. And he just kind of flinched and hit him in the hands, and then Philly picks it up. I mean, if he scores that touchdown, we may have a different game. But a dead under all the way. And for the first time in the Patrick Mahomes era, the Chiefs are 0-2. And we have sort of laid this up for people. Well, if they go 0-2, we're going to take 10-1. Not going to happen. You're not going to get 10-1. And now guess what? Now they get the Giants next week. They go across the country and take on Russ, who was very good for 60-plus minutes, and then in overtime, just not good enough. But that was an outstanding game. How about our guys, Beefloaf and Chirizi, having Dallas and Survivor, needing a field goal at the end of regulation with no time on the clock, and a field goal at the end of overtime with no time on the clock. Aubrey hits them both, the first time in NFL history. A kicker has made a field goal at zeros at the end of reg and zeros at the end of overtime. He makes them both, and the Cowboys somehow survive.
Beefloaf and Chirizi, it was a lot of us, and I was part of that. So, I'm in 10 pools. What I basically divvied it up was 2/3 Baltimore, 1/3 Cowboys. So I was in it. I was in it big time yesterday, just sweating my ass off. So riding the wave of them, there were so many times where I was like mad and sad, and it was over for all of these. I wasn't knocked out of any pools, but I lost, in a pretty chalky week. I lost a good amount of entries, and then I'm in, and now I'm out because of neighbors, and then I'm in again, and then we got Aubrey. It was just unbelievable. I mean, there were times I was pacing around in the basement by myself, clapping, yelling at the TV, going in circles, and then just slumping in the couch, just like, I can't, this stupid idiot. You should have just gone with the Cardinals if you're going to mix it up. Like, I don't understand. It's the stupid ass Cowboys. How did Russ do this? All week I said, Hey, it might be your last time to go against Russ. Here we go, 450 yards. Like, what? He's benched all week. He's benched all week for Jackson Dart. That's the conversation. And Russ looks like vintage Russ. And that Cowboys secondary of Eberflus, my God, it was pathetic. I'm glad many of my entries will not have an opportunity to bet on the Cowboys ever again. That game was awesome. Just last week with the sweat of Denver, this week with the sweat of Dallas. I'm just happy to get through. Everybody's getting through right now. We can talk about that coming up. But Aubrey is a different weapon. I know it's a team that's probably not going to make the playoffs, but when you are in field goal range, when you're 60 yards away and you feel confident, like the game winner at the end, didn't it feel like, oh, automatic? He's definitely going to win it. But having entries on Dallas, I was in my mind thinking, shut up, everyone. This is not an automatic. This is still 46, 47 yards. That's a really far field goal. And Aubrey's approach and everything was like, money in the bank. And it was. He's so much better than any other kicker in the NFL right now.
Yeah, he's unbelievable. And if you think about the first game between Dallas and Philly, it was fireworks until that delay. And then everything sort of slowed down, and somehow that game stayed under despite having over 40 points in the first half. So all we've seen from Dallas is chaos and Energizer Bunny left and right, up and down. I mean, they should be 2-0 to the over. 77 points last night in a Dallas Cowboy game. 77. Awesome. Crazy.
Yeah.
Not everybody is alive in Survivor because I rode the Miami Dolphins in one of the entries. So lovely, just lovely. Drake May made a big throw when they were down in that game, second half. Great throw to Stevenson, a 50-yard catch and run. That was a fun game. I don't think anybody thought that Miami, New England would be entertaining. And then how about Indianapolis? This was discussed on this show as well. The room came in hot and heavy on Denver. They missed the kick, the Colts. They missed the kick to win the game, but then they messed with the center. So there's a flag, and Schrader gets a re-kick. He puts it through. The Indianapolis Colts are 2-0 with Daniel Jones at quarterback, and they are the first team in the history of the NFL to not punt a single time in the first 2 weeks.
Wow. That is an incredible stat. First team in the history of the NFL. They're good. It's going to be a conversation all week. How do you question them when they put up 473 yards of offense on this Broncos defense? That's hard to do. I understand it after week one. It's 1 week sample, new offense, Steichen, Daniel Jones. I'm not sure. 473 on what was supposed to be the best defense in the NFL. You know who's not best defense? The Steelers. They might suck. It might finally happen. More to come. Joe O, Sammy P. We've got a double dip of Monday Night Football games. We'll preview them on the other side. This is Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
We're going to hit Monday Night Football a number of times today because we've got a doubleheader of action going on. Case of the Mondays later this hour. At 11:20 Eastern, we'll have guests on each game for Monday Night Football, and we'll give you our quick breakdown right now. First, it's Tampa Bay, Houston. Then we've got the Chargers and the Raiders tonight, Sam. So always love that. And it's not one of the situations we've seen in the past. I think it feels like the NFL is still trying to figure out what is better. Okay, let's have these double dips. It makes sense. You don't want – you had a lot of games got lost yesterday. Like, it's literally impossible to stay on top of 9 simultaneous games. I hate it when they do that with the schedule. When they did 9 and then 3, we've got no bye, so we've got all these games. Like, do you really have to throw on 9 games at one time? But that's exactly what they decided to do yesterday. And what I mean by the NFL not figuring out, these are not overlapping in any way. So, by me, it's 6 and 9 o'clock, even later by you. I don't know preferred way. I would rather overlap them. Like is that 10 p.m. Eastern, the start of the second game for you?
10 a.m.? Wait, 10 a.m. or 10 p.m.?
PM. I started to say A, but then it
tonight. Yeah, tonight. Yeah. I'm thinking yesterday. Yeah, tonight. Yeah, the second game starts at 10 p.m. Eastern. Yes. I thought you were asking if the PM Sunday slate. I'm like, wait a minute, what? Yeah, tonight is 7 p.m. first kick, 10 p.m. second kick. So if I wanted to watch the entire Chargers and Raiders game tonight, it'll end at about 1:15 in the morning, I'm going to guess. Not as bad as the Canelo-Crawford fight, which started at 12:40 a.m. Eastern out here.
No chance. There's no chance. Yeah.
I mean, we're about to start the fight, and then we want to do 2 musical performances. Like, it's 12:35 in the morning, and you know me, like, I like being out. I like being up late, but if I'm home and I'm in the couch, start the fight before midnight. What are we doing? Like, if I'm out and I'm in a bar, sure, I'll be out till 4 in the morning. No issue. But I wasn't. I was good. I stayed home. I'm going to watch the fight at home. And then Netflix says the fight's going to start at 9. Okay. The fight started at 12:40 in the morning and ended almost 2 a.m.
Didn't watch it. I'm not staying up. No. And then once we get to the next morning, so that's Saturday night, I'm doing game day at 7 a.m. my time. Like, no, NFL's week is here. It's over. You missed your window. You had a window and you missed it. Get out of my face. All right. Tampa Bay, Houston. What do we have tonight? Let's see. Is the number still 2.5? Are we still there this morning? Yes, we are.
Yep.
It is a juice 2.5. Okay. Texans are the home favorite at 2.5. I don't think we get to 3. It is juice minus 115 over at BetMGM. It's a low total that's been going down all week. I understand why that has been dipping all week. That makes sense. 42 and a hook everywhere you want to shop. This thing opened at 46.5. It is 42.5. Sam, the first of the 2 Monday Night Football games. Do you have an angle? Do you have a bet?
I know wise guys like the Texans, but they also had a couple games yesterday they liked, and I tailed and did not hit. So I don't know if wise guys are even wise anymore, buddy, to be honest with you. Yeah. They laid 1.5 and 2 with Houston. They were also taking pieces of the Dolphins yesterday and betting the Chiefs like they had the results, and those did not get home, is what it is. But I know there's been a big push on Houston, and I think they played some money line as well. But the biggest move in the game is the under. So when this opened up, the look ahead was 46.5. Then they reopened it last Sunday, not yesterday, 2 Sundays ago at 45. And now we're 42.5. So a big shortage of offense. I think a lot of people are looking at that Houston offensive line and how bad it was. And then the pressure Tampa will bring. But then you also see, while there has been a sharp move on the under, you've seen a sharp move on Houston. So there's not really a lot of correlation there, I would think. I'm probably going to stay on the sidelines for this one. I know I have a bet in the second game that I can't wait to lose, but I know guys I respect that are on Houston. I mean, what do you want? You get smoked on Sunday, and then it's like, oh, let's do a 3-hour show Monday morning. What do you like? Not much in Tampa, Houston, to be honest with you.
I know. I can't even laugh at GRP for starting 0-3. Like, it's pretty close to my record at this point. He's on Houston. He's on Vegas tonight. So take that for what it is. I get the move on the total. That makes sense. One thing we know about the Texans is that they have a strong defense. The offense is a problem. They scored 9 points last week. They didn't score a point in the second half, okay, against the Rams defense. Tougher matchup, I would say so. But no receiver had 33 yards for Stroud last week. Like, not one. There's no passing game to speak of. They have no run game. The guy that they thought was going to be their starting running back has been injured. They were a bad offensive line to begin with. So they trade one of their best offensive linemen in the offseason. The center, Jake Andrews, is out for this game. Christian Kirk is out for this game. Where are the weapons on offense? How are they scoring points? Why are they laying points? I don't know that they should be. Maybe it should be closer to a pick 'em. I'm not interested in backing Houston. As far as Tampa Bay, between the 20s, Baker wasn't getting it done throughout, but in money time, he came through against Atlanta. He completed the touchdown pass. Ibuka was strong. The rookie in his first game, he gets 6 targets. He had a big touchdown. He was productive, but that's going to be tough. That's certainly more challenging than the Atlanta Falcons defense, but don't tell that to the Minnesota Vikings. We can get to that coming up. I understand the move on the total. Now, it's hard to come in and say, I love under 42.5 after it's already gone through 44, 43. It's hard to do that. Tease, do I like Tampa teasing it up to 8.5? Yes, I do. Because I don't trust this Texans offense. What do you want to pair it with? Are you going to pair it with the dog tonight in the Raiders, or are you going to pair it with something in week number 3? Yeah, you could do that. You could do that. Maybe it's a stretch to say Raiders 3.5, going through the 6 and the 7, up to almost 10, but not quite there. Maybe you can get there. The only thing I would look at is an underplay. Not expecting a ton of offense in this game, which probably means it'll be a shootout. An underplay and looking at a teaser, looking at the dog. I get Baker through the 3, through the 7, through the 8 against a team that can't score. I like that idea.
I would expect Nico Collins to have a bigger game than he had in week 1. I know that because he's on my fantasy team, and I went, 4 points. Lovely. But then you look at the matchup here, and given the pressure that Bowles is going to like to bring, that's going to give Nico a lot of one-on-one opportunities, you would think. And his number, I see BetMGM has 75.5. Another book has 78.5. So BetMGM has the best number, quite literally, at 75.5, minus 110. I would expect a bounce back numerically from Nico Collins. I don't know if he gets in the end zone. I don't know who gets in the end zone. I mean, we're always guessing who's going to get in. We have good ideas, and we have a market for it. But I would think the targets would be there, and Nico's going to have plenty of one-on-one opportunities on the outside. Now, this line is a problem, as we've talked about. I mean, coming into the season, they were 31st out of 32 teams in Pro Football Focus's power ratings, offensive line power ratings. That's going to take some time to figure it out, if they can even figure it out. I also thought the play calling was a disaster in week 1. But you try not to overreact too much to what happened in week 1 and think that one of the league's best receivers could have a game where he gets at least 76 yards. That's probably the only thing I would bet in this game tonight. I don't really want to lay it. I don't really want to take it. I leaned under, but as you said, we could have gone under 45 and 44, and now we're sitting 42.5, and it's like, do I really want to go under 42.5 and then have it land 23-20? I don't think I can handle that right now. So I could easily just not bet this game and put all my eggs tonight in the basket of the Las Vegas Raiders, because that's where I find myself to save my week. on Geno Smith on Monday Night Football. That's what I need tonight. What are you doing tonight? Oh, I'm going to watch Geno Smith throw 3 picks on Monday night and lose another game.
Don't say that. Okay, so the Chargers are 3.5-point road favorites. The total 46.5. This thing has not moved much throughout the week. We've been sitting 3.5, and that seems to be the right number. That makes sense to me. So you got the Chargers. They're coming back from Brazil. How'd the Chiefs do coming back from Brazil? They sucked on offense and they lost in Arrowhead. Now they face the Eagles, but just it's worth pointing out. All right, so you got the Chargers looking to move to 2-0. Same situation for the Raiders. Coming off that win on the road last week, they come back home. Geno looked good. I'm looking forward to this matchup of OCs. Like Greg Roman was kind of in his bag last week. I know people don't want to say that about him. Looked good, spread the ball around with Johnston, McConkey, and Keenan Allen. And then Chip Kelly and Geno Smith looking fantastic. The big question, Brock Bowers.
Yep.
Is he going to be out there? Is he healthy? Is he going to be out there? Final injury report for the week, he was listed as questionable. So we don't know. Last week he put up over 100. The other tight end, Myers, in the offense, had almost 100 yards. What is Genty going to do? He'll be watched very closely tonight. Not a lot of production last week, even though he got into the end zone. It sounds like you're on the Raiders. I think this could go back and forth, meaning a higher scoring game. I'm looking at the over, and I'm thinking here in the morning, okay, if I like the over, I got to make this play now because you don't want to do it at 47 before you get to one of the key numbers in total land. So 46.5 over would be my play there. And you're looking at Vegas?
Oh, yeah. Need it. I got a text last night. I sent a couple texts out to Vegas, and I was like, what do we need tomorrow? What does the house need? Because I'm very curious what the house needs. Like, what do you need to not happen? And he said, the only thing we need on Monday night, believe it or not, is the Chargers to lose outright. So that made me feel good for a split second. I'm like, oh, all right, cool. So people are just jamming Chargers money line into every parlay. And remember, a lot of these parlays are continuations of what happened on Sunday. You know, people want to parlay the Bills and the Ravens and the Chargers, or the Cowboys to win and the Lions to win and the Chargers. There's so much rollover and so much that relies on the Chargers winning tonight's game that most sportsbooks in Vegas need the Raiders to win, which makes me, again, feel good. I feel like I love it when I'm aligned with what the house needs. But John Murray sent me a text yesterday, said, is the NFL over yet? ? I mean, look at in the early slate. In the early slate, you had one upset. One. It was the Steelers losing to Seattle. They don't count Miami because Miami's a 1.5 point favorite. I mean, that's not a sizable enough favorite to say that that's an upset. But they got one upset yesterday. And in the second slate, the other upset was Denver as a 2-point favorite. All these money line favorites of 3 or higher are just winning. And, you know, it was never, I don't know, man. It was never this easy to just wedge 5 favorites at -4, 5, 6, 7 and have them all win. It happened last year and it's happening this year. So that's what the house needs. They need the Chargers to lose. They need the Raiders outright.
Maybe I brought the bad vibes. I don't know if you remember, but on Friday Feels, I told you, I said, honestly, what I'm feeling is I'm nervous that it's going to be a continuation of last year, a continuation of week 1, where it's just all the favorites. And it's tough being a dog player. We're mostly dog players. We're looking for value. And where we think we have it, thank God Carolina ends up coming back and covering yesterday. Got something on the board. Like, seriously, that's where we're at right now with underdogs. And you're right. The only time you're getting a dog winning, like last week with Vegas against New England, it's right around 2.5, like 2.5, 3. Like, those are not big dogs. That's not what we're used to. There was, they were in danger zone with the Dallas game was close. They were a 5.5 point favorite. Arizona had to hang on as a touchdown favorite, but the favorites are finding ways to get it done. I know there will be a week of chaos, but we have not seen it in a long, long time.
Yeah, I mean, you look at all these games yesterday. Bengals, Cowboys, Lions, Rams, Niners, Bills, Ravens. Cardinals, Eagles, all went outright. Now, Sunday, the favorite that maybe shouldn't have been favored, Minnesota scores 6 points. They go down. But it's been a very, very chalky start to the season.
Yeah, we haven't gotten to a lot of these big games, a lot of these results. And Sunday Night Football was one of them. Maybe because it was quite boring if you were rooting for the Vikings last night. Case of the Mondays on the other side. Bet Sweats, the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
I gotta get out of here. I think I'm gonna lose it.
Uh-oh. Sounds like somebody's got a case of the Mondays.
Sounds like a case of the Mondays. Does anyone ever say to you, sounds like someone has a case of the Mondays?
No, man. I believe you get your ass kicked saying something like that, man.
Case of the Mondays here on Bet Sweats. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich. This time every Monday morning, we tell you about something that angered us over the weekend. A lot of times, especially during the football season, it is sportsy. Maybe you have something outside of the sports world that is certainly fair. We can go anywhere. There's a million different directions to go, Sam. Where do you want to take us?
Could go so many ways.
Yeah.
Notre Dame's holder, Tyler Buckner.
Oh my God.
Bum. Got one job. You got one job because you suck at quarterback. You have one job. It's to catch the ball and put it down for the extra point. Got one job. I got four jobs, and I do pretty well at all of them. You got one job, and you suck at it. Can't catch the ball from the long snapper right in your hands and lay it down for the extra point. I had so many parlays that were ending in Notre Dame money line. Just a joke. It's just a joke because you can't handle a snap on an extra point. Can we talk about Travis Kelce showing up to the game in a pantsuit with shorts? Just can't catch a touchdown pass at the goal line. Like, that was my theme of the weekend. Guys not being able to corral a football. Guys whose job is to catch a football. The holder at Notre Dame. The Hall of Fame tight end for for Kansas City. I got Tom Brady on the call. That's why that's on my mind. Tom Brady trying to break down anything while the Chiefs can't do anything on the field. Just like I was in personal hell yesterday during that Chiefs-Eagles game. But honestly, I want to shout out the Bears fans here who have been through it. I have said many, many times I don't root for them anymore. I don't care. The days of my high school and college life when I used to actually roll hard for the Bears, that's a long time ago. I've matured. I no longer care. I've been seasoned. I don't care. But Ryan Poles, after saying that the Bears were going to take back the North and never relinquish it, since he said that, the Bears are 3-17 against the NFC North. And he has drafted 34 players as a GM. Not a single one has made a Pro Bowl yet. They also extended Ryan Poles. And I hate the Bears because it bleeds in. I'm from Chicago, as everybody knows, and I'm in multiple threads that are Bears threads. And I wish I could mute all of them on Sunday. I just don't care anymore. I told you, I had to cover Cutler. Cutler told me to F myself a long time ago because I asked an honest question, and I just you know what? I don't care anymore. I don't care. I don't like this coach. I don't like this team. I don't like the organization. The PR guy is a loser. I just don't like the team. I don't like any of them. I hate them all. But I still, every Sunday when the Bears are losing, I got a group thread with 12 people in it, and they're all general managers, and they can all fix the Bears. And I just I'm so tired of it. And it's the same thing year after year after year. These group threads built up Trubisky, turned on him. Built up Fields, turned on him. Built up Caleb, turned on him. And now, oh my God, Ben Johnson. Oh, we're going to go to the playoffs. We're going to win the Super Bowl. And now Ben Johnson doesn't know how to coach his way out of a paper bag. So now let's fire Ben Johnson and get another head coach. And then we'll draft Arch Manning. Oh no, Arch Manning's a bust. All right, so we'll take Carson Beck. Bears fans are too much, and I have started to just mute the Bears group threads because these people are all insane. It's the definition of insanity. Year after year after year, it's the same script. Let's win the draft. Let's win the offseason. This is the year. It's honestly the same thing as the Cubs used to be. This is our year. Although the Cubs finally got there in 2016, of course. This is the year. We have the coach. We have the quarterback. How many times in the last 20 years have they had the coach and the quarterback? How many? Enough. Just accept it. It's never going to work. You're never going to have nice things. Stop coaching the team during the game. Stop recreating the wheel. Stop fixing the roster in the group thread. I don't want to read it anymore. I no longer care.
People think I'm joking when I say that I hate Bears fans so much that even though growing up as a diehard fan, season tickets 10 years, like everything about my life when I was young was about the Bears. I root against them every week because I hate Bears fans so much, because I know that if they win a game, next is a Super Bowl. And that's what they did. You hire Ben Johnson, you make a couple of changes. We got the dude that most teams wanted to be their head coach. Now it's Super Bowl time. No, that's not how the NFL works. And unfortunately, when you have teams go from terrible to really good very quickly, like everybody thinks they can do that. No, you can't. And a lot of times a dose of reality comes in the following year. How did the Jaguars not cover that game? The entire game, the plus 3.5 was good until there were 18 seconds left. How did that not happen? You're covering all game. I thought they were going to win outright. Joe Burrow goes down. We find out he's now out for 3 months. We'll talk about the fallout of that, of course. Like it's Jake Browning time in Cincinnati. And we've seen that before. He was able to win games. He was able to win yesterday, even though he ended up throwing, 3 interceptions? Yeah, 2 touchdowns, 3 interceptions for Browning. But them not being able to cover that game. ETN was great again. Sam, I understood why they gave the contract extension. But, a very similar situation to what you were talking about in Chicago is going on in Jacksonville. You got the great offensive mind in. You landed the big fish. So he's going to be your man running the show. They're going to get the quarterback they want. Now, they'll lie to the media and tell everybody that the quarterback they want is the one that is currently there. Okay, you can do that. That's fine. Right now, we're at a point, and we're going to get there with the Bears and Caleb, and we're probably there right now with Cohen and Trevor Lawrence. When he wants to make a move, they're going to have to make a move. And I don't know that Trevor Lawrence is the guy moving forward. I don't. And I'm not saying this because of a loss here with a bet or whatever, but completion percentage over expectation. He was bottom 3 yesterday in the league. I'm waiting for that moment. He can't establish a connection with Brian Thomas. He can't. Thomas was great last year, and then now this year. Yesterday, 4 receptions, 12 targets. They could have won the game on a 4th and 5. They decided to go for it. Thomas drops the ball. That's not Lawrence's fault. But I do have a lot of questions. Like, how many times are we going to have this conversation? Is Trevor Lawrence the guy? And I don't even know that he's mid right now.
I don't even know if he loves the game. There have been rumblings over the last couple of years that he's going to retire, take all of his money, and then open up a church in Indiana or something like that.
Andrew Luck? He's going to be Andrew Luck?
Wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah.
I mean, these quarterbacks just, they get all this money, and it's like, oh, do I really have to work hard ever again? He's basically telling his coach, shut up. Liam Cohen's telling him, hit the guy in the chest, and Lawrence is giving him the hand signal, like, you stay over there. It's not good. It's not a good look. I don't know how you guys didn't cover, though. You guys were all on Jacksonville. I didn't have the game. That would have been maddening to have Jacksonville, especially if you got a good number. If you got 4 and pushed, or 3.5. What do? You're covering the whole game. And somehow, Jake Browning wasn't even good. Didn't Jake Browning throw picks. 3 interceptions?
3 picks. Yeah.
How do you lose?
Yeah, he dove over and he got the touchdown in the end. He hit Chase when it mattered, right? Chase was the touchdown at the end. I'm trying to remember when he dove over and got. Yeah, he also had a diving touchdown, I believe, too. So
that's a bad beat. It's just a bad beat.
They have no run game. Bengals have no run game either. Like, how did you lose to that guy? Backup quarterback comes in, throws 3 interceptions. They have no run game, and you still end up losing after winning much of the game, covering the entire game. It's tough.
Here we go. I saw this. Warren Sharp, your guy, tweeted this out. Joe Burrow was losing 14-7 when he got hurt. Jake Browning entered down 7, threw 3 interceptions, and the Bengals still won the game. Don't know. More on Burrow, though. I mean, he's out 3 months per rap sheet. And BetMGM has taken him off the board. You can't bet him for any awards now. You can't bet him for MVP. You can't bet him for anything. He's off the board, which is nice that a book would just remove him because he's not going to win any of these things. According to Ian Rappaport, Bengals star quarterback Joe Burrow feared to have suffered a grade 3 turf toe injury, one that will require surgery and put him out at least 3 months. So now what? Now the Ravens just blow through this division? What's that price? What's the AFC North? Yeah, I mean, it's got to be. They should be minus 400 right now. I don't know what it is.
They are.
Exactly, minus 400. Hey, I got something right this weekend. Ravens, minus 400. Yeah, I mean, they're not losing the division. It's not happening.
I'd make it higher. Look at the Bills. You see that Bills price?
I'm going to guess it's minus 1,000.
Uh-huh.
Is it?
It is. Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
It's 1,100 at BetMGM. Some places have it lower, but yeah, that maybe the Ravens price should be closer to that, honestly. But those are the 2 biggest favorites in the NFL to win the division, and they should be. Man,
I feel really good. We were telling people to parlay Bills to win the division with everything, and that was minus 250, minus 275.
Chiefs?
I don't want to count my money already, but I think the Bills will be okay in the AFC East.
Chiefs?
East.
Chiefs?
No.
I'm saying Chiefs 3-1. I don't know. We're going to end up talking a lot about that probably this week, whether or not you can fire on that. JLC, Jason Lockenfora on the other side. This is the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Joe Sammy P with you weekdays 9 a.m. to noon Eastern time, and Sunday mornings I co-host BetMGM Game Day with Jason Locafora and Kate Constable. That is every Saturday morning 8 to 11 a.m. Eastern, leading into Sammy P and Nick Costos. You Better You Bet countdown to kickoff, and we welcome in Jason Locafora. Jason, I was more surprised than anybody that once we got to the Survivor portion of our show that you ended up on Dallas, because that is a team that you despise more than any other. And then we were all in, I think, when we were all in for the biggest sweat of the day on the Dallas Cowboys. How'd you get through that Cowboys-Giants overtime?
Well, look, I don't hate them when I fade them every year and they come in under the win total and then you get plus money to miss the playoffs and all that stuff. Yeah, look, as I explained on the show, I do a show, Wanna Bet, soon to be part of the Odyssey family here, every day with my partner, Ben Hall, a younger gentleman than me, who is at times wiser than me. And I gave him the wheel in week 2, and he was like, Dallas, Dallas, Dallas. And I'm like, brother, I have other ones that I've played other places, but yes, I will ride with you at Dallas. And at halftime, man, I had a text ready to light him up, and I laid off. Midway through the fourth quarter, I'm sitting there on the text, and I got the angel and the devil. And then, trust me, overtime, I'm like, I'm this close to like, bro, you better be. Hey, all's well that ends well, right? I also really like Detroit, but didn't want to use them that early, but thought that was a smash spot. I was all over San Francisco a bunch of different ways. I'm not a huge Kyle Shanahan guy, but Kyle Shanahan with a backup quarterback and a chip on his shoulder against the second worst team in the NFC, Homer Road, I'm going to ride that. There were a few others that I really liked. I didn't want to use Baltimore that soon. Neither did Ben. Yeah, woof. We got Arizona and Dallas out of the way. So that I'm looking at that. I'm going to call that a win.
I would love the JLC cam when Shoddy calls for what felt like a 90-yard field goal to tie it.
Oh, my God.
I would love to just watch that kick. Can you take me through like what you were thinking as they lined up for a 64-yarder?
Honestly, with that kicker, like I didn't like. I was kind of okay with it. Like, it's not like I had the biggest like nut in the world on that game. Like I'm in a couple different Survivor things, and this is one of them. And it's not like it's $1,000 to get in or anything like that. So like, I think their kicker is going to make Justin Tucker look like an afterthought. Like I think he's on a trajectory that's phenomenal, and he loves kicking in that place. And so I don't know, man. I honestly didn't hate it. Like it's crazy what's considered quasi-automatic now or more makeable than not. And that kicker in that scenario, like, is it ideal? No, but like, was I absolutely stunned that he drilled it? Not at all.
You talk about the Ravens every day on your show in Baltimore, and there's a big shakeup in the AFC North. Not a big surprise, of course, what happened. Biggest favorite on the day. Baltimore ends up blowing out Cleveland. That's not the shakeup. Part of it is Pittsburgh, because, again, they give up more than 30 points. Shocking development there. You go back to the end of last year, they were doing that on a regular basis, but you were talking about top-notch offenses. Now you're doing it to Sam Darnold's offense. Yeah. And we got Burrow. He's out 3 months. So we're looking at the price this morning. Okay, it's Ravens minus 400 to win the division. Should probably be higher.
Yeah, and look, I'm sitting on tickets. Ravens 1, Steelers 2, Bengals 3, Browns 4. I'm a little worried about the 3-4. Like I still think it's still Mike Tomlin. He's never had a losing season. And could you have 7 wins and finish with a couple tiebreakers? Finish second in that division? I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility. What I think it does more than anything else is make me feel good about some of the tickets I'm holding on AFC West teams where I thought 3 were getting in, and Denver has got their issues. And I don't know what's going on with Denver defensively right now, but that's Sean Payton. That's a quarterback who's thrown a lot of touchdowns with Sean Payton. So like, this game tonight gets kind of interesting for me. Like, I'm not going crazy on what I like. Like, the Raiders will be a professionally run organization under Pete Carroll. Like, he's going to make them better and deeper defensively. They're going to manage game situations better than they have in a long time. And that quarterback will, go off on runs and put up some yards. So, the door is definitely wide open for a third team in the AFC West. I mean, we're all sort of assuming, right? That's KC. That's the Chargers. That's Denver. But like this Chiefs thing, man, their schedule is a bear. And like the Raiders played them tough under Antonio Pierce. So what it does for me really is kind of make that division really even more intriguing. I mean, I don't know. Could they send 4? I mean, is that mathematically possible? I don't know.
One of those teams in the division you just mentioned, Denver. I was going to pose this question to you because they both have the same price to win the Super Bowl. If I were to say, okay, you have to bet either Denver or Washington stock, which team would you take of those two? They both have the same price.
Denver because of the head coach. Denver because they've got pass rush. Like, I mean, I'm looking at, if you're just making me in a vacuum handicap something and it's football related, do they have a coach? Do they have a quarterback? Do they have a pass rush? Can they mitigate the pass rush a little bit? And then 5 for me is like, okay, red zone, which really is indicative of the coach, right? Because if you've got enough scheme, you got enough brain power, you can probably make it happen in the red zone, unless you totally run out of players like the Chiefs. So I would go Denver. I didn't buy Washington's defense last year. I thought there was a smoke and mirrors element to Washington. That as great as the quarterback was, I just found myself thinking they're not really this good defensively. Like, I don't really think that much of Dan Quinn's scheme. Like, this quarterback's covering up a lot of stuff, whereas Denver was propping up that quarterback. But I'll take Sean Payton over Cliff Kingsbury in terms of the quarterback guru thing. They're both going to play a tough schedule. No two ways about that. And I'm also holding some tickets on Denver to make the AFC Championship game. So perhaps there's a bias in me speaking as well.
With Jason LaCanfora here on BetSweats, BetMGM Network. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayonovich with you. So the Saints last year, they start 2-0. They score 47 and 44 points. And then we know what happens. Are the Colts that? Or are they, is this actually real?
They're not that. I mean, they got a better coach than Dennis Allen. They've got a better, like, I'll take Daniel Jones over the carcass of Carr and then Rattler and all that stuff they were throwing together the rest of last year. Like, the Colts defense, I know it didn't look great yesterday, but they were like quasi interesting to me. I think they have some talent. They definitely upgraded at defensive coordinator. They've got a little bit of that early mojo going, which can carry teams. They remind me in a weird way a little bit of the Daniel Jones playoff team, right? That Dable took out of nowhere to Coach of the Year honors and all that. Like, is this a team I would buy over multiple seasons? No, but like, have they caught a little lightning in the bottle? Is their division horse bleep? You know what I mean? You can start checking boxes to make a little bit of a case for them. So no, I don't think they're the Saints. That head to head against Denver, and we like, I mean, again, what the hell happened there with taking a field goal off the board and all that? It happened. They won. That could end up being a huge head to head tiebreaker for them. No, I think the Colts are, like, I kind of thought coming into the year they're a 500-ish team, and again, like, I think we're going to find the right combination of 9 wins gets you in the door.
What are people saying in your circles about the Bears? I'm curious how people assess them from the outside.
My people are never big on the Bears. I got to be honest with you. The evaluators I talk to all the time, you can read my stuff in the Washington Post. My guys don't fancy their GM. They don't fancy the hype that comes with every move they make. They think that the decision makers should have been fired, not re-empowered. They think the ownership group is out to lunch. They think everybody there is so caught up in the stadium BS that they get bamboozled by people like agents who used to play for them. And, like, it's not a professional, it's a Bush League operation. That's what they think of them. What are they great at? What have they been great at forever? Like what is like? They don't win at home. They don't
Selling
win on
you
the road.
hope.
They're not.
They're good at.
They're not
selling you
competitive
hope.
in the division. Like I don't know. Like I haven't been on them either game. I mean, I had 4 same game parlays I built around the Lions winning that game and Goff and Gibbs going off at least to some degree. I hit all 4. Nothing really about that game. Surprise! I thought Caleb would run a little more. Like, thought he'd run a little more. I played him at 15. Thought about playing him at 30. Thought about playing him more than that. This guy's going to take time to become an NFL head coach. Like, I think he's coming in a little cocky, and he's going to want to weed out his guys from the other guy. Like, why set this thing up where like there's going to be the inevitable power play? Just explain to me why the GM is like. What make the case for why this guy's got all the money and all the power? Why isn't Kevin Warren
the head coach
a long
or the
time
GM?
ago? The
Which
GM.
one? Yeah.
I mean,
no, I don't.
The head coach. I'm talking about the GM.
And they just gave him the
I thought
extension.
Kevin Warren was going to come in there and have guardrails and be and like, and that things would change for the better. But he backed the wrong guy.
Yep. Yeah. And they just gave him the extension for no reason.
That's what I'm saying. Like, what the hell?
Yeah, no, I know.
So no, my people are not
same
surprised.
Old story. No, same old story. With Jason Lockefor, this is a Bet Sweats. Check out the In the Huddle podcast, an Odyssey original. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide for your insurance and financial needs. Nationwide is on your side. Jason, we've got 2 games tonight. Before you dive into the games, what do you think about the double dip? And they don't overlap them at all. It's a 10 p.m. Eastern start for the second game. And any thoughts on these 2 matchups?
I hate when they play them at the same time. I feel like that defeats the purpose. Like you're into greed, you're into creating windows. Just give me one early and one late. Like, you tend to know your consumer pretty well. Like, let's nip that in the bud. Because next week they're on concurrently, I think, right?
I have no idea.
I think they are.
Are they trying to figure that out? Yeah. Okay.
I think
that makes sense.
Yeah.
So
tonight
they don't know what to do yet.
Yeah. Tonight I like the under in the earlier game. I buy both defenses more than both offenses. Obviously Tampa's got all kinds of issues in their offensive line. I think the Texans offensive line moves in the offseason were highly overrated. And I don't know that they have an offensive coordinator. I mean, we know they didn't have one last year, but are we sure they have one now? We used to look a lot at, or at least I used to look a lot at Stroud home road splits. Like we're kind of past that now. Like he hasn't been great at home the last 4 times out. They put a lot on his shoulders. So I think that's a fairly ugly game. And I think Baker might have to activate his legs a little bit more. I think it's volume underneath, screen, stuff like that. The late game, like I'm inclined to buy the Chargers. I'm not going crazy betting them. I do have, some money line, small leg parlays going. I'm doing things like taking it down to 39.5 and going over and have some sort of corollaries to that. This has been, and when they play in Vegas, it's tended to get bat bleep crazy. But then you've also got this conflicting thing of Harbaugh versus Carroll, right? And the 2 old school guys and run the ball and defense and like divisional game this early in the year. So that does weigh on me a little bit, which is why I'm just not playing the game straight up over. I think they really want to get their new kid running back. Well, both want to get their new kid running backs into the end zone. I kind of lean to the Giro Harbaugh side of things with the Chargers to be able to do that. Herbert, his last 14 games, it's pretty ridiculous, right? 67% completions, 8.1 per attempt. So it's not Harbaugh check down ball. 21 touchdowns, 2 picks, 105.1 rating. He's throwing the ball 32 times a game. It could get a little loose for me.
15-1 MVP, Herbert. 15 now.
I'm on Jordan Love, baby. I'm already on Jordan Love.
Okay.
Talked about him all spring and summer on Wannabet. Jordan Love. Let's go, Pack, go. Isn't that what they say?
Yeah,
Cheese for everybody. Yeah.
Top 4 team in the NFL, man.
Don't
it's easy.
Soon,
we got it. We got it all figured out now. Last 30 seconds. Will the Chiefs make the AFC Championship game this year?
No.
Okay.
No.
Yep. Here we
go. They'll make the playoffs, but I don't know about the championship game.
Okay, good stuff. Jason Lacafora. Check him out. BetMGM Game Day, Sunday mornings with myself and Kate Constable, 8 to 11 a.m. Eastern. Thank you, Jason. Best of luck with your wagers tonight, all right?
You got it. Thanks, guys.
That was Odyssey NFL insider Jason Lacafora, host of the Odyssey original podcast, In the Huddle. Insider calls brought to you by Nationwide for your insurance and financial needs. Nationwide is on your side. Yes, Sam, no doubleheader next Monday, but in week 4, it seems like they're just kind of testing this out. They are doing a doubleheader, and they're going on at the same time. There's going to be that overlap. They're going to start one game at 7:15 Eastern, and then the next game at 8:15 Eastern.
Joy. Can't wait.
You hate it all, and I understand. I understand why you're there. Monday morning market moves. Let's look at next week. College football first, then the National Football League on BetSweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Let's turn the market move.
The markets are open.
People always ask, well, why should I bet on Monday? Because you have the perfect number in front of you.
And the numbers are moving.
We've seen this total go from 47.
You're dealing with numbers all day long.
To 49, 49 and a half.
Bang, bang, bang.
Now you're getting a field goal in a game that was sit and pick 'em for so long.
Let's dive into some Monday morning market moves.
It's his first day on Wall Street. Give him time.
On Bet Sweats, presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
Okay. I think this is a welcome switch up for Sammy P, because we're going to talk some college football instead of the NFL. I could see us spiraling down the more and more we talk about the NFL, and I certainly understand why. Joe O, Sammy P, Monday Morning Market Moves. We do college football, then the NFL in 20 minutes from right now, taking a look at the upcoming week and seeing how the market is moving. And we certainly have some examples that are worth discussing. But we're not going to start with sides and totals. We're not going to start there with the upcoming slate. We're going to start with the biggest award in college football. It's this one, and it's really nothing else even close. And that, of course, is the Heisman Trophy. Sam, if we go to the very top of the board, what do we see in the Heisman Trophy race?
We see a Bet Sweats party is what we see. According to BetMGM, Carson Beck, John Mateer have the two best chances to win the Heisman Trophy. Hey now.
Whew. Let's go. That's it, man. Looking good. It's very, very early, right? But I like where we sit. It was a gimme game for Oklahoma. They throttled Temple 42-3. Mateer had a good game. And part of my case for double dipping, which I did this past week, was, look, Auburn's coming up. I think they can beat Auburn. They're at home for that game. Oklahoma is. And then you've got a gimme in Kent State, one of the worst teams in the country. So now we're talking about sitting 5-0, and we're getting hype going into the game against Texas. And, dude, Arch doesn't look good.
He stinks.
I mean, this guy was, speaking of the Heisman favorite. He all offseason looks awful. They win over UTEP 27-10. That's not supposed to happen with a Texas team that has the next coming at quarterback. He's going to be the number one pick moving forward. Every draft he enters, he's going to be the number one pick. No. Okay, you bounce back against San Jose State, but maybe not to the level some were hoping. UTEP 27-10, Manning 114 passing yards.
That has been the toughest team to power rate for me all season. And I take some responsibility for that. But when you talk to lifetime odds makers and bookmakers, and they all tell you that Texas is the highest power rated team in the country, you have to listen. So coming into the season, I had Texas number one because everybody that makes numbers said Texas is number one. So where are they now? I've knocked them down every week. I had them at 3 in the country, and I don't want to get too crazy with that, but like, how are they top 5? I just don't. They're not a top 5 team in the country right now. But you can't, when you're making like numbers, you're not supposed to overreact this rapidly. But sometimes it's warranted. I mean, clearly the books were wrong, and I was wrong because I believed in the guys that I believed in. But then you looked up coming into the Ohio State game, Texas is favored to win the title, and Arch is favored to win the Heisman. So we were given this bill of goods that Texas is elite, and they will be better than they were last year because they have Arch Manning at quarterback. And now you look, MGM's got 30-1. I wouldn't bet 100-1 on Arch Manning. They can't float it out because they've got so much liability already built in. I mean, guys were betting 8-1, 7-1, 6-1 in the summer, just firing bets on Arch Manning. And I haven't recalibrated yet. I mean, how do you put that team in the top 5? power rating wise. Like I had them 3 last week and I felt bad about that. I'm like, oh my God, are they really third? But I didn't want to get too crazy with the rating because a loss to Ohio State is not a bad loss. But then when you can't move the ball against UTEP, it's like I have to drop them another 1.5, I think. You can't drop them 4 points. That's ridiculous. And Ohio State, I'm sorry, everybody thinks Ohio State would be a 7-point favorite over Texas on a neutral, and that would not happen. Just would not happen. But I think that's the toughest team to power rate right now because the talent is there, but the red zone offense is horrible, and their quarterback stinks right now. It's a very, very tough team to put a number next to.
I get it. And I'm looking at the number this week. I'm like, 41.5? Yeah, I know Sam Houston sucks. So does UTEP. And it wasn't even close. 41.5. I don't think they should be 41.5 over anybody. I've been staring at that, wondering. I was looking at that during the NFL games. Like, that's a crazy number for the way that Texas has been playing. But you do a good job of explaining why that's the number. Because they were all the way up there. And yes, okay, they've had subpar performances. Down a little, down a little, down a little. You don't want to overreact. Then you get hammered going the other way. But, man, I've been unimpressed. Very unimpressed.
Yeah, of course. But I've been unimpressed with 2 teams. And I know we're going to talk about some of these lines that have moved, but I think this is a very difficult question to answer right now. And I have to do this. I have to be ready for this at 1 o'clock Eastern on Bear Bets. Who's the best team in college football right now? No idea. I have no idea. Penn State is still my highest power rated team. They are. Penn State also doesn't look like they give a damn because they haven't played anybody. So it's, they didn't cover against Villanova. Their season starts in 2 weeks against Oregon. That's when their season starts. And guess what? They're going to be favored in that game. Even though Oregon might have looked better so far, Penn State is still favored. And you look at the board at MGM, Ohio State's favored, then Georgia and Penn State right behind them, then Texas, then Oregon. You have 5 teams right now that are within plus 550 and 7-1. I mean, it's not even who's the best team, it's who do you want to bet? And I would love, the title game that I would love to see would be Oregon against Miami. I think that would be a sensational national championship game.
Yeah.
But I don't have either of them in my top 3 right now.
Maybe the
numbers are wrong.
Yeah, we were talking off air with David Dykstra, a big Penn State guy. He's like, they're not a top 2 Big Ten team. All summer, they're the best Big Ten team. It's finally Franklin's time. He's like, yeah, they're 3-0, but he's watching every down. Like, no, they're not that good. Okay, to your question about who's the best team. People are going to say, well, LSU right now is the best team in the SEC. Why not them? Because I don't know if Clemson's any good. That's why. How do you power rate them? How do you power rate Clemson at this point?
I don't know. That's another tough one. So I had them 5th coming into the season, and last week I had them 8th, and I mean, they're still going to get respect. I don't know why, but you look at their title odds, and they've fallen down to like 12th. So how low can you go? The quarterback stinks. It's crazy to me that people were so willing to bet Arch Manning or Cade Klubnik to win the Heisman. This is why you just can't do it. You can't fall for this summer stuff every year. Every year, they jam somebody down your throat, whether it's Spencer Rattler or DJU or Arch Manning or whoever it is. You can't do it. As for the games that have moved so far this week, they're betting Illinois. Now, Indiana opened 5, which I thought was high. And I'm not an Illinois backer this year by any stretch, but I thought Indiana -5 was a crazy high line in the Hassan Gertz Bowl to settle it all this weekend in Bloomington. So Indiana opens as a 5-point favorite. BetMGM is 4.5. Other books are 4. Circa is 3.5. Early push on the Illini, and honestly, it makes sense. It does. I never thought Indiana should have been a 5-point favorite.
Man, I'm forgetting who it was. I saw a college football analyst kind of like do his breakdown of the rankings, and he was annoyed at Illinois' ranking because if you look at them and you look at some of the other teams that are below them, has Illinois really proven that they're better than a lot of the teams that they're above? And we deal with power ratings, and you do a great job with yours, but a lot of people will look at the rankings, and some of them crazy enough to make bets based on that. Like Georgia Tech, he was pointing out, and I think it's certainly fair. You look at that resume, you look at what they did over the weekend against Clemson, and they also won at Colorado. Like, how are they so many spots below Illinois? Illinois got the hype in the offseason. That's the reason. They got the hype. People bought into it. They haven't lost yet. So that's why they're going to be so much higher than a lot of other teams. We don't know yet if it's deserved hype. We're going to have a better idea after Saturday.
Yeah, it's a big stance by the House against Illinois. And as much fun as I like to have with Illinois and their fans, because their fans are very funny, like, oh, we beat Duke and we beat Western Michigan, we're a top 10 team. There are two teams that I think are properly misranked in the AP poll. You mentioned Georgia Tech, and how about Vanderbilt? I mean, Vanderbilt's got 2 monster wins already. Monster wins for them. With a win total of 5.5, they're already 3-0. So the AP poll, to me, I don't put a lot of stock in. I don't really care. From a number standpoint, I had Illinois 3 points better than Indiana last week going into Saturday. Indiana plays Indiana State, wins by 70. Whatever. And then Illinois is up 10-0 on Western Michigan at half. Illinois pulls away, wins 38-0. But I mean, if I had Illinois 3 points better last week, you don't really move either of those teams. So how do we get from Illinois 3 on a neutral to Indiana 5 at home? I don't understand it. And you've seen the money come in on Illinois. Again, they took 5, took 4.5, and took 4. Another team that they're betting this week is Duke. Duke opens 2 at home against NC State. And now Duke is laying 3.5. Duke has taken money in 2 straight weeks and gotten destroyed. If you bet them, at least, because I bet them against Illinois, because again, I believed in the numbers and believed in the market, and the market was way wrong on Duke. So then Duke goes to Tulane on Saturday with the old Tulane quarterback playing for Duke, and Tulane wins. So Duke has taken money week 2, week 3, loss, and here they are taking money again from 2 to 3, 3.5. The market keeps betting Duke. Duke keeps underperforming.
I will give the AP poll voters this bit of credit, and maybe you would disagree with this, but they kept Notre Dame in there. 0-2. Close loss against Miami. Close loss on Saturday, right? So, against Elko. So you don't see that normally, but I'm okay with it. Like, we know what's going to happen. Notre Dame is almost a 4-touchdown favorite against Purdue. That's inside of 4 touchdowns because of the results for the Irish so far. But you would think that they're going to stomp them. I don't know that they're going to cover the number. But, yeah, I would give them that credit. That's a power rating thing, right? Like, they're closer on that, but they're so wrong on so many other things. As far as other games that have moved, does anything else stand out? As far going through key numbers, I'm not seeing any of that, but there have been, 1-2 point adjustments here or there.
Cal is getting bet against. So Cal has started 3-0 because they have this freshman phenom, JKS, who's been unbelievable. Beat Oregon State, beat Minnesota as a dog. And now you see Cal go, oh, all right, let's see the market open Cal 13 on the road at San Diego State. And now there are 11.5s in the market. So, okay, it's one thing to do it as a dog at home twice. Now we're going to make you a 13-point favorite on the road. So Cal opened 13 down to 11.5. Key number-wise, though, you're right, like not much yet. They're betting Michigan at
Michigan,
Nebraska.
I was going to bring that up.
Yeah, 1.5 out to 2.5 now. BetMGM. Underwood looked pretty good. Again, how much stock do you put into a win over Central Michigan? I don't know. But nothing like drastically through a 7 or a 14 or a 21 or anything like that. That Notre Dame game, if we can go back there for a second. So they opened 27, 25.5 now at Chris. So early bites on Purdue.
Is Gertch in trouble with his 10 toes after a 73-0 victory over the weekend? He said 0-9 in the Big Ten. That's what I want.
Favorite at home. 5-point favorite on the Open against Illinois.
Monday morning market moves on the NFL next. This is BetSweats.
You're listening to BetSweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Monday morning market moves. Let's talk about the NFL. I was just thinking about you having to answer that question. Who's the best team, or which team would you bet college football right now? I think you want to say Miami, but
yeah,
but you don't. I don't know if you want to do that, right? Like, are you comfortable doing that? But you want to say Miami.
Well, it's a different conversation. Who's the highest power rated team, and who would you bet? Right? Just because they're the highest rated team doesn't mean the market's correct. Clearly evident by Texas coming into the season being everybody's number one team. They were the highest power rated team, but I remember quite vividly us on this show saying, do not bet Texas at 5-1, 550. They were still the number one team in the ratings, but you're not making a bet there. So if we're just going to say, all right, bet one of these teams, national championship, Ohio State 550, Georgia 6, Penn State 6, Texas 7, Oregon 7, LSU 10, Bama 13, A&M 15, Miami 20, Oklahoma 20. Who are you betting? That's the better question. Not who's the best team, who are you betting? Yep. Miami at 20 is what I would bet right now. I mean, they might have, and maybe they don't power rate as high as Ohio State, Penn State, Georgia, Oregon, LSU. They have an NFL offensive line, defensive line, a quarterback who's right there to win the Heisman, talent, skill, speed all over the field. Their number one running back didn't even play against USF, and they still ran for 1,000,000 yards. Their O-line and D-line is insane. And then you get Carson Beck, who's a senior quarterback, very good. The only issue with Miami is Mario. Everybody has an issue with Mario. Mario's been pretty good so far this year. Well, he's going to mess up eventually. Maybe. Maybe he will. I'm betting Miami at 20 before I'm betting Ohio State at plus 550. I'm sorry, I am. But I'm not possibly power rating Miami over Ohio State. You can't. Like, that's not the case. If Ohio State and Miami played on a neutral, Ohio State's a favorite. Clearly.
Yep.
But who are you betting? 550, 20-1. It's a very interesting series of questions. Who's number one? Who's power rated the highest? Who's the best team? Who are you betting to win the title? Those are all different questions.
That's Sammy P. I'm Joe O. This is Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network. Okay, let's transition to the Monday morning market moves on the NFL side. Sam, a ton of numbers are moving. Some of it is injury related. Let's start there with the biggest injury in the NFL. It's the biggest story. It's Joe Burrow down for 3 months for the Cincinnati Bengals. So if we look at this a number of days ago, it is Minnesota favored by 1.5. That was a look ahead. Minnesota looks terrible last night. That comes into play. But of course, the point spread has to be higher because it's Jake Browning and it's not Joe Burrow. I see 3.5 at BetMGM, mostly 3.5s. Some spots are 4, some 4.5. It looks like this one's heading north. But are you surprised that we have a 2-point difference between the look ahead and current number on Vikings Bengals?
It's a very complicated line to make because the look ahead number came in off of Minnesota's Monday night performance against Chicago. And look ahead number obviously comes out with Burrow in there. So on September 9th, the look ahead number in Vegas was Minnesota -2. That's with a healthy Burrow and the Vikings off a comeback win on Monday night. Then Burrow gets hurt. So then they open up 4.5. This opened up last night at 7:14. That's before Monday Night Football. Because Monday Night Football is not until 8:15. So before we see the Vikings suck on national television, the market is Minnesota 4.5. Now we're 3.5, 3. It's very, very tough to power rate the Cincinnati team without Burrow. Because you would ask somebody, how much is Burrow worth? What's the drop off Burrow to Browning? Probably 4.5 points. but their line is so bad. I mean, Burrow got banged up in week 1. How about that video of Myles Garrett coming fully unblocked through the A-gap and just drilling him? They can't keep their quarterbacks upright, which negates their ability to throw the ball deep. So I don't know that you could put a 5 on it because of their lack of protection for whoever's under center. But when they reopened at 4.5, that got hit right away. BetMGM's 3.5. Chris is already 3. I don't think the Bengals money is going to stop. I think the market is really going to bet against McCarthy. That was a very, very bad performance. And, I remember coming on the show last week saying the kid's a winner. And I still believe he's a winner. I mean, it was a bad game last night, but he's still a winner. They played 8 quarters now, Minnesota. They've been efficient offensively in 1. And that quarter was against a team that gave up 50 yesterday. So I think we definitely need to reassess Minnesota. And I don't think there's going to be a lot of people that are excited to lay 3.5 with the Vikings at home, even against a backup. Not saying it's right, but that's going to be the consensus because everybody just watched McCarthy on national television as a 3.5-point favorite, score 6 points, and now they're a 3.5-point favorite again. I don't think the average person is going to look to lay that. I'm sorry. I don't see it.
I will. And I hate it. Give me Flores against Browning. That's where I'm at. But you're right. Like that, and that's going to be everywhere. The efficiency offensively in 1 quarter, they've scored a touchdown in 1 out of 8 quarters. That's rough. And now you're favored by more than a field goal at home, so people are going to go the opposite way. Oh, Browning still won. He won without Burrow. They're fine against Jacksonville. Yeah, I would probably want to be on the Flores side. That's me. But hey, maybe I'm sick of picking and losing with underdogs. Maybe that's part of it as far as I'm concerned. I wanted to bring up this number, even though we're waiting on a team to play Monday Night Football, because of the movement we see, and we have a quarterback injury involved. I'm talking about the Jets and the Bucs. So we wait on Tampa Bay against Houston. It'll be a short week for the Bucs, but there's a move here because Justin Fields is injured. Was injured yesterday. He was having a bad game, and then he gets injured. It is now 7 at BetMGM. The Bucs a 7-point favorite. Matter of days ago, this was sitting 5. They weren't sure what to do with it, and now it jumps up. Now, if the Bucs win tonight, if they look good, it might go past 7.
Yeah, Ty Taylor. He's your guy, ideally, for week 3.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a big drop between Fields and Taylor. I don't. Look ahead number here was 6, and now it's 7. So they're saying it's a point, basically. We'll see what happens tonight with Tampa. If Tampa can go into Houston and pull the upset, granted, they're not a big dog. They're only a 2.5-point dog. But if Tampa comes out and wins 28-10, just if. I'm not saying it's going to happen. Please don't say I like the Bucs because I don't. I don't have a side in the game. But if Tampa comes out and rolls them, yeah, a 7 is going to go bye-bye. You're going to see 7.5 during the game. You'll see that 7 move. So that number will be predicated on what happens tonight. Now, if Tampa loses, it works the other way. So if you want to get involved in that game pre-Monday Night Football, you have to sort of handicap how you think Monday night's going to go. If the Texans roll the Bucs and it's, 31-0 Houston in the third quarter, Tampa's going to be a 5.5-point favorite. So it really all swings on what happens tonight between the Bucs and the Texans. But as of right now, you're right. There's been a move from 6 to 7, at least from where the number was a week ago to where it is now.
Let's talk about the fallout of Cowboys-Giants from yesterday. On one hand, they don't know what to do with the Cowboys-Bears game. BetMGM has the Bears as a 1-point favorite. There are some books that have made Dallas a favorite. Dallas is a favorite at Circa. There are pick'ems available, so they don't know what to do in that game. And then you've got the Chiefs and the Giants, the 0-2 Chiefs. At the Giants, all of a sudden, Russ showing signs of life. He's your passing leader because, of course, he passes for almost 100 yards more than anybody else yesterday. BetMGM has it at 6. There are plenty of 5.5s out there, so that Kansas City number down a touch here. What do you think about Dallas and New York Giants, kind of the reaction to what happened yesterday?
Well, I think the wildest thing is the total market in Dallas, Chicago. So they opened this 49, and then you see sharper books go to 50. Rec books are at 48.5. Like I'm looking at it right now. So Circa and Chris are 50. BetMGM, Green Book, Blue Book, 48.5. Sharp books going up, rec books going down. That's interesting.
Over.
Is it not?
Yep, very much so.
And you could definitely go over if Circa and Chris are sitting 50. Yes, you should probably go over 48.5. To Joe's point.
Why is this a pick'em?
I would not bet the Bears with your money.
That's what I'm saying. We have to take that. We don't have to do anything, but when I look at that total, my first reaction is the majority of the scoring is going to come from the Cowboys against the Bears. Oh, Eberflus revenge game coming back to Chicago. I forgot about that.
Yes. What's up with Jalen Johnson? I saw him get hurt again yesterday. That guy can't stay on the field. I feel bad for him. He was laying on the ground. They brought the guys out. He probably, in all reality, he probably should have been on short-term IR to start the season, but they rushed him back, and now he's hurt. And I think both him and Edwards are going to be out for a while. That's the report that I saw yesterday. So your number one corner's out. One of your best linebackers is out. Man, who's getting stops in that one?
They're missing multiple players in the secondary. Did you see they just flew by the guys on Dallas? Just neighbors again, a bunch of them. Wendell Robinson, they're just flying by. The over's the move. I get it. Joe O, Sammy P, this is BetSweats, BetMGM Network. Monday Moons on the other side. This is BetSweats.
You're listening to BetSweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Look at him, he's heading for that small moon.
That's no moon.
It started with me telling Joe that I just blasted a game to the moon.
You have an Aries sun and a Libra moon, so that means that the sun and moon are opposing each other.
Fade them to the moon.
Why some say the moon?
It is juice to the moon.
Can we talk about Gore Moon?
We choose to go to the moon.
Pacers, moon.
We choose to go to the moon because that challenge is one that we're willing to accept.
Monday Moons. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich. This is Bet Sweats. Are you in a good mood now? After a couple hours, we get to do moons.
I'm in a very good mood. I think I just changed from the weekend to the week. I think I just flipped during JFK talking about the moon. I think that finally did it for me.
So good. So many great references in that open. We love it. All right. Time to be positive. If we're being honest, we've been a little negative the first couple hours of the show. And you can understand why. We all have Mondays like that. It's been a 2-hour version of Case of the Mondays. But Sam, we're going to hand out moons. Where do you want to start?
Number one moon goes to the Miami Hurricanes. They absolutely railroaded South Florida, which was mentioned in the room. Public came out, wanted to bet South Florida. Miami absolutely dominated. And that was with a what? 2.5-hour rain delay, weather delay in South Beach. That was so annoying because I had Miami. That was my biggest position on Saturday. And other things are starting to happen. And then the delay keeps coming. And we're going to start it at 6 o'clock Eastern, 6:45 Eastern, 7:07 Eastern. They kept moving the delay time, but it didn't phase Carson Beck, did not phase that offensive line. That is a very, very good football team. Miami almost got to the total by itself. 49-12, a dominant performance. Miami's a very good football team. So they get a full moon from me. Also getting a full moon, the room in college football. They just keep doing it. They just keep doing it. Paul, can you pull up the updated record for the college football room? I believe it was another 1-4 Saturday. I think they did scratch one win. I don't remember what it was. Can you repeat the record from the weekend and the total weekend for the college football room?
So I go off the Friday ones we get for the room because that's when we give them out on the show. I guess, so on this list, we have Florida +7. I guess by Saturday, LSU -7 made it to the list. So like if you're looking at what went out over the weekend on X, I guess LSU's in there. By our numbers, Oregon -28, Georgia -4, South Florida +17.5, Florida +7, Clemson -3. That's 0 for 5. That is 0-5.
Damn.
-5.5 units on the season. 2-18, -17.8 units.
Wow. 2-18. That's incredible. Yeah. Incredible.
That's a full moon.
A lot does change.
Right there.
Yeah. A lot does change from Friday to Saturday or Friday to Sunday. For instance, yesterday I was looking at it when I was on the air during game day and I couldn't believe what I was seeing. And the room was saying that the Bills were number one in tickets, most popular play, Bills -6. And the number one on money was Jets +6. What? Of the entire card, with the entire card available, most tickets on one side, most money on the other side, which I thought was crazy. So, yeah, I think we should definitely go by what happened, what we see on Friday. Did we have it on Friday for the NFL or no?
Yes. So, room had a little bit of they had a winning weekend. They went 3-2. Eagles -1.
All winning. Yeah.
Bills -6.5. Cowboys -5.5 was a loser. Lions -6. Another favorite was a winner. Broncos -1.5 was a loser. So that is 3-2.8 units for the season. We are the room is 3-7, -4.7 units.
So full moon to Miami, full moon to the college football room, and the fade that it's become 2-18 to Paul's point, 2-18. Say less. Quickly, 2 half moons. One of the Falcons' defense 6 sacks, 2 picks. They forced 3 fumbles. McCarthy had a passer rating of like 38, and Minnesota could not move the ball. It's a half moon there and a half moon to Drake May. Look, I'm very easy to bash the Patriots. I'm very willing to do so when things are bad. Drake May outplayed Tua in the fourth quarter. And that throw he made down 5, big throw, big play. Drake May grew up a little bit yesterday in my eyes. So I'll give him a half moon. And then the Chicago Bears, Ben Johnson, Ryan Poles, Caleb Williams get no moons. No moons.
Yep. To your point about the Falcons defense, all rookies. Big moments. Interceptions, sacks. They drafted almost all defensive guys. I think they did definitely in the first 4 rounds at least. They were all coming through. So maybe they found some gems there on the defensive side. That would be big for them. They were not supposed to win that game, and then they pull off the upset. All right, let's go Crescent Moon. You got to listen. LSU head coach Brian Kelly after his 10-point win over Florida.
Stop. Really? Is that the first question? We won the game 20-10. Try another question. What do you want me to tell you? I just laid it out for you. We played the game to win the game. We played the game to win the game.
All right. How about third down then? What is going on with third down?
It's one game. Last game, we were great on third down. You're looking at this from the wrong perspective. LSU won the football game. Won the game. I don't know what you want from me. What do you want? You want us to win 70-0 against Florida to keep you happy?
No, I think people want to know why you can't run the ball, quite honestly.
We can run the ball. Did you see the last play of the game? That's all you need. You just need one. There's ridiculous questions. And I'm getting tired of it. That football team just worked their tail off to get an SEC win, and you want to know what's wrong. You know what? You're spoiled. You're spoiled. This team is 17-1 at night. 17-1. Give them some respect. How about that? Give them some respect instead of micro-analyzing every little thing. This is ridiculous. For a group of seasoned reporters, that kind of question is so out of line.
God, he has such small pecker energy, man. It's so bad. It's unbelievable.
I don't mind it. I'm probably going to be on the only one here. Like, you're 3-0. You weren't supposed to go to Clemson. You won. People are betting Florida. Okay, they're going to get things together. They're going to right the ship, whatever. And that number's down to 7. You win and cover, and you win an SEC game. And now you got Southeast Louisiana. So they're going to be 4-0. And, like, what's wrong with the run game? Why aren't you doing that? What? We just beat Florida. Like, I thought that was terrible line of questioning, especially for it to be the first question. I agree with Kelly there. Saying a question's out of line, strong disagree there. So that's why I only get to Crescent Moon. I didn't like that. You don't tell a reporter, you don't rate their questions, you don't tell them what to ask and all that. But hey, he asked a question, gave an answer. He gave an honest answer. He told you that's a BS question, and that was his response. And honestly, I agree with him. They're 3-0. What are you complaining about? They won and covered. I don't get it, man. I didn't understand that at all. And I'll tell you, I'm looking at this future schedule. They don't have what we thought were the top teams in the SEC, but maybe we're wrong. Maybe Texas A&M is one of those teams. Maybe Oklahoma is one of those teams. And people are wrong about Texas. We're going to find out later, but they're having a hell of a year. Like, because Nussmeier doesn't have Heisman numbers, like, or you can't run the ball as much as you wanted. I don't know. I don't get that. Anytime you get an SEC win, I don't think there's a lot to complain about. I do agree with Kelly on that, but it seems like you guys disagree.
He could have just handled it so much better. I mean, it's not that big of a deal.
I
don't know.
Reporters on your PR agency.
The heat.
Like, it's a local reporter. That's what I would want to look up who it was. Like, could have been a student reporter. Like, that's an unfair power dynamic if you're going over after. It was not, but I'm saying that was my first assumption. But it was a local reporter who he thinks has to be cheering for the team, and that's just stupid.
Yeah, I don't like that.
I think it's
wonder
a
if
bad question,
been,
too. I do.
Yeah,
Those are
it wouldn't be the
questions.
first question. It wouldn't be the first question at a press conference, no doubt. And I've been in hundreds of press conferences. That's not how I would have started. I would have said, "What'd you think of the way you guys played against DJ Lagway, who was freaking horrible in the game?"
Mm-hmm.
That was the story of the game. He had 5 interceptions. He should have had 9. He sucked. That's that's my first question. What did you guys do to hold DJ Lagway to such a poor performance? That's the story of the game. Not being able to run the ball.
Whew. So I'm a crescent. Little crescent. I like it. It gave us entertainment, gave us something to play and talk about, and everybody was laughing about it over the weekend. I don't mind it. I think an angry Brian Kelly is entertaining. I think it's good for college football, and I know a lot of people hate him. So he gets a crescent moon there. I gotta go full moon. White Sox. This is why. So thankfully, my baseball survivor pool is coming to a close. We're entering the final week. 2 people made it to the final week. 4 were eliminated. 5 had the White Sox. They lost. The White Sox start off the week taking 2 of 3 from Tampa. People that took the White Sox like, oh my God, we're going to get through with the White Sox. We're going to make it to the final week. We're going to make so much more money than I thought I was going to have to, because I thought I was going to lose with the White Sox, because I just need to win 1 game. 1 game against Cleveland. That's all we need. Can you win 1? The White Sox scored 3 runs in 3 games, and they get swept. They couldn't win 1 game for the people. I think they're all White Sox fans too, because when they were emailing me their info, they're like, yeah, I'm a diehard Sox fan too. I hate this team so much. They couldn't win 1, so full moon to the White Sox. Good job out of you, per usual. Paul, what do you have?
Got 2 college football moons. So I don't know if you guys could see this one on Saturday night through all the smoke coming from all the burning couches in Morgantown. But West Virginia, the man in the moon was wearing a raccoon hat on Saturday night. Half moon, I guess, because I couldn't get there on the money line, man. But that West Virginia stinks. It's a terrible football team with the backyard brawl at home. Rich Rod's back. That number going through 7 was always pretty crazy. So West Virginia wins outright. I guess I don't give it a full moon because I couldn't get there on the money line. That's on me, but covering the 7.5, winning against Pitt. So that is a half moon. And then a team that I did get there on the money line with that just destroyed Virginia Tech. The Monarchs, Old Dominion, Kings for a night against Virginia Tech. They sent Brent Pry packing. He gets canned. That dude was canceling recruit visits before the game. The vibes were really bad in Blacksburg. And Old Dominion was in control the whole way. So Old Dominion, full moon.
Jake, what you got?
Mine will be NFL, full moon, Bills. That was my 10 toes down, the alts on the Bills. So that was really awesome the entire way.
Yes.
That was, I mean, obviously you get lucky with the Fields injury, but that was my full moon. No moon to the man doing the best Cam Newton impression at the bar yesterday with his fedora and his open-toed shoes. Go away forever. Why? No moons for him.
Wow. Did Gertch have any? I forgot. Does Gertch have any or no?
I don't think he's a moons guy.
Sure. No,
he's
does
a toes guy.
Okay.
Gertch is toes only.
Toes only.
3/4 moon. I almost forgot. We got to go Brandon Aubrey, right? That guy was unbelievable yesterday. And the story behind it wasn't even a kicker. Played soccer at Notre Dame, I forgot how it was said on the broadcast, but he's like, yeah, they were watching a game and a kicker just missed it by 1 million. And his wife turned to him and said, you could miss by that much. And so then he started working. He went to work and then he made the NFL. And look at him. He's the best special teams weapon out there.
He had more fantasy points yesterday. I saw this. And I wanted to bring this up at some point today. He had more fantasy points then Jaden Daniels, CeeDee Lamb, A.J. Brown, Jahmyr Gibbs, Jalen Hurts, Justin Jefferson, Saquon Barkley, Derrick Henry, Alvin Kamara, Aaron Rodgers, Travis Kelce, DK Metcalf. That's Brandon Aubrey, the kicker.
Incredible.
Wow.
And the kicker that the Falcons brought up this week, they finally get rid of Koo. Thank you very much. He hit, I think, 5 field goals last night.
5 for 5.
Yeah, just joined the team, comes through. Sunday Night Football, 5 field goals. So kicker's getting some love on the show. Joe O, Sammy P. Let's go back to Monday Night Football. We're going to have guests for each matchup, the first game and then the nightcap. Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats, the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
3rd down and 4. Blocked by Tunsil on Ogba. Stroud, end zone, touchdown. Collins.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
It's going to be a late one. Double dip of action when it comes to Monday Night Football. We'll give you some insight on both of those games coming up in just a second. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Paniotovich with you. This is Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network, weekdays, 9 a.m. to noon. Let's go down to Houston first off. Check in with Sean Pendergast of Sports Radio 610 in Houston. He's got mornings down there, kind enough to join us. Houston Texans, a 2.5-point favorite over the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And Sean, we come in with a Stroud touchdown from last year because there wasn't one from last week. For those that are not watching every down, every snap of this team, there was some expected regression with the offense. We know about the injuries a year ago, but in greater detail, can you explain why there have been so many struggles offensively with this team?
Sure. I mean, I think there's the struggles last season, and then there are the struggles in week 1 of this season, which I think are kind of two separate things, because all the struggles last season caused them to fire the offensive coordinator, fire the offensive line coach, bring in several new offensive linemen, trade Laramie Tunsil, that's how I knew it was a last year highlight y'all were playing, because not only was it a touchdown, but Laramie's name was invoked on that. So they had all sorts of issues last year protecting C.J. Stroud, and they got really bad in the middle of the season, like week 7 through 9, 7 through 10. C.J. was seeing just crazy, unprecedented amounts of pressure compared to previous Texans quarterbacks, and I think it affected him throughout the rest of the year. You know, I think he went from a guy in his rookie year who was pretty free-flowing with his play to a guy whose feet got a little happy, who, you know, kind of needed eyes in the back of his head, that sort of thing. He seemed to kind of work that stuff out as the season grew to an end, and as they got to the playoffs, he was really good against the Chargers in the playoffs, and he was pretty good against the Chiefs in the loss to in the playoffs. So I think that was the big cause last year. I think this year, with all the new along the offensive line, and by the way, also the new offensive coordinator Nick Caley giving CJ way more control at the line of scrimmage. I think we expected it to be a work in progress. I don't think we expected there to be no touchdowns in week 1. I know I didn't, but I don't think anybody is super panicked here. That this is going to be a trend. I don't think they're going to be a great offense this year, but I think they'll be an improved offense ultimately over what they were last year.
I would think, Sean, given the pressure that Todd Bowles wants to bring, this will be a nice one-on-one night for Nico Collins. He's got to have a bigger game, and clearly they got to get him the ball, right?
Got to be targeted more. Yeah, I mean, he was only targeted 5 times in that loss to the Rams last week, had 3 catches for 25 yards. Which I'm sure infuriated over prop bettors on Nico Collins and fantasy owners everywhere. I'm both of those things. So, yeah, I think they're going to try. Look, D'Amico Ryans didn't make a secret this week in any of his press conferences that they intend to get Nico Collins the ball quite a bit and target him quite a bit in this game. I would add Nick Chubb to that, too, as long as we're talking about expectations for guys tonight. I think you could clearly, D'Amico Ryans thought that they didn't give Nick Chubb the ball enough in that first game against the Rams. He was the only hot hand they had in the backfield. Anybody else they gave the ball to, they were just burning daylight with, and it made no sense. So I would expect Nick Chubb to get close to 20 carries tonight. I would expect Nico Collins to get at least 9, 10, 12 targets in this game. And he needs to. Yeah, they're going to be without Christian Kirk. Christian Kirk has yet to play a snap in the regular season as a Houston Texan. So after Nico, their next 3 guys are literally guys that went to Iowa State. Xavier Hutchinson, Jaden Higgins, and Jalen Nolan. 2 of those guys are rookies. So, and they're going to be without Cade Stover. They're one of their tight ends who broke his foot in the season opener. So yeah, I mean I think there's going to be a heavy dosage of Nico, and it's a great point with all that pressure that Todd Bowles likes to bring. Hopefully, you get Nico in some favorable matchups.
How good is this defense?
Excellent. I think it's got a chance to be the best defense in the history of the team, which is, I know people might roll their eyes like, y'all are the Texans. You've only been around for like 20 years. But they used to have some pretty good defenses with J.J. Watt and, the middle part of the aughts. They had some really good defenses. I think it's got certainly the potential to be the best defense in the league. I think it's among, for sure, one of the top 5 defenses. And I think the key, guys, is that they've got the most important positions in a great defense hemmed down. They've got 2 elite pass rushers in Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson. And tonight, I think those 2 guys are going to eat against a patchwork offensive line that won't have Tristan Wirfs for the Bucs. So I think pressure on Baker Mayfield is going to be aplenty tonight. And then they're really good on the back end. You know, the 2 corners, Derek Stingley Jr. is in the conversation for the best in football. And Kamari Lassiter, the second-year guy out of Georgia, had a really good rookie year, an excellent training camp, and he was pretty good last week against the Rams. So they've got 2 high-level to elite corners. They've got 2 elite edge rushers. And then the rest of the guys aren't chopped liver or anything. You know, Kalen Bullock is a rising young safety. C.J. Gardner-Johnson they picked up in the offseason. And their linebackers are exactly what DeMeco Ryans looks for in linebackers, which is to just plug gaps in the run game. So they're an excellent defense. They're a defense that should, just independent of the play, you should win at least 7 or 8 games just based on defense alone.
Last thing, Sean, we need a final score out of you. Short and sweet. What happens tonight? What's the final score?
I got 24-20 Texans. Guys, they finally break the seal and get into the end zone. Not once, not twice, but thrice. 24-20 Texans.
Sean Pendergast, Morning Sports Radio 610 in Houston. Thank you, Sean. Talk soon, all right?
Thanks for having me, guys. See ya.
Good stuff. So 24-20, he's got a Texans cover and going over the total. Going just over. All right. I don't know. That's really close. Really close on both ends there, side and total, Sammy.
That would eke over. It would just eke over that 42.5. But as you heard, Sean was playing prop bets last week, so he knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing with that 24-20 prediction.
Yeah, definitely does. And if they don't get it done, he's going to be dealing with a whole lot of mess there. With as good as the Colts are looking, and then the Texans have a bad performance on Monday night, it's going to get loud there and angry. Let's go out to Las Vegas for the nightcap. We've got the Raiders and Chargers later on tonight. Chargers, a 3.5-point favorite, total 46 in the hook. We got Steve Cofield, afternoon host on ESPN Las Vegas. What's going on, Steve? Maybe they said Steve good. Maybe we're bad. Oh, his phone dropped. Okay.
Being told he dropped. Hopefully he didn't drop his phone in like a vial of liquid. That would be bad. Hopefully
yes, it would be.
Service just dropped.
It would be. So you say the books need a Chargers loss.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
For this one.
You heard it. I mean, you're going to hear it all day. Chargers money line.
Well, I'm a little surprised just because a lot of times the Vegas books, they get so much more action on the Raiders and there's excitement. It's early on in the year before people start fading them. That did surprise me a little bit because I always just assume that there will be plenty of Raiders backers.
Well, you have to remember the bigger bets are going to carry the conversation. And when you get these huge parlays that line up over the weekend, really, Vegas has been about knocking out moneyline favorites. That's what it's turned into. Because the most popular way to bet the NFL now in Vegas, let me line up 3 or 4 favorites or more, and let me parlay them all to win. And when a lot of them win on Sunday, the liability keeps building into Monday, and more people around Vegas are money lining the Chargers than they are betting the Raiders, period.
Man. Yeah. You could stay away from the toss-ups, and then if you're able to avoid, it feels like there's 1 or 2 games. Like today or this week, rather, it was last night's game. You just had to avoid that one and maybe like one other. But for the most part, those favorites are at least winning. That's why nobody's been knocked out in Survivor so far. Let's try again. Steve Cofield, he's got afternoons ESPN Las Vegas here to preview Raiders Chargers. Hello, Steve.
What's up, guys?
Can we get behind the Raiders catching points with Pete Carroll and Chip Kelly? Good idea or bad idea, Steve?
Well, I think that's a side. I don't know if I want to get behind it. It might be a stay away for me. But, I think the Raiders, showed pretty good in week number one. I think the Chargers are good. I don't think the Chargers are great. The Chargers should not be laying this kind of number in Vegas. It actually may be a rare, real home spot for the Raiders where they may have like 85% of the people in the building instead of 50-50. So I think it's a pretty good spot for the Raiders.
What do you think about the total? It's been ticking up throughout the week, but we're not at that key number of 47 yet. It's 46 across the board. What kind of game are we in store for?
I think there's going to be a lot of passing because I still don't believe that the Raiders can run the ball. Maybe the fact that Jackson Powers-Johnson is down will be a good thing, and Alex Kappa is in there at guard. Kappa wasn't great last year with Cincy, but I still don't believe that they can run block real well. And, well, Marion Hampton looked okay, pretty solid in his debut. I'm not sure the Chargers are a grind-out team right now, and especially since they're making adjustments on the offensive line with all having to switch to left tackle and, Pipkins on the right. And they looked very, very willing to kind of use Herbert, and now that Keenan Allen's back is kind of their, possession way of moving the ball. So I could see the ball being in the air, I don't know, a combined minimum 65 times, maybe 70 times, and some scores coming out of that. So both teams have good kickers, so they can kick from long distance. So I might lean over.
What's the latest on Brock Bowers?
Well, talking to Adam Hill yesterday, Adam's the foremost expert on the Raiders. He was saying that Bowers' knee, could he go? Yes. But they also have the cautionary tale last year of could he go Max Crosby? Yes. And Max Crosby tried to play through a knee injury and then jacked himself up for the season. So I think he's very touch and go going into today's game. So I would lean towards doubtful. And obviously that, again, that would affect the total because there's some other receivers who are going to have to step up, and most of them for the Raiders are really young guys. I don't know that Jacoby Myers, while a really good possession receiver, is a game changer.
You think the Chiefs are finally beatable now in the AFC West with an 0-2 start?
I think the Chiefs were beatable last year and the year before, but they went on this amazing streak. I couldn't believe it when they showed the graphic on that first Friday game that they had won 17 straight one-possession games. 17 straight one-possession games in the NFL to win those, and then they had, I think it was a streak of 9 straight wins with the score decided by a field goal or less. So I think you guys know, a lot of these NFL and college football games that are one score, field goal, basically are a coin flip. It could be a call by an official, a catch, a drop, a missed tackle. It was eventually going to turn on the Chiefs. I don't think they're a bad team. I don't think they're a team headed for 8 or 9 wins. I just think, some of the stuff that's close to the margins isn't going their way, and bye-bye went the 17-game streak of winning one-score games. And, they had an amazing season last year going 15-2, but how many of those games were one-score games and close games? So it's just turned a little bit here. I think they're fine. I think the division is a lot more open than it's been. I would say the target for the division to win it is probably 12 or 13 wins, not 14 or 15 now.
Call your shot, Steve. Final score tonight in Vegas. What is it?
So I'll go Raiders, close win. Let's go 27-24. Probably should pick more field goals, but 27-24 Raiders.
All right. I like it. He's going over the total, apparently. Steve Cofield, ESPN, Las Vegas. Got Cofield and Company afternoons out there, the Las Vegas Sports Network. Thank you so much, Steve. Best of luck with whatever you play tonight.
You got it, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Yep, Steve Cofield there. Back in the Vegas team. The Houston guy back the Houston team. The Vegas guy back to the Vegas team. I agree with him, which should probably scare him. That I think the Raiders are very live. And I know you agree with that idea as well. Catching 3.5 at home that they could pull off this upset.
Yeah, I'm looking at the games that I took in my five. My 5, as Charles Barkley used to say. 1-3
Yes.
right now. The only one that I hit was Mac Jones, no matter what, that nobody wanted to tail me on. Nobody wanted to bet San Francisco. That one hit, of course. Lost the Steelers, lost the Dolphins in a game that could have gone either way, and then had Kansas City +1. Short pants, dropped the touchdown. What do you want? What do you want from me? So the Raiders now, my last leg in the pick 5. No, I'm not you. I'm talking to everybody. I don't know. Dolphins could have won. Chiefs catch a touchdown they should have caught. Can't even talk. That's how frustrated I am with this stupid league. 2 weeks in, Joe. I already hate the NFL. Joy.
No, I mean, I had the Chiefs too. I had the Jaguars. Plus 3.5 all game.
Jaguars, way worse.
Covering.
Way worse.
Oh. You know, the Titans look good. They were winning at halftime, and then things fell apart. But you do see it in Cam. You do see it. Like that throw that he never should have made across the entire field after running for a long ways to score a touchdown is like, okay. Yep, he's going to be all right. I love Dayball forcing in Dart, too. That was funny yesterday. Anyways, lightning bets on the other side. This is the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Lightning bets in a moment. Not a lot to report so far in Survivor. We've had a lot of fun sweats. If you were in on the Cardinals yesterday, if you were in on the Cowboys, it got very sweaty. But everybody's getting through. Almost everybody. So in my two pools, the top 5 for each pool got through. Ravens, Cardinals, Cowboys, Rams, Lions. Probably the same teams picked in every pool. Those are the highest point spreads of the day, right? 9 of the top 10 teams picked all get through in both of mine. So I want to say everybody's still alive, but the reality, Sam, that's not the case. Like I was looking at a lot of the pools I'm in, and on average, 10% are out after 2 weeks. Favorites can't lose. The ones that are losing are around a point spread of 2.5, 3, 3.5. I don't know how, but it seems like on average, 10% of pools are eliminated after the first 2 weeks. People just decide that they're going to get too cute. I don't know. I don't get it. Like, get in the game, stay in the game. You get some quarterback injuries. I don't know. I think it's funny when people come up with their team that they're going to pick every week for the entire season. It never, ever plays out that way in this league.
Well, that would be me getting too cute on the Dolphins, so I'm out of Survivor. I have one left. It's awesome.
Well, you're not out.
It's very fun.
You're still alive in every one, right?
No, I have Miami. I'm out. I'm out in 2 pools out of 3. I have one left.
Oh, damn. You're that hard on him? A buddy texted me yesterday. He's like, I'm officially out. I'm like, how? It's like, well, I took the Vikings and the Saints.
See, I could get Miami. I would never put Spencer Rattler on my Survivor card. That would never happen. So I feel a little bit better now. Did you see though? Like, Miami had a 74-yard punt return touchdown to go up 27-23. And then the ensuing kickoff, the Patriots took back to the house for 90 yards. And I'm like, okay, Here we go. And then the Patriots kicked the field goal to go up 6. And then Achane scores a touchdown in the final minute. But no, he stepped out of bounds at the 25-yard line.
I know.
I mean, it's a game they could have won. They didn't win. It is what it is. And, yeah, I'm out. I mean, that Dolphins was a huge swing for me, financially and Survivor-wise. Just dead. Totally dead.
Love-hate relationship with the NFL. Paul, did your buddy that texted you about the Saints, did he take the Saints? And how'd you do in the 10-point teaser? We're always interested in those results.
We got him off. Well, clip that. He did not go with the Saints. He did not go with the Saints. So we kind of let everyone make their own bed. Who'd he go with? Arizona. So
got through.
Glad to do that. And your boy took the Browns, catching 21.5 in the teaser pool. So RIP me. Man,
I get it.
Goal line. How about that game? Even for the 11.5 goal line stand, Ravens, and then something like goal line stand. I don't know. There was a kick out of bounds, like the Brown, and then Flacco. Like all the momentum was turned towards the Browns, and Flacco does Flacco and throws a pick. And yeah, more so I guess for the 21.5. But that was what, a 1-score game at halftime.
Yep.
Ravens couldn't do anything. Do anything on offense, and the Browns kind of handed it to them. So
I was not super confident in that one. Yeah, I'm like, I think they're going to pull away, but when the hell is it going to happen? And then it finally happened. Myles Garrett very upset. He's like, bleeps embarrassing. Like, I don't know what you were expecting, man. It's going to be a lot more.
Well, that's what it was. Goal line stand. They hold him to a field goal. Kickoff goes out of bounds. So Browns get in great field position, and 3 plays later, Flacco throws a pick and dead. Yeah.
There you go.
Highlight of the show today, the Monday Moons intro, which I love every Monday. Outstanding. Second best highlight, Paul almost choking to death on his breakfast mid
What?
speech.
Lunch? Is it lunch? What do you got here?
Lunch,
the
yeah.
silverware?
Yeah.
The silverware's going. Like, what's happening? I'm very interested.
Just a coffee.
Oh,
no,
I thought he was
there's
mid.
food.
I thought he was mid
Yeah.
chomp. That's what I thought.
I
I thought. My bad.
I thought he was bite. Oh, I thought that was a fork.
Just a
with
coffee
the
guy.
noise. Okay.
Sorry, it's a
I
little
thought for
cluttered
sure
over here.
I thought for sure there was like food being hurriedly swallowed, and then it's okay. Never mind.
Damn. I thought
mixing
there was too.
I was mixing the milk into the coffee, so that's the
Okay.
that. Yeah.
Gotcha. Very good. You know, as bad as this weekend was, it wasn't as bad as the moment that I went through yesterday. Paul, you remember? I don't remember how many years back it was when I got LASIK surgery.
I feel like I was not here yet.
You weren't here yet? Okay.
No, I was not.
So it was a little further
Those are
back
still
than
the
I
Eli
thought.
days, maybe. Those are the Eli
Oh,
days.
that's why I try to forget them. I don't want anything
He tried
to do
to
with
make
them.
himself blind, literally.
Yeah, so I had that surgery, and then I've noticed over the last year, the stage in your life, like, I can't read. Once in a while, we'll go to a restaurant. I'm like, it's dark in here.
Oh no,
Let me pull up
the
the camera, and I got to pull up the camera. I got to do that. I'm like, what the hell's going on? Is this not working? The LASIK surgery? Like, what is this? Or is it the age? And we were making fun of my wife. She had a pair of readers on. And then I'm like, here, give me those. Threw them on. It's like, I can read ingredients again. Like, I can see small print. Like, I'm so old. I need readers. That's what I realized yesterday. On top of the NFL results that we were getting yesterday. That's where we're at. Readers.
Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait for you to be readers on the nose guy. Like the guys who wear them like this.
I already see it.
Doing the show like that. I'm only doing this to cover up the huge zit that's growing on my face, by the way, if you couldn't tell throughout the whole show. Oh, nope. Still can't. Nope. No. Oh, yeah. Can't tell? Yeah, neither can I. I can't wait for you to be a reader's guy. This is awesome.
Joe, I mean, so what's
Life
that?
is
5
ending.
years glasses free? How was it? Because I guess it's over.
Yeah,
You're going
I
back
mean,
to readers.
I wore contacts. I just got sick of putting them in every day. And
Sure.
so then I went to glasses. But yeah. I mean,
Can you
I could
go-
certainly do the show, but
Can you do full moon readers, or is it always half moons? Like, are there full moon readers, or are they always
I
half
don't
moons?
know. I don't know. I would laugh at, like guys like Dan McNeil in the studio doing the show. He'd have to get out his readers when he's talking about something to read a note or something, or read a story. I'm that guy now. I think. I don't know that I'm going to give in.
Paul's
I
right,
don't know
though.
if I'm
You
gonna
thought
give in.
you thought
was
this
over.
would fix everything. And believe it or not, 5 years after getting a laser shot in your eyes, it didn't quite get better.
Didn't take.
Yeah.
Didn't take.
I remember.
Let's burn all these eye cells. That'll fix everything.
Right? I remember a girl we worked with in Houston. I mean, I was in my 20s at the time, so she was around our age. She's like, yeah, I went on a date with this kind of older guy the other day. And I realized at dinner, once he pulled out the readers and the cell phone light to read the menu, she's like, yeah, I was out after that. So he couldn't do it.
It's embarrassing, man. I'm like, are we really here? Like, what's going on? Can we get the light? There are some places where it's extremely dark and you can't read. But yeah, that's not the issue. I don't think.
You're not alone, because we went out for wings last Wednesday in New York, and Schwartz, the menu comes out, and the place is very well lit. And Schwartz is like this on the menu. I'm like, dude.
It's so embarrassing.
He's like, he's got the light out
Yeah.
like this, and he's like, I can't see. I'm like, you're 38. What do you mean you can't see the menu? Tough.
It's going to happen. It's going to happen to you, man. All right. Tell the people what you're doing for Lightning Bets.
Do I have to? Give me the Raiders. Plus 3.5.
You're aligned.
It's already done.
You're aligned with
It's
your
been
boy.
done. It's already in. Plus 3.5.
All right. I'm going second game. I'm also on that game. I'm going over. I want to go under, but that 42.5 is scaring me. So it means it's going to be a dead under, just so you know. Because anything I want to do that I don't quite pull the trigger on, it's all hitting right now. In addition to the ones that I'm pulling the trigger on that are losing. The ones I almost get there, they're winning. So that means this is going to go way under. But for Lightning Bets purposes, over 46 in the hook on the Raiders and the Chargers tonight. Paul?
I'll just let everyone know where the room is at. We do not have juice on these, but I expect some of them are pretty pricey. So Brock Bowers may or may not play. Over 62.5 receiving yards is number 5. Most bet props at BetMGM. This is a combo of both games. Dalton Schultz, over 35.5 receiving yards. Justin Herbert, over 14.5 rushing yards. Nico Collins, over 75.5 receiving yards. And Omarion Hampton, over 53.5 rushing yards. From the
Here
room.
we go. All right. Maybe worth a play there. Are you betting either game tonight or anything else?
No, sir. No, thank you.
Okay.
I am in the spot where I'm
Get it.
starting to wonder if booby prizes and Circa are the angle.
So, maybe that's a conversation tomorrow. Because when you're there, does that mean you go against your actual picks? Or do you handicap it as always? Okay, it's just not my year. I'm going to lose on these. I don't know. I don't know what you end up doing. Jay Kassan,
You start
what you got?
fading yourself and then start winning.
Yeah.
And then you're like, wait a minute.
Yes.
I was trying to lose. Now I'm winning.
Huh? Yeah.
Yes.
I'll go down with the ship with Sam. I'll be on the Raiders. Also, Mr. Hassan, huge phone light at the restaurant guy. Readers and
your
phone
dad.
light. Oh,
Not
he's
you.
a big phone light guy. It infuriates my sister. It's hilarious.
Has he been told to wear readers and he doesn't, or what?
No, he does. He does the combo. He does the combo readers and the
He's
phone
got both.
light.
Oh,
no,
man.
He does the combo.
Does it detach in the center? Does it dangle
No.
from
He's
the
got
neck?
Joey's got a thing on his keys that they fold up and they go into a little compartment on his keys. It's a whole thing.
Oh, wow. What a scene. What a scene.
He's invested.
That's Jake for Paul as well. And Sam, I'm Joe. Be back here tomorrow morning. Bet Sweats, 9 a.m. Eastern, BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
coffee, and wake up with the daily tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker? And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people. Her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Donkster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legend. Wait for it. Dairy. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Here we go. Hour 3 of Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Good morning to you. Thanks for starting your week with us. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show, we start with yesterday's marquee game between the Eagles and Chiefs, what it means moving forward. We've got Sunday Night Football to talk about as well. In 20 minutes, we get you set for 2 games on Monday Night Football, the Bucs and Texans, and then the Raiders and Chargers as well. And then we have the Donkster and our best bets coming up in 40 minutes. Also, welcome to our audience on Stadium as we stream our final hour. If you want to stream us, easy to do. Just download the Bally Sports Live app or go to ballysportslive.com. So, NFL football yesterday in Kansas City, a Super Bowl rematch, and this was a good game. And Chiefs had a chance late, but it's the Eagles who end up winning 20-17. The Eagles laying a point. They're minus 115 on the money line. Total set at 47. The under hits early on. The Eagles handing the ball off to their bell cow.
Here's Barkley right side, sprinting through the hole. Saquon Barkley is in. Touchdown, Philadelphia.
Call courtesy of Fox. Eagles on top 7-0 at that point. Barkley, 22 carries, 88 yards and a touchdown. Then in the fourth, Eagles on top 13-10, and it's the quarterback getting it done.
Hurts shoving his way in. He's in. Touchdown, Philadelphia.
Jalen Hurts, 16 yards on the ground, only throws for 101. But Chelsea, it's that Eagles defense to me that was so impressive in this game. They hold the Chiefs to 294 total yards. And for the first time in his pro career, going back to last year, of course, Patrick Mahomes has now lost 3 games as a quarterback. Big statement win for the Eagles here.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of narratives coming out of this game. And it's wild to me how we see the narrative swing and how much of a difference one play could mean to the entire narrative of a team, of a player. Because think about this game. And that one play where it went off the hands of Travis Kelce and the Eagles intercepted it in the end zone. And, that was a huge swing and a huge turn of events. And the Chiefs could have very well won this game. And think of how different the talk would be if the Chiefs unseated the Eagles, the reigning Super Bowl champs, and won this game. But instead, we're talking about the Chiefs going 0-2. People are, every headline that I've already seen is, is the reign over for the Chiefs? Like it's September. Like we have seen the Chiefs not be a dominant team in quite some time. Like in the year they won the Super Bowl, they were not a dominant team. Their defense was really good, but they had a ton of receivers out that year and they were losing games at the end. And then last year was the flip side. It was they were winning all these really close games, by the hair on their chin, and they made it all the way to the Super Bowl. So like the Chiefs have not been a dominant team in quite some time. But I don't think they're cooked. Like, there's going to be a lot of that today. It's like, the Chiefs' dynasty is officially over. No, they're 0-2. And if anybody can crawl out of this hole, it's certainly the Chiefs.
I think for now, I agree with the dynasty being over. Like, they're not the dominant team that they were, but they're still a very good football team. I think the inclination is to say, oh, my God, it's all over for the Chiefs. It's not all over. The days of maybe dominating the NFL are over. That's the Eagles now. Like the Eagles are 17-1 straight up in their last 18 games. You know how hard that is to do in the National Football League? And so just like now, we see the Chiefs unable to get past the Eagles. It reminds me of the Bills unable to get past the Chiefs. I know we're talking about different conferences here, but now if the Chiefs want to move forward and win a Super Bowl, they're going to have to get past Philly. Which is to say, if they even get there in the first place. The thing about Kansas City is that always gets me is that, how quickly we throw in Tom Brady's name or any great's name whenever we start to see greatness again. It's like, oh my God, the next Jordan. Oh my God, the next Tiger. Oh my God, the next Brady. Patrick Mahomes, to tie Tom Brady's Super Bowl record, would have to win 4 more Super Bowls. He's won 3. Like that's how incredible Tom Brady's run was. And everything has to fall into place. So forget about that for a second. Right now, the Chiefs need to focus on getting back to not being a team that's just kind of escaping games. Last year, they escaped games. They were 10-0 in one-score games. You can only do that for so long. And so this is kind of a transition period for Kansas City. When you have Patrick Mahomes at quarterback, you're always going to be very good. There's no question about it. But Kelsey